Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Commander Ishant Panwar from the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, or TDAC, which is the enabler and coordinator for the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, abbreviated as NIIO. We at TDAC firmly believe in the famous saying, once a new technology rolls over you, if you're not part of the steamroller, you're part of the road. It is indeed quite heartening to see the gathering present here in the auditorium. I also welcome the audience joining us through hybrid mode. Without any further delay, may I now request Rear Admiral Arjun Dev Nair, Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff Requirements, to deliver the welcome address.
Admiral R. Harikumar, Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Sanjay J. Singh, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, distinguished chairpersons and eminent panelists, principal staff officers, flag officers, President and DG SIDM, partners from industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, I have great pleasure in extending a warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you to Swavlamban 23, the second seminar of the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or NIIO. The Defense Acquisition Policy 2020 envisaged creation of innovation and indigenization organizations within the service headquarters. Accordingly, the NIIO was launched on 13th August 2020 by the Honorable Raksha Mantri. The NIIO is headed by the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. As most of you are aware, that during the maiden edition of the Swavlamban seminar last year in July, the Honorable Prime Minister had launched 75 challenge statements for the Indian industry under this Sprint initiative. Accordingly, these challenge statements aimed at developing at least 75 technologies for the Indian Navy as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We are happy to inform you that the stated aim of developing at least 75 technologies has been achieved as promised, if not surpassed. Now, during the second edition of the seminar, these technologies that have been developed have been put on display through an exhibition. Many of these technologies promise to be force multipliers, perhaps even game changers, and are expected to have utility much beyond the Navy alone. The exhibition is open on the first floor of the adjacent Hall 14 throughout today and tomorrow. And I invite all of you here to have a look yourself during the extended lunch break. The seminar that is being conducted in this splendid auditorium over the next 2 days will see participation of the industry, academia, policymakers, government officials, our comrades in arms from the sister services, DRDO, Coast Guard, students, and of course, the users. The seminars will have sessions dedicated to innovation and aviation today, in addition to the plenary session this afternoon. During the plenary session, the updated Indian Navy Indigenization Roadmap, Swavlamban 2.0, and new challenges for the industry are planned to be released. In addition, a number of other launches and policy announcements are expected. Tomorrow features sessions on indigenization and armament, including an interactive session with the industry on the Swavlamban 2.0 document that is being released later today. The second day will also see participation from friendly foreign countries, wherein the capability of the Indian industry will be showcased for the resident defense and naval attaches. There will also be a special breakout session on medical innovations tomorrow, wherein several breakthrough medical products developed by naval personnel would be displayed. At the outset itself, we would like to thank and acknowledge our partners for the event, particularly the Defense Innovation Organization, DIO, who have collaborated with us on the SPRINT initiative. The acronym SPRINT itself, which stands for Supporting Pole Vaulting in R&D through IDEX, NIIO, and TDAC, includes the names of both IDEX and NIIO. This initiative would not have been feasible without the close cooperation between the DIO and the NIIO. We have been overwhelmed by the response that the SPRINT initiative has received from the industry. SIDM, or the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, has been a close partner not only for this event, but indeed for our outreach to the defense industry, including through monthly interactions. We look forward to working closely with them in the future as well. We would also like to thank the ITPO for the privilege of utilizing this magnificent mandapam as the venue for this event. Once again, welcome aboard, and we look forward to engaging discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Vice Admiral S.J. Singh, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, to deliver the inaugural address.
Admiral R. Hari Kumar, Chief of the Naval Staff, President SIDM, Admiral K.B. Singh, flag officers, senior officers, friends from the industry and the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is indeed a privilege for me to deliver the inaugural address for the NIO seminar Swavlamban 2023. It is a challenge to try and encapsulate in a few words the range of technologies that have been developed over the last 1 year under this initiative, and which you shall soon be seeing in the exhibition halls. And since Admiral A.D. Nair has used up most of the adjectives in my vocabulary, I will have to struggle to find a few more to praise the efforts that have gone on over the last 1 year. As you will see, the seminar and exhibition, I expect that there will be intense, wide-ranging discussions on various issues pertaining to the development and the induction of the new technologies for defense issues, and also the select displays in the adjacent exhibition hall, where your insights, your suggestions for improvement, your imagination for its operational role and utilization will help us in amending, improving, and adapting each of these technologies. Over the past 8 decades, the Indian Navy has maintained a steady focus on maximizing indigenous capabilities by harnessing the country's progress in science and technology. We take pride in having moved from a buyer's navy to a builder's and designer's navy. As you would be aware, presently 66 out of 68 ships and submarines on order are all being built in India at Indian shipyards. We have moved from a meager indigenous content of 30% just 2 decades ago to 75 to 80%, and in the coming decade, we expect to cross 90%. Indigenization has been accorded an even greater thrust in recent years and has been rendered of higher importance in the prevailing geostrategic environment. The challenge of giving a further and rapid boost to our indigenization and innovation efforts has been taken up by the Ministry of Defense and the Defense Forces in a focused manner. The Indian Navy is at the forefront of these efforts and is now innovating towards nation building. Towards this, the launch of the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization by the Honorable Raksha Mantri in August 2020 was a significant milestone. During last year's Swavlamban seminar, in the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Indian Navy had committed to develop at least 75 technologies as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative. Since then, we have invested considerable time and efforts towards realizing this commitment. Our Swavlamban initiative aims to collaborate, coordinate, and develop new technologies in partnership with industry and academia. The Swavlamban initiative has gained critical mass and is gathering continuous momentum by the week. I am happy to inform you all that the promises made last year have been fully met and even surpassed in several cases, and primarily through the Sprint initiative. Over the past 1 year, we have seen about 1,100 new proposals, with a total of 118 firms, all of them MSMEs, being declared as winners. Around 100 new firms have been brought into the defense ecosystem for the very first time. The advanced technologies and products that have emerged are displayed in the exhibition hall, which I'm sure you shall all take deep interest and time in going through. The acceleration achieved has not only been in technology development, but also in the procurement process. Each and every proposal received by the Navy has been examined, processed, and pursued by dedicated teams of officers, assisting our technology partners through continuous development, review, and examination, providing them suggestions and user perspectives to ensure that we have an array of trials-cleared products which are today ready or nearly ready for induction. We have already obtained the acceptance of necessity for 12 such cases worth close to 1,500 crores, and this is just the start. With procurement orders worth 200 crores out of these already signed. In the coming weeks, we look forward to concluding many more such contracts. Sprint has been more than just a scheme. It has been a statement of intent. The results have been to our entire satisfaction, and we are confident today that many of the products that have been developed as part of this initiative will find their way into the other defense and armed forces, government and civil sectors, and also export to friendly foreign countries. A key factor in this has been our close interactions with the industry, especially the MSMEs. What we have attempted since the NIO was set up is to listen more to the industry and also engage them in dialogue towards better mutual understanding. We see them as partners, not as vendors, in a joint endeavor towards Atmanirbharta. We look forward, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this seminar and thereafter, to your inputs, feedback, as well as constructive criticism. We may not have an immediate solution to many of our problems, but together, I am confident we shall continue to develop shared understanding and effective mechanisms to address the issues and challenges ahead. As we start our Swavlamban 2023 proceedings, I call upon the academia, industry, startups, MSMEs, and all innovators to join hands and move forward together towards the shared vision of Atmanirbhar Indian Armed Forces. Thank you. Jai Hind. Shamno Varan.
Thank you, sir. The Indian Navy is pleased to organize this seminar in association with the Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers. May I now invite Shri S.P. Shukla, President SIDM, to address the gathering on behalf of SIDM and the industry.
Good morning. Admiral Hari Kumar, Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Sanjay Jaspreet Singh, Rear Admiral Arjun Dev Nair, ACNS, Retired Admiral KB Singh, all serving and retired officers of the Navy, members of the industry, members of the media. A very good morning once again to all of you. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to be present here for the second Swavlamban event. I was here last year also. Exactly 442 days ago, on 19th July 2022, our Honorable Prime Minister released 75 IDEX Disc 7 challenges. We named them Sprint, which is a collaborative effort between Defense Innovation Organization, DIO, and NIIO. The stated goal of the initiative, and as so eloquently put by Vice Admiral, was to develop at least 75 indigenous technologies and products as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. That is the significance of 75. The challenges spanned across a wide spectrum, mostly niche technologies which were not available in India, including areas of artificial intelligence, autonomous and unmanned systems, and information technology. Our scorecard, so well put, sir, by you, has been simply phenomenal. What has been achieved is something to be proud of. Navy actually evaluated 1,100 proposals. Those of us who evaluate technology know what a task it was. Selected 113, the winners. More than 100 contracts have already been signed. In fact, I'm told that first 100 contracts were signed by May 2023, which is just within 10 months. Imagine evaluating 1,100 proposals and picking up 100 contracts in 10 months. If that is not speed, what else is speed? I think we need to pat on our back. I would like to congratulate Navy for that. This speed and responsiveness motivates us all in the industry, be they large companies or be they MSMEs, be they startups or academia. It motivates us all, it inspires us all to contribute in the effort of making nations self-reliant in defense technologies, to build the nation itself. I further believe that already procurement approvals are in hand for 12 products which have been developed under Sprint, adding up to almost 1,500 crores. Again, it's a big boost to our MSMEs and startups. In a landmark event on 16th January 2016, Honorable PM, when he was announcing Startup India plan, he had said, I see startups, technology and innovation as exciting and effective instruments for India's transformation. I'm glad to say that Sprint initiative is serving that purpose of giving that boost and energizing the industry. We are, as SIDM, in this mission together with Navy. We totally support the initiative, the effort. Besides new ideas which are being developed by the industry with Navy, there is another interesting endeavor which Navy has taken, and I must compliment that and say 2 words about it. We had signed an MOU as SIDM with NIO, which was aimed at collectively enhancing and supporting indigenization and innovation effort. Now, no such effort can be complete unless we bring young minds, the students, into it. That remains an important part, that we inspire young students from prestigious schools, engineering colleges, to get excited about developing defense products. This has been something I have said at many forums as an IT graduate of 70s who stayed in India and did not leave the country, that a lot of focus is today on service industries, and that is an important part of nation building. Consumer products, an important part. But we have to excite our engineers, our scientists about developing defense technologies and defense products. I'm very happy to say that under InStep program, which SIDM as premier body representing defense and aerospace has worked with Indian Navy. This InStep program is aimed at bringing young minds from premier engineering colleges into the mainstream of defense technology and encouraging them to come up with ideas and projects. On behalf of my industry members, I can assure that SIDM remains committed towards supporting the goal of self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, and looks forward to continuing our engagement with Indian Navy to identify members of the industry, both large and small, as well as inspiring students to participate in the program. I personally look forward to go through the exhibition myself, see the technologies on display which have been developed under Sprint program. That will be some of the best time I would spend while I'm here. I will close by saying and repeating a quote from Dr. late Abdul Kalam, former President of India. You have to dream before your dreams can come true. And I must say that NIO, through Sprint program, has dared to dream, and dreams are coming true. I wish Swavlamban 2023 a great success. Thank you. Jai Hind. Shanu Varuna.
Thank you, sir. We now start with the interactive sessions planned for the day. The first session of the day is on innovation, having the theme Sprint, Achievements and Lessons Learned. May I request the panelists of the session to come over to the dais to start the proceedings. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral Arjun Dev Nair, Assistant Chief of Naval Staff, Staff Requirements. He heads the Staff Requirements Division at Naval Headquarters and has 3 directorates under him, namely Directorate of Staff Requirements, Directorate of Nuclear, Biological and Chemical Defense, and the Technology Development Acceleration Cell. The Admiral is also a co-chair of NIIO Working Group. The chairperson for the session is Vice Admiral S.N. Ghormade, retired, who is the former Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. During his tenure as the head of Naval Technical Acceleration Council, the Sprint initiative was conceptualized. I hand over the dais to the session moderator.
Thank you, Ishant. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the sprint is on, I'm glad to inform you that thanks to your speed, we seem to be a little ahead of schedule. So I think that gives us in fact, all of you in the audience, a little more time to ask questions. So without further ado, let me first introduce the first session, which is about Sprint, the achievements, and the lessons learned. Whilst this first session of the seminar is focused on critically examining the Sprint initiative, we will celebrate the successes, but we will also examine in detail some of the lessons learned. I think it is a matter of great pride and pleasure to have with us a most distinguished chairperson to chair and steer this session. Vice Admiral S.N. Ghodmede, retired, is a distinguished former naval officer in the executive branch of the Indian Navy with close to 40 years of experience. He has been an expert and held various responsibilities in planning, capability development, acquisition, technology management, human resource management, operational logistics, innovation and indigenization, which of course concerns us today, as well as infrastructure development and financial planning. His naval career, of course, spanned a wide array of seagoing appointments, both command and staff, as well as certain key flag appointments, including the flag officer commanding Maharashtra Naval Area, the Chief of Staff, Eastern Naval Command, and the Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, Operations and Training. He retired on 31st March this year as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff. Therefore, most importantly for all of us, he was the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff on whose watch the Sprint initiative was first conceptualized and then, of course, launched by the Honorable Prime Minister during the Swavlamban seminar last year. So I think there can be no person better qualified to steer and kickstart this first session looking at how the Sprint initiative developed, how it played out, and what are the lessons learned. So, sir, I would like to hand over the proceedings to you with a request that whilst you do tell us about your journey in steering this initiative, also letting us know what are the few key factors which helped in making it a success. Over to you, sir.
Admiral Hari Kumar, Admiral K.V. Singh, flag officers, and dear friends. Firstly, it's a matter of honor and distinct pride for me to be present here, and I thank the Chief of Naval Staff for inviting me for this event. We are here to celebrate the achievements of Sprint and what are the lessons learned. Actually, what did work for Sprint? And I'm really fortunate to be part of this excellent team that made history. And just that I happen to be the Vice Chief at that particular time. The most important part in this that we all have intents, but in this case, the intent was converted into outcome in a time-bound manner. And that's what the whole achievement of Sprint is. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the NIIO, the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, and the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, which were the springboards for the launch of Sprint. And the foundation or the edifice of foundation was firmly laid by the NIIO and TDAC. NIIO and TDAC, since its formation, have had two ideas, basically, thinking big and thinking differently. I think thinking big was a grand vision for every action which was done by NIIO, and the fact that we are having a grand seminar as after 1 year of Sprint is itself in this grand place thinks the grand vision of the Navy. Thinking differently was that the out-of-box thinking was repeatedly achieved by TDAC, and number of initiatives have been taken during the years since August 20, and there have been no precedences to the number of initiatives that have been taken. the number of officers of Indian Navy who have volunteered and contributed towards innovation from the entire Navy is itself phenomenal. And there are young and dynamic officers, commanders, lieutenant commanders, captains who have really contributed towards innovative ideas, and all of them voluntarily and forming the team Vistar, which focused towards giving inputs on innovation. The focus of NIIO has always been incremental and radical innovation. The origin of Sprint, much has been said already about it, but was one of those days when we were discussing a lot, and I think this was germinating in NIIO, but Commodore Golaya, somewhere in May 22, came and discussed this idea with me, and I found that it was a brilliant idea of 75 innovative challenges to be launched by the Navy. So, Commodore Golaya himself and Lieutenant General Khandare, we went and met the DEFSEC in May 22, and this was taken very, very positively by the Defense Secretary, and he himself encouraged and was excited about the idea and said that let's go ahead. The other factor which NIIO always looked was that there is a willingness to appreciate failure. Personally, I would say there are no failures. Either you succeed or you learn. The former president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, had brilliantly brought out the full form of FAIL, F-A-I-L, is first attempt in learning. And I think every occasion is a learning in innovation, because innovation itself is a very risky business. So success of Sprint was germinated through that brilliant idea which we took on, and the day we met DEFSEC, the next day, it just happened that CNS was calling on the Prime Minister. And this idea, CNS then took it to the Prime Minister, since this was a grand and big vision to launch these 75 challenges. And within 2 months, we were ready in July to launch this particular challenges, and which was done by the Prime Minister in Swavlamban 1. The primary thrust of Sprint was collaboration and positive attitude, which was worked within the Navy, the Defense Innovation Organization, the MOD, the academia, the startups, MSMEs, and SIDM worked together. At every stage, I think there were many, many challenges, but the entire team was solution-oriented, and there were always solutions were towards building capability for the nation and to make it happen. We followed a top-down and a bottom-up approach. It was a combination of both. Whilst lots of directions were given from the top, but there were lots of leeway given to the young commanders and captains who were part of the team to bring up solutions and take very, very informed decisions. I always believed greater freedom means greater responsibility. So the nodal officers that were appointed took informed decisions, and as was brought out, over 1,106 proposals were examined, and that actually shows the capability of our industry, because that was the proposals which came through. And when the first winner was declared, signing of the development agreement in 20 days actually set up a new benchmark. We had set up an office in IIT Delhi, where our team worked from morning 8 to 8, and after working and having the presentations from the industry and startups, they worked in the night to do the preparation for the next day. And this continued almost 10-12 days. And HPSC, that is High Power Steering Committee, really burned their midnight oil, where ACM Mod was there, Admiral Srinivas, and ably supported by Commodore Golaya and his young team. Actually, if you say if 118 winners have been there, so that means almost one new technology every few days, and we have almost 10 to 12 game-changing technologies. That means one game-changing technology every month. The ACNSSR, Admiral AD Nair, thoroughly supported this endeavor, and as it is, he works very quietly, but I think contributed very, very quietly. We have the sprint winner representation here by Dr. Vrinda Kapoor, whose enthusiasm actually took this thing very much forward. And she is representing all the sprint winners who really did a great job, whom we had many, many occasions to interact with. The outreach was very good. Our aim was to create an ecosystem where SIDM and all the industries supported, the startups, MSMEs. Actually, the whole process was amazing and unprecedented because, as was brought out, they were treated as partners and they also treated us as partners. Shri Vish Shasraman, who is always positive and exuberant, he was as a partner incubator, really contributing to the entire process. Shri Vivek Virmani, the DIO and a partner incubator, actually led a great team. The young team, I had many, many occasions to interact them in my office. They were always set to achieve something new and worked very closely with the naval officers. Actually, the defining features of Sprint have set a new precedence for the future. And let's hear the experiences, achievements, and lessons learned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you have set the stage perfectly well. You have given us an overview of how the Sprint initiative transformed itself from an idea into actual achievement. I think it is only fitting that I call on the man who has been in the engine room of this initiative, Commodore Arun Golaya, who is, of course, most of you know him since he is having an outreach to every one of you in this audience at some time or the other. And he is the officer in charge of our technology development and acceleration cell. Before I hand over the floor to you, Arun, I would just like you to also, as I requested the chairperson as well, to make 3 key points to set the stage for further discussions as the sprint draws to a close. In fact, I would say the 80-meter mark. What are these 3 key points that you feel which are characteristic of this sprint initiative? I also understand you wish to make a short presentation giving us an overview of your ideas. So the floor is yours.
Could we have the presentation, please? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will not speak as much as give you some statistics. Statistics have been given right from the beginning, and I will also show you a few pictures because, a picture is worth 1,000 words is what they say. Till the time they load the presentation, if I can make the 3 quick points first, sir, which you asked me to make. So the first point I would like to make is one that I think we've seen that innovation does not cost money, it saves money. Now that we are at the stage where the AONs are being accorded, and we know the comparative cost with the last imported price, we've seen that some of the cases it is 10%. Without going to the specifics of the case, one case was 10% of the last imported price. So the money which we saved in that one case more than covers the entire money which has been given by the government as grants to the firm. So that I think is very important. Right up front, I would say that. Second point is when I said that innovation does not cost money, it saves money. If I can go one step further, I will say innovation not only saves money, but it also makes money. The products which have been developed will get more than enough export orders. I am very certain of it. This is not only because the Indian products come with no strings attached, but also because of the cost and quality. And some of the things which have been made, I don't want to speak. What do they say? Pratyaksh ko praman kiya. So you can go to the exhibition. The products are world class. Some of them are global firsts. The third point which I will make is that, and this has been repeated often enough, but I think we need to say it again and again, the fact that the Indian Navy does not see the firms as vendors but as partners. Words matter, words influence the mindset, so it is important to keep emphasizing in this. We are in this together. You'd asked for 3 points, sir. My presentation is ready, but I think we in TDAC are expected to deliver beyond what is asked for. So I'll make one quick additional point, and this was something which was also said in the last Swavlamban. We believe it is better to have a capability and not need it, rather than to need a capability and not have it. So those were the points which you'd asked me to make, the quick points. But now the presentation, I will just run through it. Some pictures, everybody's aware, the SPRINT initiative, it stands for Supporting Pole Vaulting in R&D through IDEX, NIIO and TDAC. More than an acronym, it was a backronym. We are fond of acronyms and backronyms. So we first thought of the word SPRINT, and though it was rather forced, then we fit the words to it. As has been covered, this is something which I think Murphy has stuck. I do not have control. Can we please have the next slide? Okay. So if it's being controlled from there, then you could please take control and control it from there. I'll just keep saying next slide. TDAC works with a willingness to fail. Such things happen. Okay. So this is aimed at inducting at least 75 technologies or products into the Indian Navy as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. As was mentioned, that this aim has the stated aim of developing at least 75 technologies or the products. If I had to sum up in one slide, I would say this aim has been met, and more importantly, as you will see in the next slide, it has not only been met, but indeed surpassed. So if we go to the next one, this was the tweet which was put out by IDEX DIO. Mr. Virmani is sitting here, where when we'd finished the HPAC and they said, giving the statistics, how many winners, how many this thing, and if you see 110 hours of presentations was tiered in 10 days, averaging 26 presentations in 1 day from the industry. This was what was also mentioned by the then Additional Secretary, DP, who said it was magical. And this magic continued thereafter. When we had started off, the words used were, what we are trying to do is mammoth, if not absurd. And the statement which was made is, it's not ambitious, it's audacious. So within 3 months, that had turned around to what the Navy has achieved is magical. The statistics are now shown. Total sprint challenges were 75. 69 of these were DISC, which means grants up to 1.5 crores to the firms with matching contribution. 6 were prime challenges with grants up to 10 crores. Proposals received in sprint as well as the open challenge, which is the suo motu proposals from the firms, were 1106. Proposals examined by the HPAC were 344, and 118 winners were declared, out of which 113 were DISC 7 and 5 were prime. This tweet was put out by HQIDS just 2 weeks back, and they called it a landmark event because on one single day, AONs for 10 products worth close to 1,200 crores were given, and with this, the sprint count reached 1,500 crores for 12 products. I will not show you this video. I know it's going viral over the social media, but I'm just taking this as an example because this is, it being more eye-catching, everybody has homed onto this video. But this gentleman, if you can see, this is carbon nanotubes and aerogel-based fabric. In the first video, first picture, the video will be shown to you later in the day. He's pouring a molten metal over himself. And in the second one, he's pouring liquid nitrogen over himself. So it can take temperatures from -200 till +2000 degrees centigrade. What I want to emphasize here is that one technology can lead to multiple products. This can be used for firefighting suits. It can be used for hot and cold lagging. It can be used for camouflage as an invisibility cloak on the IR. So you can see this in the picture that, and this will be demonstrated live at Hall 14, where on the IR camera he's visible, and when he takes this invisibility cloak, much like Harry Potter, he disappears. We can use it for weapon covers because the fabric is super hydrophobic and yet nanoporous. That means the rainwater cannot go in. However, there is no humidity which builds up inside. It's moisture wicking and the water vapor can go out. And of course, it will have a number of civilian applications. This is something which has already been made, 5 products under various stages of trials. If you move on to the next one, This is something which is in progress. We are looking at massive MIMO beamforming, ASIC-based radar, space communication, and a number of other applications. So instead of covering the whole area, you have multiple small beams, much lesser power requirements, much lesser size. This I would like to show. If you see in the next slide, I have intentionally taken the board which you see down below because this is the time when we started, and it has just been 5 months. You will be happy to see when you go to the exhibition. Please visit. There are 2-3 firms who are doing it, and if you see the size and the rudimentary structure which is here to the sleek product which has finally been made, and the weight of the antenna from hundreds of kgs, it comes down to something this big. So that would be shown in this thing. This is something we are again very, very excited about. One technology, multiple products. We can make ISR radars, we can use it for space communication, we can use it for proximity fuses, and again it will have a number of civilian applications. Moving on, this is something which has been innovated in-house by the Navy. One of the Vistar members, Surgeon Commander Arnab Ghosh. It is a stethoscope jointly developed by the Indian Navy and IIT Bombay. This again we believe can be a game changer for rural healthcare because of its very low cost and the number of features which it has. AI is now being added to it. I am finishing with this 3 points to ponder, which I am going to leave with you to think about and as a takeaway. 1. When is the last time you can think of when India had game-changing, unique technology that nobody else in the world has? We have quite a few of them on display in Hall 14. Second, when is the last time you can think of when a defense innovation had global implications for transforming telemedicine, rural healthcare, for transforming cashless economy? These again would be on display at Hall 14, and I would encourage all of you to go there and take a look. This is something which we are very, very proud of. And the last point, when is the last time you can think of when the stated aim of $5 billion defense exports seemed under ambitious? In the last 10 years, we've seen our defense exports have gone up 23 times. That's phenomenal. And with 100 new companies coming in, 100 new products being made, I am sure it will only accelerate in the time to come. The sprint is going on, the marathon lies ahead. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So does that answer your...
Thank you. Thank you, Arun. I think we have heard from the naval members of our panel, both the chairperson as well as OIC TDAC, and of course we had some introductory remarks giving you the statistics. But I think it's important now that we hear from the people who really matter, the people from industry. And I think, therefore, it is only fitting that I turn first to Vish of Forge. Mr. Vish Sahasramamam is, of course, very well known in innovation circles, and he has been closely associated with us throughout the Sprint initiative. He is, of course, the CEO and the founder of Forge Innovations, as well as a founding member of the Coimbatore Incubation Hub as well. So he knows what it takes to actually nurture and encourage startups to deliver. So I would request you to make your opening remarks from the point of view of not only somebody who's part of the industry, but who has the bigger picture as someone who actually incubates and encourages startups. And I would also like you to just dwell on one point which Commodore Gulaya made, which is that innovation does not cost, it saves money, in fact it makes money. So maybe you could also give us a few insights into that. Over to you.
Respected dignitaries on stage, off stage, it really is a matter of immense pride, privilege, and prestige to be standing here around about the time when we are about 4 years or so, 4.5 to about 5 years old when it comes to since the IDEX was launched. So Vivek is very much here, part of the initial founding team. So immensely gratifying, I think is the word, for us to have seen where Sprint has taken, literally pole vaulted IDEX to where it is today is immensely gratifying. So in that sense, I owe my gratitude to NIIO, TDAC, and the entire naval leadership for having championed this to such an extent. Going back to 2018, 2019, the initial founding members of IDEX, if you had asked us to sort of tell what would success of IDEX look like, I think we would have said three things. We would have said speed, we would have said scale, and we would have said significance. And we see all three of them in Sprint. No wonder it's called Sprint. It's got a backronym. There's a science to how that Sprint acronym was coined. But if you look at speed, right, 75 innovation challenges were launched. We were part and parcel of curating those problem statements. I'm pretty sure at least thrice the number of those problem statements were actually looked at to arrive at 75 innovation challenges. The number of meetings, the number of committee proceedings, and then the speed at which the grants were sanctioned, and then of course, more importantly, the real work, which is the likes of Vrinda and many other innovators out here, the speed at which they've gone about translating all of those ideas, technologies into military-grade, naval-use products has been breathtaking, no less. Round about the same time, last October in Def Expo, I think I introduced Commodore Golaya as Commodore Arun Bannister Golaya. And the metaphor was for Roger Bannister. And I said, it took about 70 years since the speed of running a mile under 4 minutes was actually tracked. Bannister ran it in the 50s. And in the 1 year after Bannister ran the mile in less than 4 minutes, there were a few hundred humans that were able to do so. So it takes a Bannister to show what can be done and to go beyond. And I think Commodore Arun Bannister Golaya, I think the name will probably have to be officiated by Navy. Put a middle name to his name, and let's just call it Commodore Arun Bannister Golaya, because he has shown us that you actually can do 75 innovation challenges, more number of product development projects, more number of sanctions. And I'm also told, and very gratified to know, that the AON by value that has been approved and sanctioned for the Sprint projects is actually 3 times more than all of the other AONs that have been approved for IDEX projects in the last 4.5 to 5 years. Now that's immense, right? That goes to show scale, the second S that I was talking about, right? Which is the sheer number of projects that we can take up. By the way, we still only scratched the surface, and I totally agree with Commodore Golaya when he says the 5 billion exports is an under-ambitious target. Self-reliance obviously comes with the bonus of export excellence. And to actually see the kind of technologies that we've witnessed come through Sprint is actually giving me a lot of hope that we actually can look at dual use also in a very, very big way. The third S is significance. Significance in terms of the kind of problem statements that they have tackled, the nature of these technologies. The core innovation is always at the science technology level, and for that science and technology to be translated into military-grade usable products and to also have dual-use potential is actually where significance truly lies. So I think in that sense, the 3 S's have been smashed, and I can only hope that we can do even more. So the game is really upped, and I don't see much of friends from Army and the Air Force here, but I truly think that the cat is among the pigeons now. We've set the bar very high, and I'm sure the Army and the Air Force will also, take such a sprint, and possibly we will have more, not just Bannisters, but we'll also have Usain Bolts come out of the services. One final aspect that I wanted to touch upon is, the framework of IDEX. We spoke about development, we spoke about procurement, but what also matters is induction. See, innovation happens at the core component level. That's where science and technology gets translated into usable forms. Now, for that development to happen at the core component level, but if procurement and induction happens at the end-use product, systems, platforms level, then tying these two things is very important. So I also think that a lot more work needs to be done in strengthening the pipeline for some of these innovations through the systems integration that happens, the engineering aggregation and the systems integration that happens through the DPSUs. I think that could actually land us not just hundreds more, but thousands more. Imagine the amount of procurement pathways that we already have, where many of these products that are seeing the light today through trials, facilitated through Sprint and other such initiatives. Imagine if all of those can actually get into the product pipelines of the DPSUs, then I think we will have a lot more to gain in terms of innovation not only saves money, but actually innovation makes money. So with those points, I will once again thank for the opportunity, and I wish Navy, NIIO, TDAC, many, many more years of sprinting, marathoning, and achieving pole vaulting success. Thank you.
Thank you, Vish. I also would like to, just clarify that whilst we are sprinting, we are definitely in the Navy, not in a race with anyone. We are closely working with our counterparts in the Army and the Air Force. And in fact, many of our products which have been developed under Sprint have also procurement orders placed by the Army and the Air Force, and vice versa. In fact, many of the products that they have developed, we have found very useful for ourselves. Let me move on to our next panelist, who brings a special insight into this topic. Vrinda Kapoor is the CEO and founder of Third Eye Tech, and a pioneer woman entrepreneur in our defense ecosystem. And I think we would just love to hear her insights. I would just give you a little thought from Commodore Golaya, or Commodore Bannister Golaya now, in which he said that one of the successes of Sprint was that we looked at the industry as partners and not as vendors. And I think probably you could give us a little perspective on that. I would also, before I hand over the floor to you, like to congratulate you on being mentioned by name in the joint statement between the two countries during the visit of the Honorable Prime Minister to the United States. I understand that her firm has a cooperative R&D agreement with the US Air Force, and some of our products are already in use in some of the advanced militaries. So that is a matter of great pride for all of us here. Dr. Vrinda, the floor is yours, and please let us have your insights.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very kind introduction, and thank you to the naval hierarchy for giving us industry partners a place to speak here today. So good morning to all of the dignitaries, both on the dais as well as in the audience. What DIO, what IDEX, what MOD and the Indian Navy have shown us here is that really nothing is impossible. In 2019, when the Honorable Prime Minister launched the IDEX scheme, it was seen as a watershed moment for industry. It was seen as unleashing the beginning. Last year, with the launch of Sprint, Indian Navy has taken that vision to a whole other level. So, we talk about how NIIO sees the industry as partners and not vendors. Really, this is not a catchphrase or a feel-good statement. It is true, and we are testament to that. Every startup sitting in the audience or in the exhibition will be able to say that they felt the same way. Whenever there was an issue, whenever there was need for clarification, we could actually pick up the phone and call TDAC. Now, since a lot of the audience here is in uniform, you would appreciate how unusual that is. And this was really not limited to TDAC alone. The entire naval hierarchy, starting from the top all the way down, really made us feel that comfortable and that welcome. We were always partners. And I will mention two specific instances over here. The first, and I think this was very significant, was the entire naval top brass staying back after the Manthan event at Def Expo with the Sprint winners. This helped. This gave us a lot of confidence. This gave us a feeling of feeling wanted. This made us all feel very special. The second was a function which we attended at Navy House. Not only were all of the startups requested to step forward and personally receive a round of applause, But the Chief of Naval Staff personally came to thank us and asked us to join for dinner. Now, while this might be a small thing and might be a part of service ethos, it is not something that industry is used to with the armed forces. And for that, we would all like to thank the Navy for making us feel that welcome. The second instance is that TDAC was not just willing to talk to us, but they were willing to listen to us. So I remember one specific HPSC meeting where we proposed a laser-based proximity fuse. Now, normally proximity fuses are either timed fuses or they are, radar-based. Optical proximity fuses are a global first. The only question NIIO asked us was, do you think you can do it? And when we replied confidently, they went ahead with the contract. It's phenomenal. Another instance was during an HPSC, a firm interrupted and said, "Ye QR galat hai." Now, normally that would have been the end of business with that firm. That conversation would have shut down. Instead, NIIO paused the HPSC, went and had an offline discussion with the firm, tried to understand what the problems were. And when what the firm was saying made sense, the QRs were amended on the spot. I mean, that itself is a revolutionary outcome. Thirdly, NIIO and DIO were not just willing to follow the rules, but amend where required. A number of policy changes have been taken up by TDAC and have been approved by DIO on behalf of startups, and many more to come. I must also place on record here the willingness of the Ministry of Defense, the entire IDEX team, which is special mention to Mr. Vivek Virmani and Mr. Dayanand for the amount they have supported the Sprint startups. I don't think any amount of thanks does justice to these two individuals and how they have held up the entire backbone of the Sprint process. I think the term Sprint winner has really become a badge of honor amongst startups, amongst MSMEs and industry partners, for the startups who were lucky enough to be associated with that initiative. This term opens doors. It sets us apart. It makes us acknowledged as best in class in the country. We are a Sprint winner, and we are immensely proud and humbled by it at the same time. We can assure the Indian Navy, the Ministry of Defense, and hold up our promises to TDAC and to NIIO that we shall live up to that expectation, deliver world-class products, and continue engaging at all levels. And lastly, I strongly believe that self-belief is the first step towards self-reliance or Atmanirbharta. And I would like to thank MOD, the Indian Navy, and the IDEX team for sowing the seeds of self-belief in our ecosystem. We are not just your suppliers, we are your friends and we are your partners. And this is a goal that we would all want to see realized together. With that, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Vinda. So I think we've heard from both our panelists from the industry, whilst Vish spoke about speed, scale, and significance, and dwelled on those topics. I think Vrinda brought out the importance of having faith in our own industry and increasing their own self-belief, how we need to have flexibility in QRs. Of course, policies is something which we'll be discussing in the next session and in greater detail. And I think she brought out an important point about how DIO and IDEX are doing things differently and, in fact, probably transforming the defense ecosystem. So I think it's only appropriate that we have as our last panelist, Mr. Vivek Virmani, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the Defense Innovation Organization, which steers the IDEX. Now, Mr. Virmani is very familiar to all of us here in the room, and we are all also aware that the sprint would not have been possible without him and his very excellent team members. As I said at the beginning, it has always been a joint project between us. Mr. Virmani, it's good to have you with us here today. So I will like you to conclude with the most difficult task amongst everyone here, because whilst the other speakers have spoken in some detail about how things have gone right, I would put you in a little bit of a spot and like you to point out the places where probably we have gone wrong and where we need to improve. After all, lessons learnt are as important as success, as brought out by our chairperson in his opening remarks when he expanded the word fail. So I think Mr. Virmani is uniquely positioned, having seen all aspects of the IDEX program from the Ministry of Defense as well as from the service headquarters and industry, to tell us where are the areas that we could do better. Over to you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, the top brass of the Indian Navy, officers from the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, my team from IDEX, IDEX winners, partner incubators, and I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the officials from the US Embassy here. Well, sir, you have asked me for the most challenging part. In the last 5 years, what we have enjoyed doing is converting those challenges into opportunities for the future. And we'll continue to do that. The speakers before me have already amplified on the sprint, IDEX, DIO, our intent, everything. So I'll have to be a little innovative to sound and look a little different. I'll compare our journey with T20s in cricket. So when T20s started in 2006-07, people did not really take them seriously. Not the players, not the spectators. It was less of professional and more of enjoyment for everybody. And then gradually people realized that a T20 game, it is shorter, but it takes the same kind of intensity, same kind of energy, same kind of strategizing, and similar outcomes. We have had a similar taste with DIO as well. And this was there till 2022, and suddenly we scaled up. I remember meeting Commodore Golaya in the Combined Commanders Conference in 2021 with some of my IDEX mates. And they came to me saying he's kind of blasting us, and he doesn't think of IDEX as much. So I confronted him, and we had a very tough and difficult conversation. But in 2022, he himself came to me with this proposal. And that is the open way that he and my IDEX team was working. We were happy to accept changes. We were happy to accept criticism. And Sprint, after that, became a landmark for us. Statistics have already been covered here. Sir's question of what is wrong that we have done. Well, we have done nothing wrong really. What we can dwell upon is how we can extend this to other problems, other challenges of other stakeholders, how we can help this to get our conversion rate higher with the other challenges. We can also think of this as an opportunity to launch challenges with more complexities. That is where we would like a serious contribution from our partner incubators. For as of now, we are using them mostly for techno-financial vetting. But what we want them to do is be more proactive, just as the sprint team from Navy has been. The sprint team from Navy, I believe, was only 4 or 5 people from the beginning. And with time, people change, thoughts change, priorities change. So we need to have more contribution from other IDEX stakeholders like the incubators. From the services, one change, if I can request, is don't change too much. We need stability from your team. We need at least 3 to 4 years from each officer who is there, because he has seen the, like Commodore Golaya was saying, he was there in the HPSCs. Vrinda was saying there were questions in the HPSC. Now, they have seen how organically one startup has graduated from being a normal startup to an IDEX winner to an actual contract holder, procurement contract holder of the service. Now, to nurture and to ensure that he does get into that stage where he becomes a sustainable enterprise by giving the product successfully, that has to be seen by individuals also, not just by the team. So we would like some stability in the teams. And we are also trying to ensure that from our side, in our team. That could perhaps be one of the biggest contributions. We've already seen some attrition in the team from the Navy side, sir. So we would like some support there. The next stage after orders from the Indian services is exports. At least an exposure to the international scene. To enable that, we have been collaborating with some other countries, and I am happy to state that apart from DIS 10 today, we are also announcing the launch of challenges, joint challenges with the US side. We are expecting the ambassador from the US to be attending today in the second half. Now that itself gives an opportunity to the startups for a different visibility throughout the world. The acceptance of a superpower like US for startups from India giving solutions to their problems is in itself a big, big win for them. Apart from this, that is exports, another avenue for our startups is getting more stakeholders. We are already getting a lot of calls from other ministries for replicating the same system in their ministries. Recently we had one from Ministry of Ayush. So Ministry of Railways is already running a similar program based on the guidelines from IDEX. So I think there is no dearth of opportunity for the startups and MSMEs who are participating, and we wish we'll be able to do more for them in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from the who's who of the defense innovation ecosystem. So now is your opportunity to ask a few of your questions. I think in addition to what our industry panelists brought out, and I had brought out a few of their key insights, I think what Mr. Virmani has mentioned is that I think in addition to stability within the services, we need to also look at improved performance or improved scope of work for the partner incubators, as well as the focus on exports, so that we give exposure to foreign markets to these startups. So I think we have heard from all our panelists, and I would, before I bring in a few remarks from my side, I would like to open the floor to those in the audience, especially from industry, or from any other part of the innovation ecosystem. who has any questions. How can we improve the IDEX scheme? How can we improve innovation? And how can we ensure that we have improved defense exports as well? So over to you. Any takers? Yeah, there. Please introduce yourself.
Hi. So before introducing myself, I'm very thankful to Commodore Gulaya sir and his complete team to organize such a beautiful event. And it's certainly a pleasure how PMO's Make in India campaign is really culminating the zenith. So my question forward ahead is, I'm basically Ayush Chandwani, and I'm pursuing Masters in Management from ESMT Berlin. And I have worked with Allianz SC in Munich, and I graduated from Thapur University, Patiala. So we run a consulting firm, and primarily we do two things. First of all, engaging within transfer of technology from Germany to India. And the second thing that we do is connecting industries and trying to make them venture in within defense projects. So we have capabilities around those areas. My question is directed to Mr. Vivek Virmani, and I'll introduce it with one of my example. So one of our client named as Time to Technologies, they manufactured the passenger seat for the donor aircraft, and they received the primary approvals from DRDO and also from Semilac. And it's quite amazing how our indigenous and self-reliance developments have taken development so far. But the thing is that for their products to be registered on the positive indigenization list, on the positive indigenization list, so it's still routed through the services and has like an iterative process. So is it possible if we could have a single window system for MSMEs, like those who have specifically received the primary approvals, that they can actually upload their products and present their initial approval, so that this can pace up things faster and can be easier for the providers and like those of the MSMEs, and also make up things faster on the ministry on the defense side, because the scale of innovation, as all the panelists mentioned, it's so rapid throughout. So can it enhance and initiate the process a bit faster and make it more efficient?
Thank you. Vivek, you can answer that.
Thank you, Ayush. Unfortunately, the question is beyond my domain. I wouldn't be able to give a specific answer to this, but I'll convey this to the concerned authorities, and we can share contacts. We'll get back to you on this. Okay.
I'll ask Commodore Gulaya to...
I just wanted to make a quick point. We have a session which is dedicated to policy and procurement. You know, where which is the session just after that, where we would be having the people who are involved in that domain. So maybe that question would be more suited there. Otherwise, offline, once you see all the speakers in the second session, which are all the policymakers, you could take it up with them. This session is, the speakers here are more to do with the innovation than with the policies and procurement.
Yeah, but I would like to add that anything is possible once you have the intent and the right intent. And there have been lots of amendments which we got through during the last 1 year to expedite the procedure. And IDEX, and there were many, many amendments in DAP 20 which were done. And they were done very quickly. So things can happen. So you just take it up, it can be done.
Thank you, Ayush. Any other questions? Any other?
Here, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. Virmani had the challenge of listing out what has gone wrong. He concluded by saying nothing has gone wrong. I would like to say that while nothing has gone wrong, one difficulty has been created. And the difficulty is how to better it in Sprint 2. That will be the challenge. And I think that problem has been created by the success of Sprint program. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That was an easy question to answer. So any other questions from the audience? Yeah, please. Of course, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't have a question, but I have an observation and a very pleasant observation to convey. I am Vice Admiral Parasnath, retired a decade ago, former Chief of Logistics. First of all, let me congratulate the chairperson, Admiral Ghormade, Admiral Nair, Commodore Gulaya, for a superbly organized session. But I particularly want to mention about the three victors sitting on the stage: Vrinda, Vish, and Vivek. And the most pleasant part of the discussion I found was vendor to partnership. And why I want to bring it out, whilst in service, maybe 3 or 4 decades ago, actually vendors were considered to keep them away. Nobody wanted to meet them. And various reasons, they were always seen with the colored eyes. They only come to make money. 2 decades ago, the talk started. No, they'll be partners. And today, from core of my heart, I want to convey that I'm very, very thrilled to hear that from the industry partners that they are feeling partnership with the Navy. One could not imagine so-called vendors going to Navy House and having dinner. Today, that is the openness and that is the way we are moving ahead. So thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Parasnath. Some other questions? We have time. Yeah, please.
Good morning, sir. I am Brigadier Amit Mishra from the Indian Army. Sir, as I understand it, IDEX is focused towards MSMEs and startups. Now, keeping that in mind, over this journey of last 4 to 5 years, has the IDEX team, your NIIO team, homed on to certain niche categories where you want to focus on as far as this IDEX initiative is concerned? Or is it an open field? Because some of the technologies perforce may not lie within the gambit of MSMEs and startups and more towards the large-scale defense industries. So is there any such preference or focus areas which have been laid out, sir?
So the earlier disk editions that we launched, they had a combination of problem statements from various services, various stakeholders, and also the DPSUs. And they were not segregated technology-wise. But with Sprint, in fact, even before Sprint and Disk 6, our problem statements were focused on problems of the PSUs in Disk 6. Then in Disk 7, maritime related in Sprint. Then Disk 8 was space related. Disk 9 was cyber related. But this time we received so many problem statements from all the stakeholders that we were not able to make it a technology specific disk. So it is an open disk. It has the largest number of problem statements that we have launched in one go. We have done some studies with the stakeholders for the technologies that they want to address, and we are taking them up separately. You'll see them coming out in the open domain shortly. And how to get them done by startups, MSMEs, or in collaboration, or through higher funding, all of that is under consideration. Thank you.
Would you like to add a few points?
I'll just add a quick point to your question, sir. When you said that can the startups do it, or does it require the involvement of the big firms? The startups will become big firms. Google was a startup when they started. Elon Musk had a startup. The world today is changing. Now the strength is not in manufacturing. The strength is in the intellectual property. A startup with a big idea will become big one day. So saying that this is a startup and this is a big firm, this is what startups do, this is what big firms do, I think needs a revision. That's what I wanted to say.
Excellent point, I think, by Commodore I think we'll take a last question, sir, from you on the left.
Thank you, sir. I'm Group Captain Narang from MPIDSA. So my question is first to Mr. Virmani, as well as Commodore Gulaya. When do we see our startups our defense forces collaborating with the US startups? Because I'm privy to US defense forces collaborating with our startups. So what are the modalities and way forward? That's point one. The second is Indian Navy has set a very high standard, 75 IDEX challenges for the smaller service. So Mr. Vimani's second question is, why is that Air Force and Army are not able to catch up? Is the sprint too fast? The third one is the headquarter IDS is an important part of three now emerging organization. Is there any plan to launch IDEX for the IDS also? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the first question on Indo-US, I'll request Mr. Virmani for some quick comments, and of course Vrinda, who was a member of the team which went to US, also to comment. And then of course you could take on the second question.
So the process that we follow with any startup starts when we launch the problem statement, then we evaluate with the help of the services, then we sign an agreement for development. There is continual evaluation, trials at every stage. QRs are formed, and finally the services go in for procurement through the DAP process. Now this is a fairly involved collaboration and co-creation, co-innovation that we do with a startup. As I mentioned, we are launching the first two problem statements with the US today. And we have touched upon a few of these points during the decision making on what kind of jointness will be there in these challenges. Once these are successful, we'll go in for a higher level of collaboration. That may also lead to startups on both sides collaborating with each other as a single unit and applying as a single unit. But that is in the future. So we are first starting off with the first two challenges, where mostly it is about evaluation before a startup is selected. And secondly, the evaluation of the solution that they make, which will be a continual process again, so it will be an iterative process.
Thank you, Vivek. I think we'll ask for the insight from Vrinda.
Thank you, sir. So to answer your question, I think the Indo-US relationship has seen its fair share of up and down, even with the launch of the DTTI initiative 12 years ago. But what has changed now is the emphasis that is placed on critical technology co-development with the ISET initiative and the top-down steering that is happening at the moment. So we have, I believe, representation from the US government even here right now. But what has changed has been their willingness to collaborate and partner from a technology ground-up perspective, as opposed to the earlier model of trying to treat India as a vendor country. And I think that goes true for all international collaborations today, is that India has upped the game. The Indian government, the Indian industry, Indian startups have upped the game so much that we are now a force to reckon with. We have placed our flag on the technology ecosystem, and now we are partners. So the US has been one of the first to acknowledge that, and as a result, we're seeing increased cooperation. As Mr. Virmani said, the first challenges are to drop today, and then we hope to see a sprint equivalent of that coming up in the future.
Thank you, Vrinda, and I'm also happy to say that the first two challenges which will be launched today are both maritime, so that's a matter of pride. But a quick one on the HQ IDS thing before we move on.
Before that, he asked about the other.
No, I think we just have time to answer one of his questions, I think, because we'll run out of time. So you could, any one of his questions you could take on.
Nothing specific for the IDS, but for the other part, I would say both the services, other services, are very much active with us. Army was the quickest of the blocks. 6 of the contracts that we have as of now, procurement contracts, are from the Army. Today, DIS 10 is being launched. 20% of the problem statements are from the Indian Air Force. So they are very much involved and looking forward to success through this.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your questions. Sir, okay, a quick one, sir.
Yeah, sorry for taking a little extra time. I just have a point to make. Ms. Vrinda, in her presentation, she talked about her experience. She shared her experience that at one point in time, when the QRs were being given to them, and then suddenly his team realized that there's something wrong with the QR. And it was referred to, I think, NIO. Am I right? So NIO was open-minded. Immediately there was an offline discussions on it, and then the NIO found that what the vendor or partner were trying to project something is absolutely valid and correct. And they took a decision to change the QR. Now why I'm saying so, that in my times in the Navy, I could have never imagined for such a thing to happen. We have many projects we have lost because of those rigid QRs, which never could get through the bureaucracy in the Ministry of Defense. Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
don't
sir.
need any response to this.
No, thank you for your insight. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now request the chairperson to sum up the session.
So, gentlemen, you heard the experiences and the points brought out by various stakeholders who are part of this sprint. And we can actually achieve anything. I think that is very clear through committed leadership, committed team collaboration, positive attitude, solution-oriented approach, informed decision making, and combinations of top-down, bottom-up approach, and willingness to succeed and learn. I think the most important part we now need to take ahead is to sustain this process. That's very important. Like we may call it a marathon, but we need to create a defense ecosystem that encourages innovation, it encourages out-of-box thinking and creative thinking. And I think that's the way which all the three services are going through. The Army Design Bureau, the Air Force, the Navy, I think all are doing very well on this. And I think the success story of Sprint could as well be a case study for any business school. How to achieve results in a traditionally challenging environment. I think that could be a very good case study. That was a tweet also on social media. And it was nicely brought out by Commodore Gulaya on the statistics that we have 12 AONs with 1,500 crores. I think the most important part we have learned in this is to address the process versus product dilemma. We need to be product oriented. We have been too much process oriented most of the time, and we have not been able to do faster our actions. But the moment we are product oriented, we want to get results, then we can do it by collegiate decision making, which is happening all over in MOD now, adherence to timelines, committed to capability building, and of course, there should be transparency, integrity, and honesty. There's a need for flatter decision making rather than hierarchical decision making. That's the need of the hour, and that's happening. Also, there's a need for appreciating spiral development model. I think that has also been taken very nicely forward through the sprint challenge, that we need not go to 100% meeting SQRs, but we need to meet somewhere. And that's why I think the change in SQRs finally come up to the vice chief for approval every time. So all this flexibility was given to the DSR. They could amend, come back, and get it approved later. I think it was informed decision making, because we need to lower the level of decision making as long as you're in the right direction, and that thing worked. We need to understand the difference between innovation and procurement. There are two different things, and we need to work on innovation and then go on procurement in a different manner. I think that is a point we need to do. The co-development model is a model which will really work. It has to be co-development, it has to be partnership. The relationship between the industry cannot be buyer-seller, it has to be partnership all the time. And then we work from womb to tomb. And there is a focused attention required from the highest level to the low level, the focused attention to have a whole of nation effort if India has to achieve what we want to achieve. So we can remain and stay ahead of the technology curve. It's also, I would bring out that why our startups are being asked from abroad, it is because it is India's moment and we need to grab it. The next 5 to 10 years are really very important for us. We need to work on it. We need to work together. We need to seamlessly mold the innovation, all the elements of innovation, indigenization, and self-reliance, and bring to success. The commitment of team and leadership is, whenever there's anything disruptive, there will be challenges. If there are challenges, they need to be met. And we are here to make things happen and not let things happen, which were happening earlier. We need to make things happen. I think we need to support the industry, MSMEs, startups, because startups must grow. As Commodore Golaya rightly brought out, the startups will grow and grow bigger and bigger. And therefore, we are not looking only at small statements. These small statements will grow into bigger ones and bigger capabilities and niche capabilities. So we also we have to facilitate. As a service, we want the product, so we can be facilitators. And that is what the Navy did in most of the cases. We need even to help tie up venture capital where required. And that's very important for the startups. Finally, I'd like to tell you that success is like a train. It has several compartments: hard work, focus, luck, committed team, leader. But there is an engine of self-confidence. Let's build our self-confidence in ourselves. And that's what was self-belief, I think. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Rear Admiral Arjun Dev Nair to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairperson as a token of appreciation. May I now request the chairperson to present the seminar memento to the speakers. Commodore Arun Pratap Golaya. Shri Vish Sahasranamam. Shri Vivek Virmani. Srimati Vrinda Kapoor. Thank you, sir. May I request the panelists for a group photograph? Yes, sir. We are starting the second session. May I request everyone to settle down, please? May I request everyone that we'll have a short break of 5 minutes and request everyone to settle down again for the second session. May I request everyone to settle down, please? We'll be starting the second session. May I request everyone to settle down, please? May I request everyone to settle down, please? We are starting the second session. Everyone is requested to be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are starting with the second session. For everyone's information, tea and coffee has been arranged in Hall 14, but I would request people to attend the sessions first and we'll have breaks later on. Having been through the roller coaster ride of the sprint journey and having developed some interesting technologies, the proof of the pudding shall lie in the eating. And therefore, the next session is aptly themed procurement, policies, and way ahead. May I request the panelists of next session to kindly take their seats on the dais. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral C.R. Praveen Nair, Assistant Chief of Naval Staff, Policy and Plans. The officer heads the Policy and Plans Division at Naval Headquarters. Amongst various other commands, the Admiral has commanded the aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya. The chairperson for the session is Srimati Rasika Chaube, Financial Advisor, Defence Services. Along with her current portfolio, she is also having additional charge of Controller General of Defence Accounts. Srimati Chaube has also served as a Joint Secretary and Financial Advisor to two Honourable Presidents of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and Srimati Pratibha Devi Singh Patil from 2002 to 2012. I hand over the dais to Rear Admiral Nair.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you'll all agree that we had a very engaging first session. But I think that was the easy part. Now we come to the procurement. You all would agree that, though everybody agrees that innovation is difficult, but procurement, I think, is that much more difficult. But I think that's why this session is been aptly added, and we'll be glad to, and with the panelists that I have with me, I'm sure most of the queries which had already started coming in the previous session would get answered when we go into the Q&A session. And we just, the session really brought about the progress of how the sprint journey has been the last 1 year after the Honorable Prime Minister had announced in the last Swavlamban July. And, it's definitely a history in the making. Looking at the kind of products that are coming in, the technology that has been brought in is quite unprecedented and it's very heartening for us in the services. The statistics already been brought out with respect to, almost, 12 plus products, 1,500 crores worth of AON being brought. But what is more important is now, as we get into the procurement stage, we easily see, more than these 100 products that are under development, translating into about 15,000 crores plus. That is just for the Navy. But when you look at what the Army would be taking in, the Air Force, the CAPF, and of course exports, which was alluded to, it is humongous. The scale would be tremendous, and that is a very positive sign. And I'm very glad that we have JS DIP here with us as one of the panelists, because I very clearly remember the last Swavlamban when in one of the questions that was put across to him by one of the startups, he had mentioned that there is intent and there is policy. And the intent is very clear, it's Atmanirbhar Bharat. The policy is flexible. And if you followed us in the last 1 year, what the MOD has been There have been some waivers given, there have been some changes been brought about, and during the course of this session, we would be happy to get some more inputs from you with respect to what are this bit more flexibility, what you'd be looking at to ensure that we are progressing fast with respect to the procurements are concerned. So without further ado, I would request our chairperson, Ms. Rasika Chaube, who's already been introduced to the audience, to give her opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Nair. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Indian Navy for organizing Swavlamban 2.0 or maybe 23. This is the second in the series, and it was really heartening to know that as many as 75 challenges were announced, against which I think you have been able to summarize and get through to around 100 odd new technologies, which obviously, as Admiral Nair has mentioned, that finally we'll be taking them to the procurement stage at some point of time. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Navy for inviting me to chair this session, which is basically related to policies regarding procurement, and also procurement which is of those items which have been innovated within the country in niche technologies and which have now reached a stage of commercialization so that they can be inducted in the Navy. Now, this is truly a step towards Atmanirbharta, and that's what we are all here to promote and to see that it reaches the agenda which we have for India and for the country at large. Now, this issue which we are sitting and deliberating here, it has been agitating the ministry for a very long time. We've been discussing this, and we are trying to work out how we can ensure that the procurement of all these startups, whatever they are doing, is done seamlessly, and the various issues have been discussed. But before I dwell on it a little deeper, I would like to kind of just mention the global scenario which is happening and how research and development and innovation is becoming the right kind of ecosystem everywhere, and as well as for us. Now, most of you are aware that military muscle is being added everywhere, and this is being done now without spiraling military expenditure. Now, when you see that, if you see the CIPRI report of 22, you'll realize that the defense expenditure vis-a-vis the GDP is now 2.2. If you take the World War II, it used to be 50% defense expenditure as against the GDP. And then when we reached 60s and 70s, when the peace dividend was realized and the Cold War was on, that time 6% of the defense expenditure against the GDP was taking place. Now it is 2.2. Now, but that does not mean that the reducing expenditure, signature projects are taking place everywhere. People are adding new things to their, in the defense field within their countries. Now, this just goes to prove that big bang budgets are not needed. They are not a must for operational efficiency of the services and defense at large. Now, when we analyze this, there are two things which emerge. One, that there is some kind of a careful optimization which is taking place, both in terms of resources and manpower. And second thing which is happening is smart innovation. Now, when you summarize this smart innovation, basically I was just going through and I just jotted down a few points. People have started using innovation and R&D in technology, which everyone is now talking about. ICT. This is, instead of brick and mortar platforms, which we are all talking about, now we are moving toward ICT. Use of AI and computing tools for enhancing your efficiency and eliminating inefficiencies which were there. And also a joint military and civil fusion. That's another thing which is taking place across the globe. Now, we are not far behind. We've already started doing all these activities. And that is why in 2020, when we had the DAP, first thing we did was to revise our policy and what we were just talking about. The chapter on innovation was introduced for the first time. Atmanirbharta became the entire DAP was revolving around Atmanirbharta. So that was the first thing we did. And as a tool for realizing Atmanirbharta and innovation, IDEX was talked about, TDF was talked about, the IIOs were created. Now, NIO is the one who announced the sprint challenges, and we heard in the last session the success which they have seen. So all this became was introduced, and this became a part of the policy. And apart from that, we in the ministry started interacting with the MSMEs and startups. Bajpayee is there, Virmani was there earlier. How many meetings we've had with various startups? I'm aware of that because I've been actively participating. I'll briefly summarize. What we realized while talking to our, the young players who are there now in this, is that they want to be encouraged for the risk taking. That's one thing. And how do we dovetail it into procurement is now what we need to discuss. And that is what we are all sitting here today, and maybe your suggestions will come very handy. How do we fund failures? That's another issue which is in their mind, because when they plunge into this, definitely there'll be failures. I mean, there's not every thing will not be a success. Every innovation will not materialize into commercialization or process. And if it does, then we need to pay for it. Then we need to update our IDEX and TDF, which already is being done. You've heard of IDEX Prime and so on. And even we're trying to give more money. Instead of the 1 crore we used to talk about, now we are talking about 10 crores. So all this is already, there's a thought process on that. And the partners, which we rightly call all the startups, the DCPPs, they need to be supported through minimum order quantities. I mean, these are the things which have been highlighted. Apart from that, there are 3 other pain points which I noticed. One is the manner in which we do benchmarking for them. It's one of the pain points which I could make out is there from the startups. We'll, after the discussions, we'll definitely find some solution, though we also have something in our mind. Second is the bank guarantees, the collaterals which they have to give. Sometimes as compared to the big players, they are required to give 100% collaterals, which is very, very difficult for us. How do we handle that situation? And then how do we pay them in tranches? The stage payments, which is already provided for, how do we make it more lucrative for a small MSME or these startups? So these are the things which we are alive. We are aware these are the pain points. These are the issues. But I'm very happy that we have a panel which we have the policymakers, we have the users, we have the financial advisor who's dealing with the Navy and addressing these cases. I'm sure that after we hear them, we would be able to come up with some very interesting suggestions which we can incorporate. And once again, before I close, I would like to say that we are all in it together. I mean, whether it's the government, whether it's the private sector, especially the startups, we all have to take forward the mission of Atmanirbharta. And since Navy has taken this leap, we have to ensure it goes forward. And with this, I would request Admiral Nair to just take it forward and request the others, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your opening remarks and a few of those points that you have indicated. I think they are very relevant, and we have the smartest of brains here in the audience, and we would like you also to think on those lines and provide us the suggestions which we can take forward and bring in some more changes to make it much more easier as we go into the procurement. And one aspect which I would like to especially focus and put it across is that when we are looking at the going for the AONs, we found it's very difficult. How do you cost R&D? That is the most difficult part, and that is something which we need to work on, because with the financial canons and the procedure in place, that is something which will have to have some system in place where we are able to do it. It's a difficult task, but suggestions will be welcome on those aspects, because going forward, when you're looking at the procurement, those are things, that challenges that come ahead as to when we have 3 firms, pitching for the same product, and the cost, which is it was in variance, totally in variance. But obviously, because somebody has costed their effort towards R&D in some manner, while the other has put it a little lower. And that is something which what ma'am brought about with respect to benchmarking, and that is where it will get difficult, and we would look forward to some suggestions that count. So before I get on with JS, DIP and PIFA Navy, who are the stakeholders in the defense procurement, I think it would be right to listen to a few of our panelists from the startups who are involved in innovation in our IDEX process. So I would request first Dr. Swavlamban Ramaswamy to come forward. He is from the Big Bang Boom Solutions, a Chennai-based innovation startup, and who's been closely working with the Indian Navy and the other services too. And I understand that you recently set up a naval R&D section. So thank you for that, sir. And we look forward to more and more products coming out from this thing. And over to you, sir, for your comments. I would just request all the speakers that since we, moved slightly, pushed ahead in our first session, stick to your time limit about 8 minutes, so that we have also some time for the Q&A thereafter.
Sure, sir. First up, I'd like to really thank the dignitaries both on and off the dais, especially the NIIO and TDAC to giving me an opportunity to stand here. Big Bang Boom has been one of the first companies to jump on the IDEX bandwagon. We were the first among the first companies to win, and we also probably have the largest number of contracts under the IDEX scheme. We, along with our partners, have been winners of Disc 1, Disc 2, Disc 3, Disc 4, Disc 5, Disc 6, and Disc 7, after which they told, guys, you stop applying beyond this, start completing your products, and then we'll see what needs to be done next. This has also given us a fantastic insight into the entire process, starting from how IDEX grants are being given, how the DISC process works, to right now how the procurement happens. And with that kind of a background, I have sort of been told and given the difficult task to propose what are the changes that can be brought forward. One of the main things to remember is that where we stand today, the changes that has been done till now has been quite transformational in itself. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you couldn't have expected a startup to get a defense contract in a 3 to 5 year period. So you couldn't expect a startup to stand here and address such an august gathering, right? So we have come a long way in that. And especially the recent amendments that have been taken up in the DAP has really helped us leapfrog it and take the entire thing to a new level. Starting with the first set of IDEX AONs, which had to be pushed right from DIO, to now the service headquarters being, taking up AON cases that is 3-4 times the number. I think it's a transformational journey in itself. But nonetheless, as we are in a, sunrise industry, there is still a lot of way to go. There's a lot of changes that we can build. A few of the changes, 4 major points that I'd like to bring forward as a part of my conversation here. The first one deals with what do we do in cases when there are multiple firms participating in the same challenge? This is a tricky situation because as per the current DAP, the minute a firm finishes a development of a project or a prototype, they go through the single-stage composite trials. The minute the single-stage composite trials are there, the service headquarters can go forward and do a procurement. The other firms, let's say there is a challenge in which there are 3 firms who have won it. The other firms are continued to give the opportunity to develop and complete their product development, and they are given a fit for military use certificate, while there is no obligation on the service headquarters to procure from them. Now, this leads to the intent of this is good. The intent primarily is that, let's say there are 3 people participating and one of the startup is not able to come up with a product. We still need to go forward and be able to execute orders without waiting for the one guy to catch up. So that intent is good, but then it also creates a lose-lose kind of a situation on 2 major things. Now, there have been cases where for the single problem statement, startups have come up with 2 very different technologies or solutions. And both the solutions have slightly different applications, and the service headquarters are interested in both. When they are interested in both, there is no mechanism available today to procure from the startup that finishes second. Another case is when 2 startups come up with almost a form-fit replacement that can be used interchangeably, in which case it makes a lot of sense for the user to have 2 viable companies in the market. One, there would be positive competition between them that will drive down prices in the future. Second, it also de-risks the end user from in case one of the companies go out of business or their priorities change, you still have another vendor that's existing. Given that we are building a technology ecosystem, as many thriving startups that exist in the ecosystem, the better it is for everybody who is involved. The current system basically becomes a loss-loss because DIO has already pumped in money. The contract, the companies that finish second and third are not getting contracts, so the money doesn't come back. So that is sort of down the drain. The user doesn't get a wide vendor base. Obviously, the second and the third startups have not gotten orders, so they probably will wind down this business and focus on other things in their life. So it's a lose-lose. So if there is something that can be done, especially if there's a procurement change that can be done, that even if it is in limited quantities, but the service headquarters can procure at their discretion from startups that finish second and third. I think that will go a long way into ensuring that the ecosystem thrives, rather than ensuring that just one technology gets adopted. The second point that I would like to make is something similar on what is the future procurement aspects. One of the good examples of this is, let's say, for example, one of the drone-based projects that we are doing right now, and we are expecting an MOQ of 30, 40 systems to be bought at day one. It's great, the MOQ is done, we have delivered the system. Drones are prone to crashing. These are not only, they obviously will come with an AMC, etc., but they are also prone to damages as part of the use. So let's say 2 years from now, the Navy has run out of, let's say 3 to 4 drones that have crashed. There is a requirement for the Navy to replenish this quantity. When the Navy wants to replenish the quantity, currently there is no way for them to procure from the same vendor. So small quantities like 2 or 3 drones ideally will go through local procurement through GEM. So if the Navy wants to do a fresh procurement, call in multiple other vendors and do an entire trial, then one, it's a waste of money. Second, for the Navy, it makes a lot more sense to buy it from the same vendor so that maintainability, serviceability, interoperability, everything becomes a lot easier. So one of the requests that I have to the forum, especially to DIO, which I believe would be the best to anchor this, is to see if there can be a provision created in GEM for IDEX winners, a category in GEM for IDEX winners, which can say that if there is an initial procurement contract for the next 3 to 5 years, small order of quantities can be procured from this same vendor as a repeat order. That would go a long way, one, to ensure that the maintenance, I'm able to maintain a service headquarters, I'm able to maintain an operating line. On the other hand, it also makes sense for the end users who can just keep replenishing small quantities that go out of service. The third point, and probably something that's very close to my heart and something that I've been talking to offline to a lot of people, a very disturbing trend that we've been noticing. One of the things that really kickstarted the entire innovation ecosystem in the country has been the Startup India program. And one of the tenets of the Startup India program is that in all orders, startups are typically given a waiver, primarily on 2 aspects of it. One is the revenue requirement, having to do a certain revenue or a top line, which a startup would never be able to meet. Any revenue that a person really wants. And second, obviously, on the requirement of having a pre-request, on having serviced orders before this. What we have noticed in the last 1 year or so is that all the bigger open tenders that are coming out, primarily in the emergency procurement or even through the capital procurement route, across all 3 services, has a credit rating requirement that's been built into it. A credit rating requirement of BBB plus or SME 04 has been built into it. BBB plus is a credit rating that can only be achieved by the top companies in the country. And by definition, puts a revenue requirement. So if I don't have a 100 crore turnover and I'm not profitable for the last 3 years, I cannot get a credit rating. If I cannot get a credit rating, I will get the first contract through IDEX. After that, there are no contracts that are open to me. Then I'm left again at the mercy of not being able to secure any big or participate in any of the big tenders. This, I think, again, requires a really long and hard look and try and see if there can be some policies that can be created as an exemption for all startups, or if not, at least only for the IDEX startups in cases like this. More or less, I'm done with what I wanted to say. Just one last thing, especially this is something that we are personally involved with. As in the case of our firefighting foam project that we have recently completed, we have finished the single stage composite trials. The firefighting foam is like a revenue-based product, right? So it's not like a large capital procurement that happens, but it's a revenue procurement where this needs to keep replenished over a period of time. So you don't get large order quantities to begin with, but it's expected that you get small quantities repeatedly over a period. The current procurement mechanisms that are available do not allow for the second, third, fourth procurement to happen in a seamless fashion. So one of the things that I would like to put forward and request the committee is, of course, it can be done through the GEM idea that I had mentioned earlier, where the category is created in GEM. Or on the other hand, in IDEX projects where there is a revenue-based product or a solution that's been created, a proprietary article certificate can be de facto issued to the IDEX startups that complete it, thereby making it easier for both the end user to procure from them and for the startup to be viable. I hope I've remained within the time that's been given to me. I thank everyone for this opportunity, and I hope we can keep going forward in this journey of Sprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swavlamban. I think there were quite a lot of suggestive points in your talk, and I saw Mr. Vajpayee taking copious notes on that, and I'm sure he'll answer them once he comes on the podium. Ms. Asta Verma, I think I'll request you now to take the floor and give your views. Asta Verma, she's from the founder and chief operating officer of Tarde Technologies, which is a Bangalore-based AI solutions firm. And they've been working very closely with us and also with DRDO. And I'll take this opportunity to congratulate Ms. Verma. I understand that Tarde Technology has been listed among the top global firms as a technology innovator. And that's really good to hear that. So over to you, Asta.
so much for giving us this great opportunity to share our views as a startup. In one of the most important discussions maybe today is procurement. Let's understand why we are here today first. We are here because most of us here were sprint winners, and great opportunity given to all of us here. An opportunity which gave me a thought that I can dare to dream to give my product to Indian services. 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, that is something we would not have even considered, because that was not something which was as easy as it is seen today. Today, any startup, practically a month old, can go ahead and apply for an IDEX. But what happens after that is a very, very big question. Today, when we move forward, opportunities are being created and given. Challenges are being given by predefined definitions, but also on suo motu, where we can go ahead and propose what can be given to our forces, which is excellent because we are not bound by what is being asked, but we can also suggest what more can be added to the things to create more power, to give more information, to be more proactive. Why is that I need to look outside the country to procure any technology today? When we founded Tardid, we had a single vision. I wanted to make, or rather we wanted to make, a made in India product for the globe. And I'm happy to say that today, when Gartner comes and quotes Tardid as one of the IT providers, leaders in that in digital twin, we have started making a mark. But let me also bring this to your notice. We are able to do this because of the opportunities given to us by the Indian Navy. It was surprising for us when we contacted them way back in 2017, not through IDEX though. They were still open. We have seen how Indian Navy has constantly given us a direction, given us a holding hand that I can go ahead and speak that yes, I can also deliver, which makes a lot of difference to all of us. But when we talk about R&D and when we talk about IDEX in particular, there are a few challenges which we faced. And I'm sure a lot of us sitting here, we were very happy to hear that we signed 100 contracts in less than 6 months. But my question here is, when the HPSCs happened much earlier, why the contract signing took so much time? And that's something which I would request this committee to look at, because there are a lot of procedural things which needs to be made simpler, something which we need to think about. And I will speak on behalf of a lot of IDEX winners here, and the same documents are asked to be submitted again and again and again in physical hard copies. We're talking about digital India here, gentlemen and ladies. Why can't we just simply take it from IMCA portals? It's all available. We need to make our procurement simpler. We need to make our contracts simpler. From a startup, from an MSME, we want to focus on doing my product development. Our focus is on doing the R&D. My focus is, can I bring the product onto the table? And can I make it the best in the world? Can I be a leader in this space? That's what we want to achieve. But guess what? A lot of us did face this, is the paperwork. A lot of time, that becomes a huge challenge. Because as a startup, I don't have that kind of a skill set. I don't have those kind of people who understand those things. So if you want MSME to be more participative, you need to ensure that when it comes to procurement or the simpler contract, maybe something which talks more from a delivery of a product will make our life much easier. I'll focus on my QRs. Earlier in the session, it was really nice to see, and I've gone through it ourselves as well from our company perspective, where QRs were amended, they were changed. And I'm really thankful for Navy to that because they were always supportive. They said we want a better product. That is what my focus is. So at one time we are talking about product, other time we are draining ourselves in documentation. And startups have a team of 40, 45. How do I focus on documentation when I should focus on the product? That is a key point which we need to work on. That's a key realization which we should go on. Then comes a very, very important aspect, IDEX being a great support. We still work on milestone-based payments. Trust me, guys, as a startup, we need payments first. Any which ways, there's a matching contribution coming forward. It's not that the grant is being given to us, but the company is also putting equal amount of effort to it. Why can't we just reverse the idea? Why can't the grant be given first? Give us a rope of hope. We'll be able to hold it and move forward with it. When we go to the investors today and say we want to work in the defense segment, unfortunately, even today, a lot of investors move back simply because they say, you are great IDEX winners. We do not know whether and when will you get your orders. And even if you do, when will you get your payments? Because that is something which we need to work on. And we need to work on it together. We are walking the path, and it's not easy. It's definitely not easy for a startup to put in a matching contribution upfront first. But just think about it for 30 seconds. When the government puts in the first money, and then the startup even approaches a bank will be more comfortable to support us. A lot of financial services would be willing to support us. This is a challenge which is in true sense being faced by most of the startups today. Procurement is a long journey. AONs is a great, great step to move forward, but it's not easy. We are putting our skin, we are there with us. But we need you to walk us with us as well. Giving an opportunity is a great idea, but converting it is where the fun is going to be. We're talking about a $5 billion defense exports. As correctly been indicated, I think it's too small a dream to dream of. The way my counterparts in the industry, and I'm working with a lot of defense startups, the way the technology is being used and developed, I am sure we will surpass this by many times. And that's what we want to do. But the first question always comes back, what did you do back home? Has your technology been inducted back home? And we proudly say, yes, we are IDEX winner, we are Sprint winners, we are doing great there. Winner is one part. Induction and seeing it in service is what's going to make a difference. So I'm going to keep myself really, really short here and conclude. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I do look, there's lots which we need to do, and we need to work on it together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Asta. I think that's very frankly put across your points, which I think will be there in most of the minds. That I must admit that though we are sprinting with the products and the products that are coming in, we are a bit slow with respect to the issues that she brought out. But it is something a learning that we are going through, and the final statement Asta said that we are in it together, and I think together we'll be able to circumvent all these issues as we go ahead. And most of it, I'm sure. Mr. Vajpayee will be able to answer, and I should let you know as to what efforts are on to make this process simpler. So, next speaker here from the panel is Mr. Anurag Vajpayee, and for the audience, most would be fully aware of his accomplishments and the efforts that he's taken. In fact, he's been involved with the Sprint and the IDEX right from the beginning, and he's been kind of a force multiplier to ensure that we are here today because of his and his team's effort to encourage and also support us in every manner possible. Sir, and sir, I would again reiterate that you could just cover those aspects which Dr. Ramaswamy and Asta had put forth. Thank you.
First of all, very good morning to all of you. And it has been a nice morning today here. And we are hearing the thoughts from the startup side, user side, and the experts. At the outset, what I would like to mention here, I would like to give the confidence to our startups that Ministry of Defense is with you. That is the first sentence I would like to make here. And we in DIO or IDEX or Department of Defense Production or Ministry of Defense, we are looking at all policies right from the inception stage to procurement or even the spiral development. We are looking at all the policies. Here, the chairperson, Srimati Rajsika Chaube, is also there. She has already made this remark, and I would like to mention that we understand that startups are the budding industrialist. They are going to be industrialist in future. They are going to be unicorn very soon, because we are trying to provide the framework, policy framework, which will flourish them. We know the startups do not have bandwidth initially, and there are many stages right from inception, be it their initial involvement, then it is development, then it is trial, testing, procurement, which includes costing. Then, we also understand their commercial benefits, which should be there, and then spiral development. So all these steps, we are aware, we are alive to that. We have also looked at that, yes, there are financial issues with the startups right from the beginning. The government is working on how the financial gaps can be bridged. We have done the in-depth analysis of the funding mechanism so far, and where it is lacking, we are working on that. So that step has already been taken. Even we are trying to look beyond it. Why not create a kind of, a funding institution for our startups, so they don't, which provides, a soft loan. We are also examining that aspect. So they don't look at the other financial institutions. So one is the scheme part, which is already available under IDEX, and the other matching grant, from where they can get the loans, soft loans, or from the government itself, or maybe some kind of mechanism. We are also examining that aspect. Insofar as users are concerned, services are concerned, Navy, of course, they have done tremendously well in the last 1 year. And Rear Admiral has mentioned that last year I have said, yes, there is intent, and policies are flexible. I would like to add to that policies are also dynamic. So it does not mean that a policy framed last year will continue for next 10 years or 15 years. It needs, if it is required, it can change for the country in the national interest. So the startups need not to worry. We are alive with their issues, and we are continuously working with them. Yes, the point has been mentioned regarding the quantities to be procured from 2-3 startups who have developed it successfully. This point is well taken, and we will try to work out with services how best it can be done, because we understand that yes, there are challenges, financial challenges with the startups, at least means initially, so that how it can be minimized, the impact can be minimized, that we can examine at IDEX and DIO. Another point which was mentioned by Ms. Astha, that regarding the time taken from HPSC to procurement stage. This I would like to mention to Astha that Astha, if you analyze 2019-20, and then 2023. And if you analyze the projects and the time taken between these two stages, I think it has reduced substantially in recent past, in the last 1.5 years. Initially, it was longer, I admit, but now it has reduced, because when we started, it was a new ground for all of us. But over a period of time, we understood the problems being faced by the startups, and we have reduced it. And now if you see all the agencies, all the user agencies or the HPSC or IDEX team, they are involved continuously with all these startups, and each milestone is being monitored, that how much time it is taking, or means how it is proceeding, whether it is going in the right direction. All these things are being monitored at the top level. Regarding the eligibility criteria, one of the startups has mentioned, we are alive to this aspect, and we understand that these startups cannot meet those eligibility criteria, and we are working on that. Here I would like to make an important point. The success of IDEX has been dependent on, because IP is with the startups. But here I would like to bring a point of caution also, that when the IP is with you, it makes you more responsible and accountable. Because the technology has been developed in the country, and it is for our services, and the nation has the first right to it. So in the national interest, we have to take care that this IP is kept protected, and all the prudence should be used when we go for any export or any sharing of technology with other countries. So that point of caution I would like to bring here with the startups, because these were the national resources which have been invested in the development of this technology. So the national interest has to be given priority in this. I would request a very important point to all the services here present here. Of course, Navy is in large number, but all the services, this is my request, that there are many platforms, many systems, many equipments which we are using. And here I have got the feedback from the startups during our discussions, during course of interaction in past few months, that there has not been the complete system analysis. All the items which are which have inputs in a particular platform, those and some of them which we are importing, if those can be brought beforehand in the knowledge of startups or in the indigenization process, then our startups will come forward to develop those kind of technologies. They are ready to make, and this point has been made by many startups in last few months. And there have been examples. We have been working with our DPSUs. We have been trying with all the services as well. So this point, if it can be taken care, I think our startups will be in better position to meet the requirement of our services, and it will add to further import substitution. So these are the points which I wanted to make, and I think that the policies which are required to be changed, or which are the new policies, if it is required, we are very flexible, and we know that it should be dynamic, and we are with startups, we are we will take care of them. We will provide them the right policy framework so that they can flourish, they can grow. Thank you very much. We are with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vajpayee, for giving that positive spin to the process. And one thing I would just answer a query with respect, or your suggestion with respect to looking at the PIL and looking at the import substitution. And I would just like to mention that we are already in the process. In fact, all the three services with HQ IDS in the lead. And if you would have seen those earlier PILs, they were broad-based category of products, larger products. But as we are going ahead with the fresh list of positive analysis, you will find more and more of such items and category-wise being brought in, so that we look at these aspects and address this issue. And we should also provide the visibility to the MSMEs and startups to try and focus on those particular products which the services are looking towards. And this is something which we are consciously doing it and trying to put more and more into this list, which will help giving that visibility. So with that, I come to the last speaker, the panel, and last but the most important person, because any organization, any process, policy, procurement, the concurrence of the financial organization is most important. And here we have with us PIFA Navy, who will give you the insight into the financial processes which we follow, and any other changes that have been brought about to make all this whole process of IDEX easier going forward. And I would also like to mention that he is one of the main drivers of the digitalization process in the MOD, and what Asta was trying to bring out about reducing the paperwork, which hopefully should happen with the kind of focus that he is paying towards digitalization. So over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Admiral Nair, for making my life difficult by saying that he's going to be the most important speaker. I'm not. But what happens when somebody says like this, then everyone looks at you with a lot of suspicion and anticipation. Both are problematic for me. Thank you very much to the Vice Chief of Naval Staff for, according to my intelligence input, he's the one who insisted that I should be on the panel. Thank you very much for that. I'll also thank you again for some more things during my talk. Thanks a ton to the FA, again, ma'am, for making my life difficult for the last 1 year. And I'll tell everyone why and how. So my whole talk is going to be centered on three aspects. One is what are we doing, why we are doing, and how we are doing. So it's 2 W's and 1 H. But before we talk about this, I have to provide you a background, the context, why all this is happening. So for a long time, our department, which is headed by the CGD and the FA, we've been thinking about how to make things simpler, how to make the whole procurement process more easy for the people, and how to make the payment system easier. So we have a foundation day on October 1st. So last year, Honorable Raksha Mantri ji came and he delivered a talk. And his talk included a very, very important aspect, and he said that I want your department to implement faceless payment system. At the end of this talk, I expect the two speakers from the industry to be grinning from year to year. If they don't, then probably it will be a failure on my part. Because many of the things they have already mentioned are going to be covered in my talk, and it will make their life easier if it happens. So after 1st of October, Honorable Raksha Mantri ji said that I want a faceless system akin to something like income tax has done, but it should not be like that only. It should contain much more than that. It should be a complete financial management system. It was a very big mandate. In November last year, we had a controllers conference. Now controllers are those people who make payment to you, industry. And therefore they do audit, payment, accounting and all that. And that is one of the things which have already been said, that probably payment, if it could be faster. In that controllers conference in November, there was a group, I was a member of that group. We made a presentation on the faceless bill processing and payment system. So within 15-20 days, we had this concept ready, and we were guided by the FA and the CGD at that time. She herself was guiding us day to day and monitoring what exactly we are going to do about it. After November, within 1 month, by December, we implemented a very, very important aspect of the faceless bill payment and processing system, which was randomization of bill. So that has already been implemented. Randomization meant that the payments which are being made in different offices all over the country, nobody knows whose payment is going to be made by whom. So for example, there's a vendor sitting in Delhi, submits a bill to an office in Delhi. Normally, the person who's passing the bill, making the payment, knows who's the vendor and when I have to make the payment. But now, the bill comes to the person sitting in Delhi, but if the system finds there's a person sitting in Chennai, he has less number of bills, it goes to him. He passes the bill, and the payment is made to an account of the vendor, which is there in the system. So that has already started happening. But after that, one more event happened. And that's the second time I'm going to thank you, sir, VCNS. Now, this event was the Chintan Shivir. Again, Honorable Raksha Mantri ji was there because the idea is from his own person. Therefore, we had to make a presentation what all progress we've made on the faceless bill processing and payment system. Now, during this Chintan Shivir, my life became more difficult because this time I had the services sitting in front of me. And I saw the Vice Chief was there, my FA was there, the Raksha Mantri ji was there. And then onwards, one very interesting thing happened, which surprised me actually. When we were designing this whole faceless bill processing and payment system, the whole concept and design, at that stage, the biggest worry was how to onboard the services. Because whenever you do something new and so innovative, then first thing you have to do is to take all the stakeholders on board. But my intelligence inputs, my people told me that ultimately once this presentation was made in the Chintan Shivir, my life became very, very easy because Navy came on board instantly. And it's now been driven by the CNS and VCNS office, and therefore that part of it is taken care of, and thank you very much for that. Now, so what is the main idea behind this whole concept of faceless bill processing and payment system? Most important idea which is there, of course, we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, we talk about Make in India, but the biggest thing that we are going to cover in this is ease of doing business. So therefore, what is the idea? So I'm coming to the first W, which is what? What are we doing is that we are automating end-to-end the whole procurement process from stage 1 to stage Z, 10. Everything we are going to automate. Now, what does it mean by automation? Many of us who are associated with automation would know that we computerize the processes. What we do, whatever we are doing manually, we computerize it. No, we are not doing that. We are automating. So when we talk about automation, our main focus is no document, zero document, number one. Number two, the first time a data is entered, that data will be entered on the system, which means the moment you make a statement of case, the first word that you write, it has to be on the system. From the first word till the last word, everything is on the system. Also, when we start making data entry will be made only at the source. The first time data is generated at any source, that's the only time data entry will be made. After that, no data entry. When you are making the data entry, we are trying to incorporate a large number of system checks and validation checks, which means when you make data entry, the system will not allow you to make any mistake. We are trying to develop a very sturdy system whereby even if you want to make a mistake, the system will tell you not to make a mistake. And even then, if we get to know about some mistakes, we'll try to tweak the system, bring it in tune with requirement. Most important thing, when we are doing all this, the data which is going to be generated and the documents that are going to be generated by the system, they're going to be talking to each other. So most of the payment delays which happen are due to two reasons. One, documents are not correct, they are not sufficient, or there's a data mismatch between different documents. So when a bill is received in a CDA office for making a payment, many of the documents, some of them are found missing. If the documents are there, the data is not matching. If the data is matching, then the payment, there is some problem relating. And when funny things come, I cannot narrate them here, but a very funny, for example, I can give you a very good example. Who is the biggest stakeholder in this whole game? The vendor. Do you expect a vendor to give an incorrect account number in the documents who wants to receive payment? And do you think these are very few cases? No. There are many, many cases where payment is made, it goes to a wrong account and the vendor comes running, where is my money? And we tell him, this is your account. He says, sorry, I forgot to change my account. So all kinds of things happen. Now, is the vendor at fault? No. This is one thing which I had addressed in the Chintan Shivir. Is the officer in the Navy at fault by not submitting all the documents which are required? No. Is the finance at fault? No. Then who's at fault? We all are at fault because we have not been able to design a system which can take care of all these things. And the officer who's uploading the document, he should not bother. It should happen automatically. Let him apply his mind to something else, planning, strategy, something else. Why on submitting documents which should automatically be generated? So one example, I think the two on the panel and maybe some other startup sitting in front of me will feel happy is, for example, invoice. When you'll submit the invoice, you will not be allowed to enter any data except your GST number maybe or one or two things. Every data will be there in the invoice automatically by the system. Now the government has already launched a system whereby invoice have to be submitted online. We'll try to see if we can integrate with that. If we can integrate with that, then our life is easier because the system is already there. Your invoice will come online. But in this system, the process will be like this: AON online. Once AON is given, all the data is there. After that, RFP is online. All the standard formats of RFP will be there. You only have to click on the kind of procurement you have to make, and the RFP will be in front of you. You don't have to read 100 pages of RFP. There'll be a few screens where you only fill in the blanks. The moment you fill in the blanks, RFP is ready to be sent to the industry. There'll be a portal where the RFP will be uploaded. Transparency. The industry will know what all kinds of procurement we are going to make, what all we can do to participate in this system. Openness. The industry will also have to bid online. Now, it's like a GEM system, but it's something very different and something much more than that. Once the bidding is done, then L1 is determined, all the data is there, and expenditure angle sanction stage, you don't have to write anything at all because data is already there. It will become a part of your EAS. Once expenditure angle sanction is granted, what is the next step? Placing of supply order. And I'm telling you, mistakes happen at every stage. Whatever is written in sanction does not get conveyed in the supply order. So here in the system, supply order is automatic. Because the moment you give a sanction, the supply order is filled up. All you have to do is press a button and it goes to the vendor. When the supply order goes to the vendor supplies. At the same time, the invoice is also ready on the system. So only thing vendor can do is two. One, either delete or modify. He cannot change. So therefore, there's no option of any data mismatch. Once the invoice is submitted, inspection note is generated automatically. It contains all the data which is already there. And when was the data input? At the time of AON, maybe at the time of ES. That data continues to flow throughout the system. Once inspection note is ready, again you can do only two things: delete or modify, nothing else. You can't change the nomenclature also. Once that is done, automatically bill is generated, the credit receipt voucher is generated. So system we are trying to automate. Now in this whole process, at the stage of payment, I think that has already happened. And in our department, there is a lot of stress now is being given on making fast payment. KRAs have been developed under the leadership of the FA and the CGDA. And you will be surprised to know that all the controllers' offices in the country today, the mandate is to make payment within 15 days. But their performance is measured not on 15 days. How many are doing in 7 days? How many are doing it? This is cruel on them actually. But this is happening. And the performance has gone up so much that the payments are being made now in less than 7 days. The target is 15. Because everyone wants to be number one. Because every month there is a review, the FA takes the review, the CGD take the review, they look at all the controllers. Everyone is making payment within 15 days. But now who is doing it in less than 7 days? So in this whole system, what else are we trying to do? From defense finance, now the focus is shifting to defense finance and economics. So there was an international seminar organized under the leadership of the FA on defense finance and economics. 17 countries participated. And we had decided that the outcome of this seminar has to be converted into a deliverable. So what are we going to do? And here industry should feel happy. When we say who are the stakeholders in the whole process, the stakeholder number one is the services, those who need something. Number two is the finance, of course, we are the stakeholder. Number three is the vendor, stakeholder and a partner. Number four is government. Number five is the people of the country. These are the stakeholders. So in terms of stakeholders, I have given you 1 to 5. But in terms of importance, you have to reverse the order and see this is how the stakeholders and partners are significant. Number one is the people of India. Number two is the government. Number three is the vendor. Number four is finance, and last is the person who needs something. So how is it going to function? What exactly do I mean when I say defense, finance and economics? in this whole system, what else are we doing is that once we automate the whole thing, there's a huge amount of data. In fact, the Defense Accounts Department is sitting on huge amount of data, 6 lakh 1,000 crores kind of data payments that are being made. That is the data we are handling. What are we doing with the data? We are giving some reports based on automated systems that we have. We've been having it for a long time. Now 3 important things are going to be done. We are going to use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics to do data mining, data analysis in order to provide higher level information. Now, what is the higher level information? We are not going to talk about case budget head mein kitna paisa tha, kitna kharch ho gaya, kitna bacha. No. One, information is real time, minute to minute, updated. 2, we are going to look at defense economics, which means that if we make a procurement, now, whenever we talk about defense procurement all over the world, one thing which comes to mind, and many people say it and write it also very blatantly, is that defense expenditure is non-productive. You must have heard this. Is it non-productive? So our counter argument is, no. You can't even breathe unless there is security. But have you quantified it? We have not. Now we'll try to quantify what we say by this. How do we quantify? So for example, if I make a procurement of 100 rupees, now this is just a very small example of what kind of data analytics and finance and economics we are going to do. If I make a procurement of 100 rupees, how is the impact of that procurement on the economy of the system, economy of the country? How is the vendor who's providing that is making a contribution to the economy of the country? No country in this world, and there's a massive literature in Western countries, especially in US, they're doing a lot of work in defense economics. Any decision taken by the government has an economic impact. Unless your decisions are economically sustainable and sustained, you cannot survive. So therefore, that is the kind of input we are trying to generate. If there is a vendor, and we'll try to interact with the vendors also and see what kind of information they can give. We'll try to make portals, take suggestions from you. So if you are making a procurement of 100 rupees and vendor is supplying something of 100 rupees, what else is vendor doing? He's not only providing you a good worth 100 rupees, also making a contribution in terms of GST. Vendor is employing people, paying their salaries. From the salary, 30% is income tax, which is deducted, which is going into the national economy. If procurement is done from other sources, then those sources are also going to be involved. How much employment is generated? We'll try to take these baby steps in trying to see how much impact is the decision of procurement on the national economy. So, when we talk about finance and then we move towards economy, the whole system becomes a complete system. It's not easy, the job is very tough, and I know for sure that I'm getting a lot of support from Indian Navy. I expect the same support. Till now I'm getting support from everyone. We are very, very open and transparent. In fact, first stage, which is the payment stage, we have already done the URS. Second stage, we are in the process of doing it. I expect that within 1 year, we should be able to deliver some product to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for giving the full update on what the process is on, and I think that itself shows that we are changing, the MOD is changing, because you don't expect a financial person to give everything out in one go, and which he is kind of told is, in his entire thing. And though I had to kind of indicate to him because we are running short of time, we would like to keep some time for the Q&A. But thank you, sir, for giving that full update on what we are doing with respect to digitizing the entire process. So before we get on to the Q&A, we have some time. I would just request a chairperson to give her concluding remarks, and I'm sure some of the queries may just get addressed. Or you want to have the questions? Okay. So with the permission of the chairperson, we'll take on a few questions, and thereafter she'll give her concluding remarks. Yeah, so please introduce yourself and also indicate as to whom the question is addressed to.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to compliment Mr. Mayank Sharma for his fascinating presentation. Now, that took me back to the year 1990, when I had a good fortune of serving on the committee called the Committee on Defense Expenditure, which you may have perhaps heard of, led by Arun Singh, who was the Minister of Finance at that time, Minister of Defense, Minister of State for Defense, I think. Yeah. So whatever concept that you have talked about, and I'm so happy to see that these are now fructifying. This is exactly what was that. That report was into, I think, 7 or 8 volumes, and one of them, the most important one, was the procurement. And whatever the philosophies and the the ethos that was presented in that report, slowly it is taking shape. Although that officially that report stands rejected. It was not accepted by the MOD, and thereafter also, for whatever reason, I am not going to go into it. But we have seen this, those concepts and ethos, or principles rather, are being implemented slowly and gradually. I can say that for sure, the ILMS with which I dealt with, and like many of us who are present here, were also part of it at the implementation stage. That ILMS was the first one, to my best of my knowledge, which imbibed those principles. And they were accepted by the government, and it is heartening to know that ILMS is an up and running system. So, so thank you very much, and I'm not going to ask you any question, but I'm just trying to say that thank God that there is a realization of the importance of those principles in day-to-day accountability, responsibility centers, etc. Now this is all is happening, and I'm sure Ms. Astha will be delighted to listen to those beautiful vision that it's not no longer a vision. I believe it's more than 75 or 80% or 90% reality. So it will this will be music to your ears. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Commandant Pradeep, retired from Indian Coast Guard with 30 years of service, and dealt with the Navy and Coast Guard together, and was very fortunate right from cadet to this stage to be involved in procurement as from the grassroots level to the commanding officer in the remote area. So a lot of things have been covered, but we've always looked for the state-of-art technology or solutions sitting in the remote or the formation at Kota. Everybody will agree. The solution for the bank guarantee scheme, viability fund, should be with the IDX, and at the highest level, the budgetary allocation for the startup procurement, unless it is not allocated at the top, it is not going to materialize down the line. So certain part has to be, whoever is vetted through the naval system in the growing, that budget is to be utilized. Then it will be expedited. This is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, question please, sir.
Jai Hind, Komodo Walia. This for CGDA. Innovation is depending on most of the important factor is time and tempo. My request is towards GEM, when we go for procurement, if there is a single vendor situation, it is very difficult to deal with in that case. And it is further difficult to find a vendor who is ready to cooperate in your innovative product. So you would like to look into it. Basically, in GEM, single vendor situation should be dealt with. Thank you.
Sir, we'll just take some questions first, sir. And then
Yeah, it's a question only related to the session. Didn't want to say question. Okay, and I thank you very much for the very delightful way ahead and going on. I've got a very minor suggestion to bring to the knowledge of CGDA and finance team. Last 7 to 8 months, it has been observed, I have noticed, that of course in minor, at micro level, revenue procurements, all are in competitive bidding, so there is no issue. After a firm is declared L1, they go in for reverse auction. That means the L1 price is put on the system, and all other vendors are told, now you start bidding in the reverse. Now what is happening? A, for whatever reasons, every vendor would like to get the order. Second, the price reduction comes so drastic, and it is for food for thought for the user and the finance, how, what quality, and where are we leading to. Because after being L1 in a competition, now you go in for reverse auction, it's really dangerous according to me. So it's a very recent, 6 to 8 months back, I noticed this, some seminars like this. So I thought I'll bring it to your notice and have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could we take a question here from any startup or on with respect to the policy angle which you may want to cover, or any suggestion from that?
So, are the questions only restricted for the startups or generally? Because I just wanted to have a question, Dr. Mayank, followed by his address actually.
Yeah, till the time it's a question, I'm okay with it.
No, within the framework itself. So, Dr. Mayank, it was really wonderful, what you have presented. We have been seeing. I've been closely watching for last 2 decades. How the CDA payments have been flowing, and now it has been quite seamless, and really it's correct. But I want to point out a point very. The amount of disbursement, the financial transaction that happens from CDA to the partners, maybe a defense primes or a PSUs or other, small startup companies or large companies, to the amount of financial transaction that takes place between the defense primes, the large companies or the medium companies to other small, medium micro enterprises. This is actually very large. So the core issue of addressing that, CDA is actually disbursing the payments, that is addressed well. And now we are able to see that, and I will acknowledge that point. But there is no framework or guideline which is actually doing a hand-holding at the defense prime levels or the PSU levels on to their partners, which they call vendors. Partner is a very fancy word. They use only for the purpose, but actually they are vendors only. Practical, let's be practical and grounded. That actually has to be addressed, because the contracts doesn't fix any amount of framework, a guideline that they have to do that hand-holding. That is still missing, sir. If that is some framework, because, I think all the policy makers are here, if that's done, that larger amount of, issues can be addressed.
I think I'd like to take this question. While it may not be provided in the contract, but there is a government order and there's a regular report which is rendered and collected from the CPSCs and the DPSUs, wherein how much payment they have made to the MSMEs and during what time. So anything which is made after 15 days or after 30 days is questioned. So it's not that there's not a system in place. So it may not be provided in the contract, but it is monitored. But despite that, if it is happening, I think you should bring it to the notice. And Vajpayee is there. There's an entire DDP department is there in the Ministry of Defense. So there is a system in place and we're functioning very well, because I see the reports regularly from them. So if there is some problem, definitely, maybe an aberration or a case. If there is a problem, you must highlight that despite this arrangement being there, if there is, maybe we could strengthen that further.
It's very simple, ma'am, that at any defense prime, they don't accept the partner to supply the item until this thing is ready actually. There are a lot of other gaps. I would like to contribute and write a letter to you, what are the gaps that are there. If you can spend some time in filling that gap, it would be of great use for the larger fraternity actually.
So, I mean, what you're trying to say, that they're not allowing you to complete your thing so that you're not due for a payment. I mean, that's what you're trying to say.
Absolutely, when the systems
so
are ready.
So that's another issue,
yeah.
then we'll look into it from I think we will address that too.
Thank you. So we'll just take one more question from the back. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I just have a straightforward question. Could you please provide an insight into the total number of percentage of startup winners and IDEX winners in the procurement of Indian Navy as an entirety?
You want to know the percentage of startups for Indian Navy projects?
The startups and IDEX winners which contribute to the total procurement. For example, if Indian Navy is procuring 60,000 rupees of goods, what's the contribution from the startups and IDEX winners?
It is basically 2 out of 3.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we'll stop now because we are running short for the time for the next session to also start. So, ma'am, with the permission, we'll ask you to give your concluding remarks.
So now we come to the end of the session, and I would just like to conclude. First, I would just like to mention what was said by Ramaswamy. I think your points are well taken. Vajpayee has already noted them, but what I could make out, you are concerned about the losing startups. I mean, those who do not really, the number 2 or number 3, we need to take care of their interests. We've noted that down. And you also have an issue about category in GEM. That's an important point, and you mentioned about how it can be followed by a repeat order, so that that we'll try to. Your points were very well taken, and second thing is that you were also concerned about the net worth of their credit worthiness, their credit rating. All these are issues. Let me say that if it will sound that cliched, but yes, we are already alive to this. It is already being worked upon, as Vajpayee pointed out, and these are. But I'm happy that you kind of brought them again. And let me say here that because I was expecting some more suggestions to come from the startups on how they would like us to handle this. But since even so, maybe because of paucity of time, I would request them if you can send some suggestions directly to the NIO, then they could reach us, and Vajpayee, us who into the process of making policies, would look into it. Now, Asta, your points were also very well done. I think you pointed out, a little harsh to us, but paperwork is too much, but we will definitely see, and you heard what Mayank said. See, everyone, we are working towards e-office, paperless office, and it's a work in progress. So I think maybe some time, but it'll definitely be in place. Now, second is about giving grants. Yes, we do understand that you have a liquidity issue. You would require grants to start with. Only thing, we also have to take care of the government interest, because, we are dealing with different kind of startups. I mean, somebody would be really enthusiastic who would take it to finality somewhere. We have to ensure some collateral. So we'll try to work out a balance. If it's not a full grant or something, how we work it out. We'll have to see that. Then last thing which you mentioned is that you are inducting it for the country, and you're working for the country. And if we do not induct your products within the country, then obviously you cannot find a market outside. And people will definitely ask, what is your country doing with your product? Yes, a point very well taken. And that's a point which the services also understand. That is why they give you that certificate. I mean, even if they don't, sometimes they allow you to get a certificate, even if they're not that fit to use, or some kind of certificate you give. Yeah, so that you can export the items. Now, I think all your points are very well taken, and we would definitely work upon them. Vajpayee is, as he rightly said, that he is already has taken cognizance of what all has been said, and is, as I mentioned earlier also, he's been interacting with the startups. The eligibility criteria is an issue all of us are already working on. The IPs, a very important point which he mentioned is that, the IP rights continue to be with you. So you use it judiciously. It's, the government money has gone into it. The national resources have gone into it. So, apart from that, Vajpayee also mentioned that if you could, revise your positive indigenization list more often, so that it's not a static list, it becomes very dynamic. And as Rear Admiral Nair had said, that I think you're already in the process, that you regularly do that. It just if that could be a regular exercise. So Mayank, I do not need to mention, he has brought out a very different side of our department, wherein we are trying to automate. It's an end-to-end automation of the procurement process, and compressing timelines is what, and ease of doing business is what we are trying to give. And hopefully, if this is done, the startups would be also the beneficiaries of that. So with this, and this again a request that whatever suggestions you have, you could pass it on to us. I would like to wish Swavlamban 3 all the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the speakers for sparing your time and being with us for this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Rear Admiral Nair to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairperson. May I now request the chairperson to present the seminar memento to the speakers, Shri Anurag Bajpai. Dr. Mayank Sharma. Dr. Shivaraman. Srimati Astha Verma. May I request the panelists for a group photograph, please? Certifications and qualification play a major role in making a new technology or product military worthy, and more so in case of air assets. The next session of the day is themed Challenges and Roadmap to Certification and Qualification of Indigenous Systems. May I request the panelists of the next session to come over to the dais, please. We are starting this session. Everyone is requested to settle down, please. May I request everyone to settle down, please? We'll be starting the next session. The session will be moderated by Rear Admiral Janak Bevli, Assistant Chief of the Naval Staff, Air. Rear Admiral Bavely heads Air Division of Naval Headquarters and has 4 directorates under him, namely Directorate of Naval Air Staff, Directorate of Aircraft Acquisition, Directorate of Air Warfare and Flight Safety, and Directorate of Air Projects Management. A qualified ship's diver, a paratrooper, and a fighter pilot. The officer has served on all 3 aircraft carriers of Indian Navy, namely INS Vikrant, INS Virat, and INS Vikramaditya, and has commanded INS and ships Sukanya and Kochi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shant. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After the invigorating 2 sessions, we come to the 3rd session of this morning, and that's on aviation. Why a separate session on aviation by the Indian Navy? I think that's a very, very pertinent question to answer. First, naval aviation is growing at an astounding pace and is going to be one of the largest aviations arms in the Indian Ocean region in the next decade. Secondly, while the indigenization element has increased considerably on our ships, the same is not the case in aviation. There's still lots to be done. With the pioneering steps supported by policy frameworks, as we have heard in the last session, instituted by the government towards innovation, a vibrant and promising aviation ecosystem is taking shape in the country. We have in the hall number 14 in the next building a large number of startups and MSMEs along with academia who are showcasing their innovation, and a large number of them are in the field of aviation. They are our technology incubators. Technologies are rapidly evolving, and their application in military aviation is enormous. Whether it be artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, distributed decision making, unmanned aerial systems, manned unmanned teaming, power generation and storage, or hypersonics, and many more technologies, these are all integral to aviation. However, these are integral to aviation only if they can be productized. That means realized into a product. In the last session, Astha Verma had brought out the issue of documentation and paperwork, while Mr. Sharma, the PIFA Navy, had brought out the ease of doing business. So what is that one additional thing that is required to make a product or a technology be realized in a product? And if I was to single out that one thing, it is the entire process of certification. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's the elephant in the room today. That is certification. And the topic for today's discussion is very aptly themed: challenges and roadmap to certification and qualification of indigenous systems. So what are the 4 corners of certification? These are cost, capability, risk, and time. And what is the challenge? The challenge is to reduce risk, cost, and time while delivering the capability. To address this elephant in the room today, we have speakers from all 4 facets, and we'll hear their views. We have speakers from the industry, a startup, from the TDAC self, an officer who just retired but was in the TDAC dealing with aviation startups. And finally, we have from CEMILAC, the certification agency, a speaker. To begin the proceedings and unravel the quagmire of certification and qualification, we have as chair of the session with us Admiral K.B. Singh. Welcome, sir. Admiral K.B. Singh, PVSM, AVSM, former Chief of the Naval Staff, who is also presently the Honorary Advisor to DRDO, a naval aviator. The Admiral has been a helicopter pilot of renown. The Admiral tenanted the posts of the Deputy and the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, wherein he was intricately involved with the planning and development of the future Navy. An ardent believer in Atmanirbharta, the Admiral has championed the cause of self-reliance, bringing together DRDO, labs, and private capability in niche fields to meet naval operational requirements. Sir, may I request you to start the proceedings?
Thank you, Janak. This is, we are pretty delayed and there's not even time for a joke. I would have loved to, but they say the best ingredient that makes a lunch tasty is if you add free to that, and that is what is waiting for us. So I'll try and finish this session as quickly as possible. I'll first begin by congratulating all ladies and gentlemen like the NIIO, TDAC, DIO, startups, academia, directorates at naval headquarters and others for achieving so much. Just a couple of years ago that we started the NIIO, and today the progress is truly spectacular. It makes me, and I'm sure all of you sitting here, present here, very proud. But having said that, since the seminar is on Swavlamban through innovation, if you look at the Global Innovation Index of 2023, which was released recently, it paints a rather sobering picture. Today, India is 40th in the Global Innovation Index. And whilst we have had an impressive rise from 81st position in 2015 to 40th, we still have a long way to go. Countries like Turkey, Vietnam, Philippines, and even Iran have accomplished steeper climbs. So we are moving fast, but you all know which countries are facing threat, and they happen to be in the top 10. Also, if you look at US for inspiration or emulation, then just for information, the venture capitalists in the US have sealed 200 defense and aerospace contracts in 3 months, worth US $17 billion. And we also have the dubious distinction of being 77th in the ease of doing business, World Bank report of 2023. So I've mentioned all these figures not to discourage anybody, but just to encourage you all and exhort you to set even higher goals after having achieved such a stupendous feat. Okay, the topic for this session is quite niche. A topic like challenges and roadmap to certification, qualification of indigenous systems. It requires quite a deep and intimate working knowledge, and we have experts from each end of the spectrum to talk to us today. So I think my job is only to set the stage for the experts to speak, and I'll make a few quick points. First is that I've been saying very often that we are at an inflection point of the industrial age and the information age. And for some years, we've been seeing that. And we see it in everyday life, and of course, in the modern day warfare. When you look at the Ukraine conflict, you see that information age tools are supplementing industrial age weapons and sometimes replacing them successfully. Also, commercial technology, which was lagging behind military technology, now has leapfrogged ahead. Drones, and we've seen precision rockets, Elon Musk's Sterling satellites. They actually approved force multipliers in the Ukraine conflict. And as we speak, we are entering into the algorithmic age. So how is this point of mine valid for today's session? Because if we take Gordon Moore, to whom Moore's law is attributed, and if he's to be correct, and he's been so for the last 60 years, then the very essence of innovation in the algorithmic age that I've talked about is speed. And this age would be characterized by battle of algorithms, where achieving combat advantage may come from things like who more rapidly rewrites software codes. So therefore we must ensure that our processes are responsive to the requirement of the times. And here I must bring out that the systems engineering processes that we've got in place in our DAP, etc., they are not optimal for example, for software-based systems, because iterative design approach is what dominates software design. So can we adapt our design, acquisition, including certification principles, which are presently suited to industrial age accordingly? We actually need innovation. We have innovation here, but I think we need innovation in certification. That is what I think we should look at in this session. Some further points that I would put as posers to all the people who are going to speak today, which directly relate to the theme of the session, and I hope we can deliberate on this. One is, we know that the process of indigenization involves transition from concept to prototype to certification and to productionization, etc. How do we avoid startups getting caught in this valley of death? Which is, how do we compress this gap between prototype and award of contract, which also involves certification? So that is one question I think we need to look at. Can our designers get better clarity at the beginning of the project on complete, because now we're talking about aviation, on complete airworthiness requirements? Because an evolving model is very expensive in time and cost, which the startups can't afford. So airworthiness engagement at a later stage of development sometimes leads to a perception of unreasonable demand at the fag end of the production development cycle. Can we start engagement with the certification agencies at the commencement of the project? Sometimes there's a lack of knowledge of airworthiness requirements for different aircraft with respect to integration. Each aircraft has different design requirements for vibration, shock, temperature, EMI, EMC, specific to the aircraft and location of the item in the aircraft. This could be over and above sometimes the MIL standards. So detailed knowledge is required. Just having knowledge of the product is not enough. It's only half requirement. So this is another question that I put to the session. I visited a few companies before I came here, and I asked them what were your pain points. So one of the companies mentioned that small companies are not fully aware of details of government and civil testing facilities and their locations. So can we make a compendium of test facilities in India which could be identified and promulgated? Perhaps CEMILAC can help in this. One other point is about the DDP Mass, which is the Bible for certification. We've just got a new version, 2022, after a long gap. But the fact is that technology developments, industry practices, and many more factors, they change rapidly. And the guidelines should reflect these changes and be updated very regularly, so as not to disadvantage innovative or unconventional designs and manufacturing techniques recommended by the private sector. The DDP Mass, to my mind, should be made more accessible, not just in terms of the language, but also providing sufficient explanation and examples regarding application of these guidelines during design and manufacturing process. We could also consider digitizing the guidelines. An interactive web or software-based interface with features like search, cross-referencing, annotations, supplements, etc. can make it easier for private entities to understand and adhere to the guidelines. And last, of course, not the least, I think innovation is also applicable to repair of equipment. Just as an example, due to the Russian-Ukraine conflict, Russian OEM support has dried up, and reverse engineering or cloning of components may become necessary. The AS, or the industrial certification process, does not permit cloning. So we need to find an answer to this problem, because our Eastern origin aircraft need support. So perhaps again, I'm putting all these questions to CEMILAC, may have an answer. So I'll end here by saying that certification of airborne equipment needs more innovative, interactive and stakeholder approach. So I look forward to an interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Death by certification, knowledge of the product, trial facilities, I think all these are going to be addressed by our speakers. That's why we have a very young startup company here with us and the CEO of that company. But to Here, the industry perspective first. I would call upon Mr. S. Rangarajan, who is the CMD of Data Patterns, an engineer turned entrepreneur. Mr. Rangarajan is extremely dynamic. His first love is technology, and my dealings with him, sparkle comes to his eyes the moment you talk about innovation or doing something new. Right from the inception of his company, he's fostered the concept of developing solution in India. And from 1985 to now, he's aligned with the policy of Atmanirbharta and through the development, and is one of the leading companies today in the development of defense and aerospace systems. So, Mr. Rangarajan, I will request you to please take on some of the pointers as brought out by the chair and give us your journey and certain ideas on how to take this certification and make it much more easier.
Thank you, sir. As is specified by Admiral, certification is a difficult process, especially when it comes to aircrafts. But anyway, first, thank you for having me here. I thank DIO and Navy for this opportunity for me to be here and present some of my views. We are given a very short time frame on which we are talking about a very complex subject of certification and policy formulation for this. I may require a lot more time because we've gone through about 30 plus aircraft system certification in the last so many years. And we know the kind of pain points which it goes through when we getting involved with DRDO and then do the development. Now we have a challenge right now that this, when you're trying to build systems ourselves, when India is becoming ready to say build Indian systems and do investment and technology development, and especially for aircrafts and especially so for Russian aircrafts, we want to do that and do this in India, we come alone. And that has another challenge altogether. How do you address this? This is a great opportunity. The challenge of certification is really much longer because no hand-holding there really possible. But anyway, that is the problem. But the good thing is that Navy is India-friendly, Indian technology-friendly. I've been told this time and again. And I found it in my own experience that it is very, very easy to work with Navy, and they're always coming with as a partner, as been told in the last two sessions. Certification can be one problem. Make in India is also a set of issues which is there, which has to be addressed as we go along, as we work as a team. I'll take an example from my life. And DPP opened out to Indians like me. And 2014, the tender for precision approach radar came up, 3 from Navy and 6 from Air Force. Navy was front-ending the requirement. September 2014, the tender came up. So as usual, everybody was trying to partner with other foreign countries to do this system, because Make in India, make 40% in India, and that's what Make in India is actually meant to be. We decided that we will design the system, not go for foreign technology, and build systems in India, because I think in our mind, we have to build competency and products in India, like I say, productizing. We have to build products. We have to build our own competency and build products, and not just take programs or projects and do partnerships to do this. So we went about, as a dream project that we built it in India. We designed the system. We did the phased array antenna for it. And then we want to go to calibration. We didn't have facility to calibrate. We couldn't get the correct calibration infrastructure in time. So I requested Chairman ISRO to help me. And he asked ISAC director to support me after payment of money. So we got it calibrated there, not in the Ministry of Defense premises, but we got it in ISRO. India works together. And then after this, we said, okay, I built the radar. Now how do I test the radar? I don't have radiation license. I cannot test the radar, but I'm supposed to make in India radar. So we have a set of issues which is there. And luckily, when we wrote to Navy, Navy said, okay, you can go install your radar in Arakonam and get it tested there. See, this is what I'm saying. There is a collaborative effort which comes in, which is very, very difficult otherwise. And we put the radar for 1 month, look at opportunity targets, calibrated the radar, and within 1 month, you're asked to go to Vizag and then test it for the trial. Luckily, the product worked, and we won a contract with 380 crores, which we delivered almost all of them now. And the Navy being the 3 systems, but we delivered all of them. But this is an opportunity, and Navy is with us, with the industry, and I'm very happy to say that. And with this cooperative approach, we can do a lot more things. It's not so simple, really, to make in India itself. I want to build a system, let us say. I want to buy a TWT or tube from Europe. He asked for end-use certain. It's a make-to program. So I said, end-use is Army. Then you go to Army and ask them, can we get an end-use? They said, no, we can't give you an end-use because there's still not an order on you. It is only a make, you have to do a product development. So I can't give you end-use. So you go back and tell them, After 6 months of applying, we said now we go back and say we can't give an end use. I'm giving a demonstration is going to be done. So end use has to come from my end. We're still awaiting the product. So we have issues like this, which it's not so simple to make in India end systems without a support of a DRDO or a framework under which you work, and you work independent of this. And the time has come now to work independent of all of them, because now India says we want to make in India more systems. So we really cannot go behind every organization and do this. We have to do it on our own. We are willing to take risks because opportunity is now there. And as somebody said in the last 2 sessions, next 5 to 10 years is India time. And we're not going to sit idle and watch that go by after 30 years of effort. So we're going to put the effort, take risks and build the systems. And certification is a very, very important process of this overall requirement. We were lucky that we started a bit early. So we worked with DRDO and obviously with Semilac for the last 20 odd years. And we have a very, very strong process. We have more than 80 engineers in QA and QC. So to define, we have imbibed the Semilac process. Everybody understands Semilac procedures with us. But that doesn't mean it is easy. See, we worked with DRDO and then done the subsystem. Now we build the entire systems ourselves. But the process is a lot more inspection. There is, we need to have an audit-oriented system rather than an inspection-oriented system. We have tremendous amount of inspection. See, we have an AS9100, but that is not considered by Semilac. Okay, they have an audit system, but here we have an inspection. Product, yes, we do qualification, first article test, do a QT, safety of flight test, all this we finish. We go through the process, and then what we need to see is that repeat production order, is there no deviation in whatever process or a procedure which has been followed is going to be same. That is the intent of the process. But in the meantime, what happened between Semilac or RCMA and DGAQA, we have a lot of inspection process. They have got a whole list of inspection process, which they can, if they don't want, allow it to go through, and you can do it internal inspection as possible. Now, this very fact that it is part of a process requirement itself puts it in difficulty because there's so many inspection points. To the extent you will say, some of the manufactured parts of mechanical parts, machining parts, they're saying I need to inspect a subcontractor part. That option to inspect is available with the DGAQA, and not, it's not given to us. So this we have to write, we're going ahead. See, this is not practical to do this. Maybe at a time when you're doing very little in India, we had a lot of people in inspection, and then the process also, imbibing process, the maturity process followed by all of us was also very limited. We have gone through the process of Semilac now for 20 plus years. A number of companies have got to a maturity model that, we can do a whole lot of things in India. And so we need to allow self-certification and inspection to be done within the organization. So it's very, very important, especially now, because we have very little timelines. I have committed to Admiral Bavely that we will do some airborne systems and fly it in the next 4 months' time. We don't have time or the luxury to say, I will go through a process, then get that certification done, and this product is under development. After development, we have to fly it. So the one thing is, at least for NCNC trials, where it's not a make-to program, ab initio trials, I'm coming for aircraft systems. We need Semilac to say, a separate process, which has to be enablers, have to be Navy, because we don't have a contract. There is no process in which we are doing ab initio systems. We need some process to say, Semilac will say, okay, soft can be done. There is no necessity for documentation on soft. We don't have to give complete bill of materials, all of them need not necessary. You do the end test, which is what is talked about, EMMC test, all the tests for soft, the RE, the CE, safety of flight tests, see the aircraft is safe, and that is the level of test which you need to do, and the end test to be done here, and you go ahead and fit it. Second problem is going to be on the software which was brought up. The IV&V. See, when you do an aircraft study, what we do, any more tests in the ground, we put the simulators, validate the system. When you go fly with various kinds of aircrafts, there are something which has to be tuned in the software. The hardware is okay. The software needs tuning. And when you tune it, you cannot say every tuning, every correction I do, I have to do an IV&V and then do this. This is not, it's going to be endless. We will never be able to finish this. The timelines given to a full certification or flight test is about 6 to 8 months, 10 months time. Nobody is going to keep on flying aircraft for me. And we're trying to do something because opportunities are now given in India to do this. So we need to align ourselves to the actual demands of an operational requirement, understand that everybody is sincerely doing what he is doing, they're responsible, and that can be validated and verified through audit, rather than to say that I will inspect every stage of this. We need to see that IV&V is not insisted upon, because we will never be able to finish a radar. I want to do a fire control radar. I cannot finish it within the next 3 months, and nobody's going to wait for me to finish this over 3 years. And what will happen is all the expenses put in, and finally you don't get to use it. This is what will happen to the certification agencies, and the process which we have is not aligned to the timelines which we want. The timelines are very, very short. We don't have time. We've spent all the time in the last 30 years understanding what we need to do. Today, we don't have time. We need to do it quickly. We are willing to take any amount of risks. As long as the user is saying, yes, product works, we will buy. So we'll take the risk because India is moving ahead. Everybody understands it's a fantastic opportunity now. We've been here too long. We see the opportunity, and we will seize the opportunity and take the risks necessary. But we need to have aligned forces, not just the users alone, which obviously you are willing to do this year, but also the rest of the organization body. We talked, what PIFA told today was very motivating to me individually to see that, the kind of innovation which you're trying to do in payment process, which is very, very nice. We have not seen it happen till now in our life, but it's good thing tomorrow is a better tomorrow. But similarly, in the process of semi-lac and certificate and RCMA plus requirements for DGQA further, because production qualifications. See, we have requirements like IMTAR. I know semi-lac representatives here, and you talk about it. The problem is we can't do an IMTAR and start flying. IMTAR requires DO 254. It's not explicitly specified DO 254, but all the documentation standards are required there. You talk about DO 178. All of them takes maybe 2 years, 3 years. As of now, there is not a single product which is qualified DO 254 in the country. But then there is put in the semi-lac requirement as IMTAR requirement for certification. We have a lot of those kind of conflicts to timely delivery of qualified products to see that we can go ahead. I have a lot of ideas because our life is in this. So I will definitely not able to put everything together in the next 2 to 3 minutes. What I am saying is Data Patterns is willing to work with the Navy and with semi-lac to have a discussion, 2-3 days required, would bring out the problems which you are facing and suggestions which we can give you to see that it is delivering quality products in a very short time frame without compromising on quality at all. Because this is the question. But this has to come with the base level of trust and openness. So this has to happen. This is point one which we are going to do. The point two is when India is growing, when you're building IP and building products, just like the Joint Secretary said, please understand it is IP belonging to a country. We are also bothered about IP leak from an industry perspective. When we develop through DRDO, almost all the documentation is handed over to them, from bill of materials to Gerber to software to source code, and everything is visible, and that is visible to BEL, to HAL, to everybody. Now this is not what we look at, because finally the market is open, and now small companies are growing. When you say a startup can be an icon company tomorrow, and we have to see how to grow. We are also been there for many years, and we also want to grow, and we need to protect our IP. This somehow, unfortunately, has never given precedence or importance in our documentation processes, nor on the qualification and certification process. IP becomes open. When you import, we do COC. When we do COTS, commercial authorization in India, we need to go through full process documentation, and everything is looked at by the certification agency and the development agency. Though we don't charge them for NRE, we build ourselves, but still the documentation is very open. So we need to have provisions to see how to protect IP, because only when we protect IP, we can co-invest, we can invest more and build products. Especially when you talk product, it has to be IP driven, and it has to go and get used. So we have a few issues like this, and I'll tell you, this is not necessarily, this is only, India is evolving, so I understand this process will change, and open deliberations are necessary to make the change process enable it and foster growth here in India. We don't have problems like this. For example, we do an avionics, we do the signal processor avionics for a radar, aircraft radar. We ship it to Europe. We've been shipping it for the last 7 years. We designed in India by us. It is also going into a Predator. I hear it comes back to India on a wet lease, which has got the subsystems that come here. We did the qualification in India. We did the tests in India. And they did the functional test in our office and accepted it. We sent units there for acceptance. Post that, we are delivering units every month to them. And there is not a single inspection agency from them or the user who visited us in our office. And we are given a gold medal to say always we deliver on time. So, but that is possible, and it is going global. But we can't do this in India. We have India, there's a process which is debilitating. And it's not so much that they want to do it, but probably there's a fear. There are so many people doing the wrong things, so we need to protect ourselves. So distrust is easy. Distrust, I don't have to think, because right process for distrust. Okay, that is easy. But then, can we take it anywhere more now, especially with this kind of change is happening? I think we need to open ourselves up. Trust is mandatory, without which we cannot do this. Of course, you do an audit, yearly audit. Don't do inspection, do audit. Understand issues. Have, if maturity of process is not there, graduate the maturity, granulate it, say there are categories of maturity which you have to go through. There's so much more to be done. Sir, we are very, very keen to participate in this, because there's a lot more to, we are at the pain point here, so we have a lot more to share and, evolve a different process. Of course, government is trying very much, and I thank everything, Semilac. So it's not something against Semilac. We're saying Semilac only taught us the process. We didn't know how to fly. 2003, we did the cockpit display for LCA, the mission systems for LCA. Then we've done so many other systems, and we didn't know what the PDR, CDR, your DBO 178 or whatever, or DBO 160, and all the MIL standard 810, all of those processes which we today follow, MIL handbook 216F, all of those things. We can talk for hours on these processes, because our whole life is on these processes. We today have more than 700 engineers, and all of them are asked to develop processes. We will very much like to participate in this process, sir. If we give an opportunity, I'll have my people deliberate with Semilac and the users to see that how quickly we can get to equip your airborne systems and see that it's flying and see that it is flight worthy, and we also see that maintainability aspects are maintained. We will make changes in process during obsolescence upgrades. Again, definitions are not very clear. How obsolescence can be handled? What tests should be done for obsolescence management? How do you do? And then this is individual driven. It's not a process driven. It is individual driven. This we need to eliminate. On one hand, when the PFA says remove people, we need to follow a similar process here also. Then there is a quickening of things. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We don't have much time. Otherwise, I can keep on talking for next one day on this process of it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rangarajan, as usual, very, very candid and to the point. A true entrepreneur, no longer an engineer, I think I would say. A lot of very pertinent points brought out. IMTAR requirements not likely to be met, capabilities not existing in country, our processes more complicated than exported items, IP leak. This is something which is really struck me, and issues of soft timelines. Finally, like I had said, it is the capability, time, risk that has to be managed. And to answer all your questions, that's why we have kept the Dr. Shirish Kale from Semilac in the end. To add to Dr. Kale's answers, I think the next I will call upon would be Squadron Leader Samir Joshi, former Indian Air Force pilot who founded the Bangalore-based company New Space Research and Technologies. Company focuses on development of next generation missions and technologies. His experience in the Indian Air Force has helped him in transitioning and making rapid strides in autonomy and artificial intelligence. I'm sure all of us know that these are the two specialist niche fields which are shaping futuristic doctrines across all domains of warfighting. The speaker will take us through his journey of R&D to product delivery as experienced by his startup. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Admiral Bable, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. And I'm very thankful to NIO and TDAC in the past interactions we have had with the Navy to realize how momentous this event is. A lot of discussions, very fruitful discussions have already happened in the previous couple of sessions. And the focus now is on capability, stabilization, qualification, certification. And I'll be offering some views. And of course, I will also be pitching in certain other issues which startups like ours face, reaching towards a goal, largely overlooked in certain areas. But very thankful, sir. And on the lighter side, very thankful that an Air Force wala is being given a chance to speak about aviation in a naval forum, sir. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the way humans fight, wars, or more important, how they deter each other from not fighting it, is changing from large, expensive, exquisite systems. It's now tilting towards a distributed system which is made up of very smart, innovative, less expensive, and networked agents which work together to achieve certain tasks. Admiral Bavely very rightfully mentioned autonomy and AI as two precursors for achievement and proliferation of a lot of unmanned systems or uncrewed platforms as they are referred to. And the recent conflicts across the world, especially in Ukraine, have shown us a lot of firsts in this space. Who would have imagined, a swarm of uncrewed boats attacking ships in highly defended, naval bases in the Black Sea, or for that matter, going on the other side, uncrewed platforms, being tested by the U.S. Navy, launched from the carriers, and they are kind of refueling manned platforms and other uncrewed platforms. This is just the flavor of things to come. We have seen, the next explorations in air-to-air combat through the, various programs by DARPA, et cetera, et cetera. So trust, ethics, a lot of other things are dovetailed around it. But the larger elephant in the room, again, taking the nomenclature from Admiral Bavely, is, who allowed all these things to happen? They say that necessity is the mother of innovation. In Ukraine, within 4 months, from design to actual use in combat, platforms which are airborne, platforms which are operating on the surface, platforms which we have seen to operate, in subsurface conditions in the Black Sea, South China Sea, and a lot of other places. I mean, who cleared them for combat? Who cleared them for operational use in less than 3 months? And if something like this has been done in such a short span, there must be some method in this madness, some process, some qualification, some certification. Before I revisit this in the end again, I just leave this little food for thought is that, there is always a way to do things. And this is where I am very positive that whatever happens towards the future changing domain in air warfare, towards aviation in the Indian Navy, I'm sure we will all together find a way. And the best way to actually get products online faster, fast and furious. So, before I tackle this issue, I also would like to, specifically mention certain experiences which we have had as a startup. As mentioned, we are a next generation missions and technology startup focusing on uncrewed platforms and persistent robotics, swarm robotics. Everything is, in the exploratory, in the frontier tech domain. There is no certification, there is no qualification processes. The MTAR doesn't talk of it. The DDP mass is just about getting into unmanned systems as a whole. But we are talking of beyond vision line of sight operations, and that too by a large number of these entities together. So, I think even before we address the issues of qualifications and testing, there are certain things I would like to add, which other speakers, namely Asta and Dr. Swavlamban were covering. But just a perspective from our side. The first is research and development. Nothing is devoid or nothing is possible of talking about the future if we don't invest in R&D. I think I don't have to talk much about that. This quorum itself speaks volumes of the fact that we are in the right journey. And towards this, the facets we should focus on is the knowledge creation. Very, very critical. So technologies, remember, gentlemen, are not products. So knowledge creation is very much required. But even more important is the creation of the human resources who can kind of, embody that knowledge and thereafter work together to create opportunities working together. Also, what we see lacking in the ecosystem is, the synergies of, all three services, synergies of individual R&D labs, synergies of academia, creation of a lot of opportunities, creation of parallel tasks which address the same technology development, kind of not being able to get past those barriers. And these barriers may be as low as, not just knowing about them, that where to find the right technology at the right place. So this is something, if we can kind of, synergize all these efforts together, and there is one agency which kind of, keeps a watch on what's happening where, this will kind of cut and, shorten down times of development in a lot of ways. We have talked much about funding. IDEX is a good example. But I would like to draw your attention to is that do we, at times realize what is the gap that would possibly take a startup or an MSME through that famed valley of death? That initial seed funding or even 1.5 crores or even 10 crores, depending on what kind of products we are looking at. And we are getting aggressive. We are talking of products which will sell at a price of 100 crores. Will the startup or the MSME or that industry have that funding in the first place to take it across? This is something which we need to ponder over. What I'm very glad to see is spiral development being introduced and starting one of the programs in the Navy itself by IDEX. And I'm hoping that the DAP 2020 will have a positive amendment for this class of technologies, because spiral development is the right way to kind of develop very high end niche products as we look forward. Even taking a look at the Ukrainian war, look at the marks of the weapon systems being used. On the Russian side, like they introduced a variant of a platform which was about 30 kilometers range. In 3 months, they had the next variant. But just to aim for the next variant, they did not stop the functioning of the first variants. So the spiral development actually happens. Let's learn from what the world is developing and how it is using it. So that's another criteria which we need to touch base upon. Loans are very critical. If IDEX can consider some way where if you are awarded a project, you should be given access to some kind of loan from a bank immediately. After all, you are working on a MOD program. So if this comes straightforward, aviation is tough. Hardware is even tougher, so this costs a lot of money. This is something. Rangarajan sir, he mentioned very rightly IPR issues. You're exposing it to the world. You send one email to a government office, it is not assured, and I'm telling you from my experience that it will be safeguarded there. We were talking with an agency, a government agency, about a program. We went to NSCS together, and in 3 months we realized that agency has given a separate proposal. So there is a clear mandate, where one agency has to look into these IPR issues. And even when we are talking of a lot of other things, we need to get into this. Now, one major thing I would like to, get to the attention of everybody who's in the field. Gentlemen, you all sitting here, when you work with R&D majors like us, you are expecting a product. But when I'm working with the Indian Navy, I am expecting to deliver a technology or a prototype. Now, there is a huge sea of gap. And this gap is where the aspirations, the impressions, the way a certain technology will be kind of oriented towards, it goes slightly off track. The engineering needs to be derived at the very outset from your concept of operations. And these ConOps are very, very imperative if you in the end need to have that right product. And towards this, it shouldn't be discovered when we reach to the qualification stage or towards the testing stage. And I think the large portion of us together, and I have been in the uniform myself, we understand that for us, a product means something which I can immediately use in the field. So this is another area where agencies like qualification agencies and certification agencies can actually get into and take on certain tasks which we think can create the right level playing field for us. Also, already addressed by Admiral KB Singh is, agencies for testing. While everything there good on the paper, but in the field we are still struggling to test our systems. And as simple as ATR qualified ranges where we can check a lot of systems. Now, this may be part of the certification, this may be part of airworthiness trials or whatever, but there is a gap simply because every agency has its own task. And as more and more complex systems are being taken up by the industry, by MSMEs, by startups, this problem is only going to grow up. I'll request agencies, I'll request the Indian Navy itself to create these kind of ranges where purposeful testing of a full functional concept of operations or deployment, employment, can be undertaken, can be experimented with to further fine-tune the product as well as get it faster to the field. So this is another area we think we definitely need to go forward with. Then, specifically, I think towards certification of technologies, towards very niche, towards unmanned systems, uncrewed systems, we need to involve more stakeholder, engagement in this. Now, I want to ask this, August House, is that whose responsibility is to certify a product which is still on the design board, which is still something a future doctrine of the Navy is going to, talk about? You have given this as a problem statement in the field. You have given it to a startup or an MSME. They have started taking it up. But is it the responsibility of that so-called partner to now go and tie up with Similac and get them on board and try to explain everything? Would it not serve us better if we can close this gap at an agency-to-agency level? If the Navy is thinking of tomorrow doing a naval UCAV, they should be setting the SQRs in sync with the aspirations of how Similac would like to approach it. Rather than the agency who's taken on this task running pillar to post to convince them, first, I don't have unmanned system QRs for Similac, please let's start developing it together, and reaching a certain stage before the Navy can start actually getting into. So this is one request we would largely request the operators to think about and help us out, especially in the field for guys who are actually getting into technologies which are more futuristic in use. The second part is, with the regulatory agencies, we'll request some sandboxing, some kind of experimentation towards development of futuristic technologies. These technologies, both in terms of the usage as well as the risks, need to be sandboxed in a certain compartment which can be part of your own development or certifying capability. Simply because, giving a certification for airworthiness in one go may just not be possible. So that is another area which we will request Similac as well as other agencies to kindly consider. And the user also would be, I think, benefited with this, the way that we would like to take this forward. Finally, I'll just close by saying that standards will emerge out of this interaction. But if, let's say, the standards have been developed for a certain task, certain company, I think they need to be interoperable. They need to benefit others who are there in the field. And this should be the aim in the way that the problem statement is approached towards. Because, getting at an individual level will also frustrate not only the operator, but also the partner, the development partner, but also Similac, which has limited strengths. So, again, something which can be addressed right at the stage when the program or the project is actually being given out, handed out, and kind of taken a look at in the larger sense. I'll close by saying, gentlemen, that ladies and gentlemen, that robotics, especially the way it is coming up, it's going to change the dimensions, and it is not the user, the entity which is going to develop it, or the entity who has it, but how you use that product is actually going to make a difference. And with this, I will just like to take the burden of startups like ours and say that please be a little patient with us, especially when we are talking of big ticket things like algorithmic warfare, hardware development of larger sizes, etc., etc. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, it's very tough and it's a lonely road. So please have some patience, and we definitely look forward to support from all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Samir. And let me tell this audience, the Indian Navy has supported Samir. The issue of spiral development, in his case, that has been taken up and has been given a go-ahead. We have found ways and means to make it a success. We understand that technologies are developing. It'll take time. These are niche technologies, never ever attempted, not only in India, but the world over. So unless we support it, it is not going to happen, and we are doing that. The Indian Navy is doing it. Yes, availability of ranges, hand-holding, giving you, in stages, technology over a product, and sandboxing of technologies. I think in all this, we understand it. There are some policy and procedural issues which will be overcome as we go along. Now I request Commander Rahul Verma, retired former naval officer who's a penchant for academic pursuits. He was the commander TDAC, unmanned and autonomous systems till very recently. He has a belief that excellence is a journey, not a destination, and has been inspiring and mentoring over 100 startups. And Ms. Astha Verma, who was there at the previous session, is his sister. So innovation runs in the genes, and he's been responsible for developing niche and cutting edge technology for the Indian Navy with the 100 odd startups which he's mentoring. This is one thing that has been brought out, that he has left the Navy and he's left TDAC. But I'm sure he's going to contribute in other fields. So over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be present in front of this middle August gathering and this distinguished panel. I must thank Indian Navy, specifically SNS Air, for giving me this opportunity to speak. Being the attrition from the team, as Mr. Virmani brought out in the innovation session, I have seen both the sides. They say the grass is greener on the other side. I'm not sure about the color, but I'm sure the perspective is different on both the sides. As we all know, Team TDAC always had a rather unconventional way of working and always ready to try and help understand the problems of startup. So my topic here will create ideas which will help the startups and go forward. It must be borne in mind that no machine can be built which would never fail. No human could be found who never commit mistakes. Consequently, the equipment has to tolerate a certain level of risk. The level of safety is a complex concern, while formulating standards as absolute safety is hypothetical and can be achieved only at infinite cost. Therefore, airworthiness standards has to have a balance between safety concerns, cost, practicality, form design, and manufacturing point of view, which was brought out by SNS Air. There is a fundamental difference between civil and military airworthiness. The certification lies in the fact that military want a slight edge over their contemporaries, which are yet to be proven to maturity. Thus, the tenet of civil airworthiness is passenger comfort, and that of the military is completion of mission. But then, what is certification? Certification is a process of evaluation, documentation of compliance of a product to a specified requirement and declared safe to fly by a third party. The most important aspect is the third party. French, Winston Churchill once said, "Safety does not come out of blue. It is a child of constant vigilance." This rings especially true for military aircraft and type of equipment which we use. As Samir sir brought out, through standardized airworthiness certification, we ensure that our military alliance is chain of strength, forged in trust and reliability. Our commitment to interoperability is not just within the branches of the Navy or the armed forces, but also extend to international partnership. A robust airworthiness certification framework ensure that when we engage in joint exercises, humanitarian efforts, peacekeeping missions, or an act of war, our allies can place their trust in our capabilities, and just as we do in theirs. Ladies and gentlemen, in an era of rapid technological evolution and geopolitical complexities, let us view the military airworthiness and certification as a necessary evil. Notwithstanding what I just said, I strongly believe from the bottom of my heart that certification agencies must be independent bodies. If we open the website of one of such certification agency, sir is sitting here from CEMILAC, it will read the following. Center for Military Airworthiness and Certification, CEMILAC, is a regulatory body under DRDO. The airworthiness assurance function of CEMILAC covers the whole spectrum of activities in the Indian military aviation as ab initio designs, continued airworthiness, production support, and certification of systems. While DRDO is primarily focused on R&D, its various laboratories and enterprise had dwelled into production, sometimes creating a competing dynamics with the private sector. Given that DRDO is both a developer, In some cases, a producer, there might be perceived conflict of interest when the armed forces choose DRDO products and those of private sector. However, this is very different from what's happening abroad. We have been following a British system and the time has come to change. The fundamental of failing fast has to be brought out into the certification system. On the basis of this, I will try and bring out some of these perceived dualities which the DRDO and CEMILAC have with the private sectors. When the same entity is responsible for developing and producing and certifying a technology, there can be a perceived bias in evaluation. Both users as well as the producers think that the evaluation criteria are influenced by the multiple roles the government R&D sector plays. Is the product being favored because of its inherent merit, or because the organization that developed this is also involved in producing and certifying it? That's a question. If the government R&D is both developing technologies and bidding for their production or deployment, they might believe that DRDO has a preferential treatment given to its governmental status. Innovation thrives when the selection process is clear, not an opaque wall. We say DRDO is involved in R&D, production and certification, but how does he allocate resources? Does the best mind maximum resource dedicate to pure research, or they get diverted to certification, production or related concerns? There is a fundamental about echo chambers. Is the feedback which is going into the government R&D going in from the people who have just within? Are they innovating enough? As Mr. Ranga brought out, intellectual property is the soul of a startup, breathing life into its innovation and giving voice to its unique vision. And it all starts with protecting it. When you have to share each and every document, how will it be protected? Do you share these documents with your competitor? Do we share our ConOps with our enemy? In a business world, every fight, every product, every tender is a war. It is being fought between the startup or a government PSU or a DRDO, does not matter. Finally, the product which comes to the user matters. I fully understand and appreciate the stringent requirements of aviation. Being an aviator myself, I also fully support that the view there are no shortcuts for certification. We have an example which came in the papers yesterday when Airbus has been using an uncertified product on their system, and the 4 of the world's biggest airlines have come to a standstill in US. You can Google it and you'll find out how certifications are important. Therefore, the important role being played by CEMILAC cannot be denied, and that's why I very well appreciate that effect. However, from the industry's perspective, I would like to give my concluding remarks and recommendations. A regulatory reform in form of establishing centralized independent agencies is the need of the hour. Give the Indian startup the same level playing field given to the imported product. The equipment that is being imported, for example, may be well proven and already in service, while the IDEX case is in development, as brought out by Samir sir. We cannot start modifying an aircraft till the equipment is proven. The equipment cannot be proven till it is fitted in the aircraft. We therefore get into a catch-22 situation. We need to find a middle path. Maybe CEMILAC could help us. Use of military testing units like our own Naval Flight Test Coordinate, Goa. They should be given a mandate to deploy and test all equipments which have cleared the requirements on ground. This would allow equipment to be fitted even for development. The squadron could be given experimental drones, tethered drone systems and manned aircraft, wherein these Indian products could be tested. A fully instrumented and integrated test range like that one in Ramona at Israel or Atlantic Test Range at Maryland be created that provide full service support for cradle to grave testing. Financial mechanism like introduction of subsidies, grant or low interest rates for our Make in India partners to offset the certification cost and encourage innovation. Or we can even create a separate head in which will not be included during competition for L1 or T1. There is a new concept which has come out, which needs to be looked very, very seriously by the certification agency. It's called Air Silk Route. The Chinese AVIC is buying companies across the globe and putting in stuff into our system. There has to be this proliferation has to stop. Maybe the certifying agencies need to start to stop these Chinese coming into our aviation systems, because these companies have been bought which are not based in China. In the end, leveraging technology like AI, digital twin, and simulation-based testing can complement the physical testing and make the certification process much more efficient, faster, or simpler. Our Honorable PM said that technology is changing at the speed of thought. Technology has empowered the common man. We need to empower this common man's dream with a simpler certification and airworthiness process. The roadmap to success lies in strategic partnership, investment in infrastructure, and regulatory reform, and most importantly, a collective belief in India's capability. Certifying agencies grounded in procedures can only thrive with the spark of mavericks, for it's their unconventional wisdom that would redefine excellence in evolving landscape. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Rahul. Certification agency, making it independent, level playing field, and just for your information, the Naval Flight Test Squadron INS 552 is getting into this business of hand-holding companies, getting certification done. We have just certified the video downlink capability on the ALH. We are doing the LoRa on the Chetak, and many such other startups are being led through the whole certification and trial process. We are giving platforms for testing these systems and helping these startup technologies to realize themselves into products. And I think all three of you, if I had 2-3 more speakers from the industry, Dr. Kale would have run out of paper because he's been busy writing all the notes. So finally, may I request Dr. Shirish Kale, Scientist G, Director Materials and Public Interface in CEMLAC, to have his say and answer all these questions. A Bachelor in Metallurgy from NIT Nagpur, MTech, PhD from IIT Mumbai on Material Technologies and Corrosion Science. Dr. Kale has over 32 years of experience in airworthiness certification of materials and their various processes. A highly distinguished and recognized scientist conferred with many awards, Dr. Kale is the pioneer scientist in the field of aeromaterial certification. So you have a large number of questions to answer, Dr. Kale. The house is open to you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I had 3 speakers and a lot of things are there. And anyway, I have got my presentation also. Maybe some of the things will be answered there and some I will try to answer while speaking. So it's maybe the time limit is also there. So let me start right away. Maybe the dignitaries on the dais, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to all of you. Next slide, please. Okay. So I just now I'll be, since this is the topic, this is the session on certification, so I'll give brief about military airworthiness. Then we have talked a lot on revised DDP mass and IMTR 21, that is enabler for Atmanirbhar, how it is. And then challenges in certification of projects under innovation scheme, that is my topic today under the present scenario, and the approach to certification of innovation scheme projects, and what is the way forward. That are the major things that we need to see today, because all the 3 speakers have talked about the certification and what are the challenges, what are the issues facing by them. So, so basically the military airworthiness is accomplishing the mission with the safety. So how it can be done? It is a this airworthiness certification is a key element in the aviation, and basically what I shown in the slide is to see that this particular mission, to accomplish this mission, one is the the operational requirements and the technical requirements with safety and reliability. And when you have to do the airworthiness certification, you have to follow the system engineering life cycle. So though this airworthiness coverage spans over right from the product life cycle of the project, since conception to the retirement of the product, that is the aircraft, And during this phase, the certification done during design and evaluation phase is called to the product to deliver to the service in safe manner. That is called the concurrent airworthiness certification. And during service, the product is getting repaired, maintained, the upgradation happens, the life extension happens, and during that period certification done is called the continued airworthiness. And basically to do this role, we need to accomplish by ensuring the compliance to the design adequacy and the test adequacy. These are the major things what certification agency needs to do. And to do this role, one has to follow and ensure the commitment towards the 4 pillars of airworthiness, that is leadership, independence, people, and simplicity. And these are the basic aspects which have been covered in the new DDP mass earlier. And due to this, these particular things, if these are the things which you follow, and the independence, the speakers were talking about this, last speaker. So these are the independence which you need, and maybe not because one of the topic he has come, comes under the DRDO, and maybe the conflict of interest towards DRDO projects and towards the private industries projects. So actually this is not being done. Maybe this is the perception, or maybe we need to change. This is being done since long. We need to look into these aspects very freshly, and maybe this is the policy decision. And that's why this is the DDP mass which was there. So with the changing scenario, since this is 2002 DDP mass was restructured into the structured, coherent and hierarchical manner in a 3-tier approach, which is released by Honorable Raksha Mantri in 2021. This is 3-tier approaches framework which mainly deals with the procedures and policies of the certification and the other stakeholders. Then requirement, that is IMTR, we're talking about the Indian Military Technical Airworthiness Regulations and manuals for ease of doing business. What are the forms, manuals are required to implement into the requirements that has been given into this. So, and basic beneficiaries of this particular DDP mass was services, industries, R&D organizations, because of the provisions which are added in the recent one, that is the empowerment for self-certification in many areas like fast-track procurement, autonomy to flight testing agency, emphasis on indigenous substitutions, and provisions for ease of clearance like CFE, that is the customer furnished equipments and customer specified equipments. And coming to the industry, that is the certification coverage without the purchase order, that is one of the things which have been brought into. Reduced stage-gated approach, self-certification in certain areas. Maybe we have started with the minor or the non-critical areas. It may lead to finally to the critical areas that needs certain legal aspects or certain procedures to build in the procedural aspects, which is being done and the revised. Maybe it will be coming in the the coming DDP mass, which is going to be released, that is version 2.0. And you can see the R&D organizations, the provisions for research air system has been made. So there are certain things which have been catered here to utilize the airspace or the testing platforms with the services or maybe the other industries. And delegation through design organization approval scheme, this is one of the major things which have been brought in. And maybe we are started with some few companies or few matured partners in this. Maybe it will be delegated to the industries, maybe the design partners in times to come. And then provision for uses of COTS in design. These are the 3 things, the 3 services which have benefited in lot in this. And coming to the innovation schemes in defense now, as you know, India is an emerging hub for startups and MSMEs. And as we heard since morning, to leverage on these talents, MOD have taken innovation-based schemes in the form of IDEX, then technology development funds, that DAP, make 2 provisions are there for innovations and dare to dream. And this is and because of this, what are the things, what are the addresses which we have done in DDP mass are not there, that particular certification approaches. I would like to speak on this particular thing, how it is. Many speakers have talked on the how the requirements are being introduced during the initial stages of the projects to be taken. And as you know, I need not go again this semi-lakh support to indigenization. We have done these last 5 decades, and one of the speaker was talking about the compendiums and all the testing compendiums. Many compendiums, like 15 compendiums have been issued, like materials, fasteners, pens, and the testing, what are the testing methods and testing agencies are being there, that has been brought out in this particular documents, and these are available. Maybe some of the things will be making it available on the website also. And there are 2000 items are being type approved, and there are closely interactions with Navy on the IISCs and BRDs for indigenization, and many of the new technology like additive manufacturing and all. So besides looking at the product and all, so we have issued the certification methodology, which will be captured in the some of the things in the future documents. And apart from this, even though we have started the semi-lakh has supported many TDA projects, the sprint projects and the IDEX project which are mentioned here, but what are the things, why completely when it comes to these projects to the aeronautical products, what are the things we need to capture, we need to do, or we need to capture the airworthiness requirement at the beginning of the project, that is not mentioned. And these are the certification challenges as there. As you see that basically there is role of certification agency, are the certification requirements not mentioned in the policy documents of innovation schemes. These are the one of the things which we need to address and which results actually services approach certification agency only before the aircraft integration or the flight trials, and it's too late to include the airworthiness requirement later in the project. This is one of the things we need to address in the policy. And nevertheless, we have studied on this matter, and we have and these are the aspects actually. What are the innovation-based projects as compared to the conventional-based matured projects? What are the problem statement and QRAs have limited scopes, and you have got a short development cycle. Technology readiness level are generally low, and these are the major things which, when it comes to the giving the certification, how we need to go ahead for that, that is being addressed. I will come in the next few slides. Many of them lack established certification basis like standards, what are mentioned here. In certain cases, it is only a concept for providing technology and may not culminate into an airborne system product, which was being mentioned here. So how it can be addressed, that I will come when I am discussing about the certification approach. And in the last session, there was multiple innovators, design agencies selected for the same problem statement. That is one of the things which have been addressed, which was discussed in the last session. So, So coming to the this technology readiness level, this overall TRL, the technology readiness level, is comprising of design, process, testing, and production TRL. So when you come to the projects, when the TRL level is less, the certification either it is very not possible or highly challenging because of certain reasons that I will bring it, as compared to the conventional, where we go for the concurrent certification approach. And when it is the TRL level is high, we are thinking of giving the DOS.
Dr. Kale, the time is little less. If you can kindly.
1 or 2 minutes, I'll just finish. And coming to this, the certification approach, what was suggested is the development of prototype and the field evaluation trial, where the reduced role and green role of semi-lakh and DGOK is envisaged. And when there is a series production, fleet modifications are there, wherein the enhanced role of semi-lakh and DGOK is proposed. And these are the things when I am coming to the innovative project approach to clearance. Semi-lakh has formulated certification directive for inclusion of certification requirements in the RFPs. and the sponsoring agencies like DIO, service headquarters, or director of TDF may tailor these requirements for their projects and include them in the RFP during the initial stage itself. So, and based on that, if you do the criticality classification based on system safety analysis, then your goal towards certification and making the things easier for you in the times to come. And when it goes to the series production, as the procedure is well documented in DDP, how to go ahead and all, you need to have the ACP and all, and that particular things you can follow as is as mentioned in this, in the DDP mass. So what is my summary for this particular thing? When it comes to the innovative based projects where the TRL levels are less, so include the certification requirements in the RFP. So that particular thing, when you do the system safety analysis for the critical and mission critical parts and non-safety critical parts, and when it is a non-critical or mission critical, carry out safety of flights or involve a complete demonstration of this without involving the Semilac. You can involve the services, either QA or the CRPO, which can give this coverage to them. And when it is safety critical, follow the approach, what is there, finalize the ACP, follow all the process and the carry out flight trials. And if selected for production, we are telling about the technology. When it comes for the production and the series modification, complete all the qualification activities, documentation activities as mentioned in the DDP bus, and go for this approach. This is what we are suggesting. When it is not mentioned in the innovative projects, only is the ways include the services and all. When it floats the requirement, include the certification requirements in the initial stage. Whether it goes for certification or not, at the end you can't go and make the things happen, so it delays the project. And finally, I'll touch upon the way forward. The policy documents for innovation schemes should clearly define the role of certification and quality assurance agencies. Airworthiness requirement, that is technical and procedure, have to be included in the RFPs. The empowerment given in DDP must to CRPO, that is Chief Research and Production Offices, and QA agencies of user services should be utilized for non-safety critical system, and this role has been very well brought in the new DDP mass. For safety critical, you follow the necessary support from Semilac, and maybe we should have the discussions, what are the issues and other things we face towards the indigenization and towards the indigenization of the products for the aero products. This is what I wanted to say, and there are certain things which have been come up here. Maybe I have noted this, maybe 30 seconds or 40 seconds, I will just try to make this answered. So basically the IP issues which many things which comes in that. Basically the design and development agency, though it comes, we are doing the e-certification portal, and maybe we are finding that legality portion into it, that so that these portions can be, it will not go out, but however the design and development agency should have the complete know-how, how to protect it. That is one of the things we will take care of this in our, when it comes to the certification launch, maybe in the latest. And the delegation and the self-certification, that is will be the priority for Semilac also, because the lot of projects, lot of things with the limited human resources, these are the things, DER, designated engineering representative, design organization approval schemes, all those things we are planning. Maybe in the version 2.0 it is there, and we have started working on that. Maybe some of the design agencies we are going to give that DOS in to approach these toward the delegation and the self-certification. And thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Kale. I think takeaways that Semilac, which is the leading certification agency, is also alive to the field's requirements. There is new thinking in Semilac. Unfortunately, the CE Semilac could not be here today because of prior engagements. Otherwise, he would have also brought out more succinctly at the higher level. There, like what was mentioned by Dr. Kale, by end of the year or by early next year, there's going to be an e-portal for certification, which is going to be issued. The only point of debate is the IPR issue, and the uploading of various documentation that becomes available online. So that is being tackled, that is being done. Self-certification is something which CEMELAC is prophesizing. We already have certain examples of that in the field, but they are case by case. We have to approach CEMELAC, and that is being accorded. Just to tell Squadron Leader Samir that for software-based systems, for prototypes, CEMELAC is willing not to get involved, but for production testing, yes, for productioning, they require certain documentation, obviously, because safety is at risk. But for the IDEX cases of aviation, we are getting waivers from CEMELAC, and the Indian Navy will be the go-between to get you those waivers from CEMELAC or from the RCMAs so that the prototype testing can happen. With this, sir, may I request the House is open for questions. I'll take only 2 questions because of paucity of time, please. Anybody? Or the call of lunch? Yes, yes, sir. If you'd kindly introduce yourself and ask a question to a
Sir,
panelist.
I'm Group Captain Narang. I'm from MPIDSA. I just want to understand, is there a mechanism for certification of components which are not a product by CEMELAC? Because a lot of Indian innovators are coming up with subsystems. So is there a mechanism? Second is, the world is moving in formulation of standards for certification. So you issue standard, then people get the certification, including from international NABL and other laboratories. Is there a process for that? Third, is there a acceptance of DGCA certification by CEMELAC for aero products and a vice versa? This is the third one. Fourth is there a NABL and international accreditation of DRDO and all DPSU's labs? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The thing, your thing is the certification of components and subsystems. Yeah, there is a, specifically in this DDP-MAS, that 2021 version 1.0 and version 2.0, which is likely to be released, which is almost done by the Raksha Mantri. So basically in the both the documents, this from the not only the component level, from the material level, component level, subsystem, system level, complete certification methodology is being given separate chapters. Coming to your second question on this accreditation, NABL accreditation all. So wherever the testing things are there, so CEMELAC accepts the report which are being done with the NABL accredited lab or maybe other equivalent recognized laboratories. And the witnessing of the one of the questions was there in this, maybe the involvement of CEMELAC while going to physical witnessing and all, that has been completely ruled out. Wherever it is needed, maybe with the critical cases, it is being there. Otherwise, NABL accreditation or maybe wherever the testing facilities have been approved, we do not participate or involve. And another, this I think your 2 questions have been answered. And third was the standards. Yeah. There are certain JSS standards, like Joint Service Specification standards, are being prepared and being issued. There are certain committees are there that are being done, maybe at the component level, materials level, or the subsystem system levels. But another things, based on the user requirements, what are the things needs to be tailored and all. If that comes, we tailor that and issue the specifications. That is also being done. This DGCA. Again, there is that particular point also have been brought out in the DDP-MAS. Basically, the mutual recognition, not only with DGCA, maybe the international airworthiness authorities also. So, see, we need to have the comparison. We accept that DGC also, and what are the things add-on needs to be done, that needs to be carried out based on the requirements, but otherwise it is being done.
Just to add to the answer, sir, even the services found that the DGCA documentation and the nomenclature and the DDP mass nomenclature is different at a large number of places. A simple example being the classification of drones as nano, micro, mini. The weight category itself is very different. So all this have been brought out to CEMILAC, and the version 2.0 of DDP mass is catering for all these anomalies in certification, and it's been addressed.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Suyash,
Please.
co-founder and CEO of Galaxy Space. So we are a startup from IIT Madras and started 2 years back. I think I have a question which is slightly different from the context here. For example, if I have a dual-use technology that I'm trying to develop, but I don't have an end user, I don't have a sign up from IDEX, because there's not a part of any challenge whatsoever. And now I want to kind of fly something and get it done. How do I do it? Because there's no authority which is there. There's no end user in mind, because I'm doing this in silos. And the reason I tell you why, because we have gone to a lot of users in the beginning and asked, would you need synthetic aperture radar in some sense, which we have developed, by the way, for drones already. Now I want to do it at a higher altitude, and then for the satellites itself, right? So how do I kind of go to CEMILAC and do it?
Asking for the certification process, or how do you actually start?
How do I start? Because I don't have an IDEX challenge which I'm attached to.
So
I don't have an end user.
your one-stop shop, I think, is TDAC. You just approach TDAC and tell them you have this technology. TDAC then approaches the various, various users of that technology, like the aviation directorates, the ships directorates, the submarines, or the unmanned systems. And we see, yes, if your technology is promising, we will induct that technology. We'll find ways and means to induct that technology. Not only induct the technology, hold your hand to try the technology.
But does TDAC goes to CEMILAC at the end?
No, TDAC does not go. It is the user directorate who goes to CEMILAC and interacts. That means if it's an airborne system application, then the air division, that is me, my team goes to CEMILAC. It coordinates with the Naval Flight Test Squadron, and we find various certification standards, and we lay them down in the documentation, in the requirements which are initially put up for that particular technology.
Thank you, sir. Very useful. We have been trying to knock doors of CEMILAC for last 2 years. For the last 2 years.
No, just I will answer this point. Wherever these requirements are not being mentioned, so there is a need to change in the policy to address the certification requirements if you are approaching the NIO or the IDAC and all. So there itself you can approach them in the RFP itself, that requirements needs to be proposed if you want to go for the product development. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
The point here is, Dr. Kale, that for a IDEX, initially there is no RFP. So RFP is only if we are going to induct the system. His point is, and even my point is, that if there is no RFP, where am I going to write the certification? Because it's a niche technology, there is no certification process which has been written for that niche technology. So who's going to make that certification process? And that's the exact question which Secondary Leader Samir Joshi had also put forward. So this is something that we need to take away from this seminar, that we need to do, enable to assist IDEX and the fledgling startups. May I now request the chair, sir, to please conclude the session.
I don't want to become unpopular by talking anymore. I don't understand between you and lunch, but I think the Navy also needs to take a little look at itself. For example, our CRPO organization is very weak. Just one odd officer. And if so much of load is going to come on the CRPO, then we need to have a better organization. In the field, again, for repairs, there's a view that, our naval procedure for repairs, which is done by Indian registered firms, does not exist. It is decided case to case by RACAS. That should not happen. I think the Indian Air Force has a very, very clear certification process which is enclosed in the expression of interest right in the beginning. So I think this is one best practice that we should follow. But as we can also look at NFTS, because we're talking about aviation, get into a kind of a rate contract with civil test firms that could help startups carry out early testing by providing desired slots. These are some 2-bit inputs from my side. All I can say is, after listening to all this, is that there's a lot of work to be done by all of us. After the first flush of success, my advice is, if you want the sprint to actually take off with the aviation products, we'll have to be true partners, and the devil is in the detail. And as they say, whatever you do, always give 100%, unless it's blood donation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Rear Admiral Bavely to kindly hand over the seminar memento to the chairperson. Now I would like to request the chairperson to present the seminar memento to the speakers. Dr. Shirish Kale. Squadron Leader Sameer Joshi. Shri S. Rangarajan. Commander Rahul Verma. Thank you, sir. May I request the panelists for a group photograph, please? Thank you. We shall now be breaking off for lunch. Some key points for dispersal. Flag officers, dignitaries, panelists and guests seated in the first 5 rows are requested to take the exit on your left and proceed for lunch on MR 19 on level 1. Remaining guests are requested to take the exit on your right and proceed to hall 14 for lunch. The plenary session entails more dignitaries coming in, and therefore seating plan will change accordingly. You are requested to check the seating plan prior to seating. All guests attending the plenary session post-lunch are requested to be seated in the auditorium by 1515 hours. The plenary session will commence at 1530 hours. All IDEX winners who have to be felicitated by Honorable RM are requested to assemble at hall 14 at 1600 hours.
देखो देखो पीछे जहाज निकल रहा है ना अभी और करूं इधर
Ladies and gentlemen, the hall is being prepared for the security liaison team to inspect. Other than those who are involved in preparing the hall for the next session, others are requested to proceed for lunch. Seating will commence at 1500 hours. भाई चेयर्स कहाँ हैं यार चेयर्स क्यों नहीं आ रही ये तो है ना इसके हाँ get me the Swavlamban book get the Swavlamban books placed here the ASL has to see it Swavlamban book the MOUs and the PIL PIL आ गया भाई अरे यार उपेंद्र कोई नॉर्मल और सर Ardhan has got your certificate. I need that certificate. चेयर लगवाइए ये एक और टीम है और ये थोड़ी उधर शिफ्ट होगी
हेलो अरे कहाँ पे है वहाँ क्या ऊपर आ जा
जो बाहर बैठे रहते हैं ना लोग सिक्योरिटी वाले अपने वो वाली चेयर ला के
Nice place to be, sir. Thank you. Mostly.
I want this. Only problem that I foresee is with the SBI.
एक बड़ी भी आई, दो बड़ी आएंगी।
एक यहाँ पे आएगी ना, एक इसके सामने थोड़ा, मतलब इट इज नॉट ऑड नंबर इवन, एक उधर आएगी और एक
भैया सर ये सबसे उधर हैं? एक ही है बड़ी अंदर की साइड तो नहीं है एक ही तो चीज हो गई नहीं एक उधर नहीं एक उधर आराम से इसकी डस्टिंग वाली पड़ेगी सही से ये तो मंगाए थोड़ी आएगा पक्का तो देख लिया अंदर की साइड है कि नहीं सर सर
ये वाला टेबल जो है ना उसको राइट में कर दो, ठीक है, वहाँ पे नहीं तो एक काम करो, ये ऐसे ही रहने दो तीन, वो जो छोटे वाला है ना इसको आगे ले, एक इधर छोटे वाला और एक उधर छोटे, समझ गया ना, इसको साइड में, हाँ वो साइड में, ठीक है, ये वाला हटा दो, इसको हटा दो।
काम करो ये टेबल वो वाली छोटी टेबल कुर्सी छोटी तो
बाकी वहाँ पे जाकर अशोक गुप्ता
बेटा देते
निशान Are you presenting anything to the Raksha Mantri? Any memento or anything? Nothing? Is he presenting any memento to anybody? Where are the MOU?
सर ये भी चेक कर
जो पोडियम है
डॉक्टर को बोलना पड़ेगा बता एक बार सुन सचिन एक बार प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल को घुमा दे इसको साफ साफ घुमाइए नहीं साफ करके भी छोड़ के अच्छे ड्राई ड्राई घुमा दे जल्दी जा
Sir, I am not controlling this. I am not controlling this. I am not controlling this.
Sir, Manish sir.
I want to know where is the Please ensure that the seating is correct. Left, right, left. I don't want that seating to be messed up. Yeah, see, उसका वो आप चेक कीजिए. Physically you have to check as per that. That's saying left, right, which I got you. सबके सब लेके खड़े हो जाएंगे, सबके सब ऐसे खड़े हो जाएंगे। फिर आपको ये वापस भी लेके जाना पड़ेगा। आप लोग और वो किताबों के रिबन निकलेंगे, वो एक बार तो आप लोगों को पता ही है। तो ये यहाँ पे एक गाड़ी वाला ऑफिसर खड़ा है, वो आपको कंट्रोल करेगा, वो आपको गाइड करता रहेगा। और ये जो है ये आधे इधर से और आधे उधर से, पर उस तरफ ग्रीन नहीं है, आप मूवमेंट इधर से तो एक फिर पीछे से चले जाना। एक जो है आगे से दे देना 5। ये गलती नहीं करेंगे, जो हमारे जो सेलर जा रहे हैं ना साथ में, वो डॉग मारेंगे, उनको ब्रीफ करवा। तो ये लोग करेंगे, नहीं मैं बता रहा हूँ, बिकॉज दे आर नॉट यूज्ड टू इट। आवर मैन आर मोर यूज्ड टू फाइटिंग, दे आर यूज्ड टू डूइंग दिस। वो जो हमारे सेलर हैं, नॉट दैट दे आर नॉट कॉम्पिटेंट, उनको समझाओ कौन है। हाँ दूसरा कौन है, एक बार प्रैक्टिस करना होगा। चलो जरूर
जैन सर, जैन सर,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our time is up here. The Delhi police team wants us to vacate the hall. I request all to kindly move out. Please rise, shine, move out of the hall. They require some time to carry out physical checks. Gentlemen, please. Anybody who's left his bag here inside, please pick up the bags. They are to be also taken out. अब ये वो बैग्स उठा के ले आइए प्लीज, सारे के सारे बैग्स चेक कर लेना यार वहीं पे। नहीं बैग तो सारे हमारे ही हैं, वो मैं करवा दूंगा आइडेंटिफाई बाद में। प्लीज मूव आउट, प्लीज मूव आउट। ऋषि गेट दैट डोर क्लोज्ड। हाँ वो ठीक है, आप भी रहिए वहीं पे। देखा वही हो गया ना। Badula, your marking is done? Great. Please move out. चलिए। अरे राजकुमार, please move out यार। आइए प्लीज कर लीजिए। प्लीज यहाँ पे अभी आप अपने साथ लेके जाइए, बाद में वापस जाइए। गैलमैन, व्हाट आर यू डूइंग यार प्लीज? भाई क्यों निकाल रहे हो उसको? अरे आप लोग कहाँ से हैं प्लीज? सर ये मेरे साथ खड़े हैं। सर मेरे साथ रहिए यहाँ पे, बता दूँ कल्याण हो गया? चलो गुड, इनको ले जाओ अपने साथ। मैडम हो गया? उनको समझा दो, मुझे उनकी ज़्यादा चिंता है। हाँ गड़बड़ हो गया।
चले जाएंगे, ऐसे हैं या वो बैठेंगे, पूछ लेते हैं क्या कहते हैं, तो क्लियर कर लेते हैं। लेकिन वो लेके इन लोगों की टॉक है, अगर वो लोग बोलेंगे तो हमें उसी टाइम पे जाना पड़ेगा उनसे लेने के लिए, क्योंकि उनको तो अपने मुंह बोलने में, और अगर वो नहीं बोलेंगे वो डायरेक्टली जा रहे हैं तो हमें पहले खुद रेडी रहना पड़ेगा। दो लड़के को उनसे
just close the door, yeah, please. Yeah, please close it.
Sir, I'm placing it here.
Maybe go call करेगा, just tell him start pushing people. Yeah, listen, I heard very good you're doing.
Your briefing is. Please.
जो भी है, आएंगे उनको दिखाओ। लैपटॉप को ऊपर रखो। हमारे ही हैं ये सारे बैग, जितने भी बैग हैं सबकी वॉचिंग मैं कर रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैं खड़ा हूँ। अगर किसी को खोल के देखना है तो खोल लेना, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। ये सबको बोला था बगैर बैग के आना, पर फिर भी है कोई पटपटगंज जा रहा है, कोई कहीं से आ रहा है, अपना लेके आ गया उठा के। सबको जगा के रखना। भाई आप क्या करने आए हो? ये
नावी कैश कार्ड आ रहा है सर से, और एमओयू के सर वो फिजिकल नहीं हो रहे हैं, इनका नहीं हो रहा है, जस्ट द पीपल विल बी कमिंग।
और बुलाए का सर्टिफिकेट कितना?
वो भी नॉट बर्डन के पैसा नहीं होगा। सर्टिफिकेट का है, सर्टिफिकेट। हाँ,
ये खत्म कर यार। ये दिखा मेरे को सर्टिफिकेट दिखा। हेलो, आप ही मैंने करा दिया फोटो वाले को। अरे ये प्रेजेंट कैसे होगा? ऐसे ही? वो इसका कोई फोल्डर वोल्डर नहीं है?
फोल्डर हमारे पास है, लगवा देता हूँ।
लगवा दे उसको फोल्डर में।
वो एमओयू वाले फोल्डर है ना भूपेंद्र के पास, उसमें लगा दे।
मैं लगा दूँ। सर मैंने आईडेक्स का कोई इनवाइट नहीं दिया है। सर सर उसकी जो लिस्ट दिया आउटस्टेशन वाले को आपको पकड़ नहीं करना, मैंने आपसे पूछा वो टीचर उनका नंबर दिया, कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर।
Sir, by any chance, but I have 16 of them in my bag for emergency.
No, that I am also carrying, yeah. ये कौन सा है? हेलो, आप वो यार you please cut this phone, यार. Lipstick is not coming. Okay. No, you are giving me right. Lipstick is not coming. Get connected to this side. हाँ, lipstick जो last में भी call करो तो ये भी आता
Sir, DevSec is coming or not coming? I'm honestly
not coming.
Not coming at all. Not attending the function.
वही वो बता रहा है।
तो फिर 7 हो गई सर, आइडियल हो गई।
यहाँ पे ही बताना पड़ेगा।
सर फिर इसका ऑर्डर भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा ना, चेयर मूव करना पड़ेगा। हाँ, ये ऑर्डर भी चेंज हो जाएगा ना सर, फिर अगर आरएम बीच में आ गया तो एक बंदा यहाँ से वहाँ जाएगा। Now that there are 7 chairs and DefSec has moved out from here. Right side is RRM. Right side is RRM. Left side is CNS. To the right of RRM then becomes CNS. CNS is already there. Okay. Now DefSec is gone, so IDM will be shifted here. That's it.
Let me ask him again regarding this.
Yeah, the vice chair for base staff and the army staff. So DefSec is vice chair for army staff को इधर कर दो. आप president sir, we must लिखा है chair में ये. If required can be done.
We'll have to remove one chair. यार आप लोग किस लिए आ रहे हो अंदर? Please wait outside, yaar. We have not cleared the hall as yet. There is security thing which is going on. Please wait outside. We'll call you. Harpreet, please wait outside. Yaar, they are getting angry. Yeah, stage and photograph both. Listen, I have to get one chair and one table removed. जल्दी करो अवश्य. याद रखना एक कम करना है और यहाँ से DefSec का नाम निकालना. And फोटो वाला वहाँ वाला भी चेंज कराना. बुलाया को मैसेज करो ना तुम. He's there, one there.
Last year is got the all 14, just not.
Ask for another. Tell you later. We can't tell you. Please wait.
मैं आ रहा हूँ 2 मिनट.
सुनो. मैं बुलाया को निशानी को बुलाया. आ जाओ दोनों ऊपर आओ. उसको रखो. कौन सी चेयर निकालनी बता जल्दी से. एक चेयर हटानी. एक चेयर और टिको आ जा जल्दी से.
I suggest you keep it just behind only. You never. The people, we are coming. That is for sure. That is clear.
पीछे वहाँ उसी और रखो.
ये कौन है? आरएम के लगू दो कैसे?
ना सुन.
एक यहाँ से शिफ्ट होगा.
आरएम कहाँ बैठ रहे हैं?
ये सर आपके जस्ट सामने सेंटर एकदम.
वन चेयर है कम यार.
SIDL, SIDL को शिफ्ट करते हैं. सर, प्लीज हो गया.
थैंक यू. बहुत भाई.
आने दे भी लोगों को. हाँ.
Thank you.
ये वाली टेबल निकाल दो.
मौजूदा सर. बताओ मुझे रक्षा मंत्री की चेयर उसके पीछे करो फिर वो वाली चेयर उसके पीछे करो. चेयर पीछे वाली राइट में करो. अरे यार बीच वाली करना पहले राइट.
ठीक है वो वाली थोड़ी और वो वाली और इधर आओ बेटा
उसको काउंट करना ठीक है ना
बेटा एक ये ऐसा टेबल होगा वो ले आओ सुनो बेटा वो छोटे वाला लेके आओ। You don't go yourself. I am pushing people.
नहीं 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 इसको बंद कर दे चेक स्विच दीस माइक्स ऑफ Sound check. Line 1. साउंड चेक साउंड चेक 1 2 नहीं वो सही है साउंड चेक 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 एक बार फिर 1 2 3 4 5 1
सर भैया सर भैया सर 2-2 can come in the gap.
53. You can keep engaging. There's not so much to engage. Yeah. बोल दो सेटल डाउन आप बोल दो आप इनिशियल अनाउंसमेंट बोल दो कोई एक पैसेज की ठीक है then we'll take a 2-minute break and then we'll come back and go on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to settle down and keep your phones in either silent or airplane mode. We are awaiting the arrival of the Chief of the Naval Staff and we shall be beginning the proceedings shortly.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And to some of my dear friends in the audience, good morning. So happy to see you. After that sumptuous lunch, it's time to wake up and pay attention to what's happening here. And for those of you who are sitting right in front of these giant speakers, I offer to you my deepest sympathies. Ladies and gentlemen, nice to see you smiling. After all, Swavlamban is a celebration. Welcome to the second edition of Swavlamban, the annual seminar of the Navy Innovation and Indigenization Organization, NIIO, and the Swavlamban 2023 is jointly organized by the NIIO, the Defense Innovation Organization, DIO, and SIDM, the Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. We await the arrival of our chief guest, the Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, which is due to happen after a few minutes. In the meantime, I'd like to say a few things and introduce you to the field that we have here at Swavlamban 2023. Innovation and indigenization, two words that can be explained as cousins. These are the new buzzwords after the government thrust on self-reliance was launched a few years back. A number of seminars and even exhibitions are held by different stakeholders in the ecosystem. So what makes the NIIO seminar Swavlamban so special? What is so different about it that it generates this level of interest? How and why does Swavlamban stand out? The most important difference is the primary construct of the seminar at the conceptual level. Most seminars or exhibitions give an opportunity to the participating firms to display their products and thereby catch the attention of the users in the hope of eventual orders that may follow. Swavlamban, however, is very different. Please be patient, I have 200 pages here. Well, some would say, quite surprisingly, it is not the firms who are showcasing their products, but indeed the end users who are proudly displaying the products that the startups have been able to develop with them and for them. Now, this is the key differentiator. These products were developed, or rather co-developed, by the startups and the users together. A product that has been especially developed based on a specific demand of the users and has end user involvement at all stages is certainly more likely to fully meet the user requirements, and being a co-development rather than a procurement process, enough leeway has been built into the procedures. This creates a win-win situation for all, and that is the beauty of the IDEX scheme. the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization model is one of collaboration and co-creation. The Sprint initiative itself was a collaborative project between the NIO and the DIO. Most of the products that are being displayed at the Swavlamban have already completed trials. Some have already been inducted. The fact that all have been developed in the last 1 year, and I'd like to repeat that, all products developed over the last 1 year makes it truly special and shows the capability of the Indian startups working in tandem with the users, which is the Indian Armed Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on in this plenary session, let me give you some free unsolicited advice, which is please keep your mobile phones in silent mode, and if you need to use the restrooms, the exit towards your right side. You can see the orange marking boards. That's very important. This plenary session will continue, and we'll show you some very interesting short films to take you through the journey where the Indian Navy has transformed from being a buyer's navy to a builder's navy. Everything, every innovation, every invention begins with a dream. But that journey from a dream to reality is a long one. It has its own set of challenges. And the main thing is that once the dream turns into a reality, the final product, which has been achieved through innovation, collaboration, invention, all sorts of technologies getting together, the final product must meet the requirements of the armed forces, our combat forces. The final product must stand the test of being combat ready, credible, cohesive, and future-proof. On that note, I'd like to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Commander Ishant Panwar, to help you navigate for the next part of the plenary session.
Well, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now be beginning the plenary session for the day. Let me take this opportunity to brief you all about the events planned during the session. The chief guest, Honorable Raksha Mantri, will be arriving at 1630 hours. He shall then be visiting the exhibition area and will enter this auditorium at 1700 hours. All are requested to rise when the chief guest arrives. A number of releases, launches, exchange of MOUs, and felicitations are planned throughout the session. The session will conclude with the valedictory address by the chief guest. To begin the session, let us see a video montage on NIO, Sprint, and Swavlamban.
The Indian Navy, combat ready, credible, cohesive, and future-proof. The Indian Navy has always been at the forefront of indigenization. Through the decades, it has reinforced the resolve of being a builder's navy. Truly embodying the spirit of Make in India, for India. The Navy has now added the component of innovation to indigenization to ensure that we are truly Atmanirbhar in our mission to enhance the two-fight component and protect the maritime interests of India.
भारतीय सेनाओं में आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य 21वीं सदी के भारत के लिए बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत अनिवार्य है.
And now we are all set for the next leg of this epic journey, moving on from self-reliance to innovation and indigenization towards nation building. The Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or the NIIO, was set up in 2020 to foster the culture of innovation. NIIO has actively engaged industry and academia by signing various memorandum of understanding with the industry and knowledge partners.
Government has given us very clear guidelines on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and towards that, one of the commitments that the Navy has made to the top leadership is that we will become Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047.
During the maiden NIIO seminar, Swavlamban 22, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi launched 75 challenge statements for the Indian industry under the Sprint Initiative.
स्वावलंबन जैसे सेमिनार्स हमारे सामने आने वाली वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए आवश्यक कैपेसिटीज और कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप करने के लिए यह अत्यंत आवश्यक है. इस सेमिनार ने हमें एक अवसर दिया है कि हम न केवल डिफेंस सेक्टर बल्कि सभी डोमेन्स में आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रति अपने संकल्प को दोहराएं और राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका भी निभाएं.
Sprint, supporting pole vaulting in research and development, R&D through IDEX, NIIO and TDAC was a statement of intent by Indian Navy to develop at least 75 technologies within a year to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Working with the industry partners, startups and MSMEs, the NIIO gave a fillip to the defense ecosystem in the country. More than 1,100 proposals were received. 110 hours of presentations were steered within 10 days. 118 winners declared. First development agreement signed within 20 days of winners declaration. And the results. The stated aim of developing at least 75 technologies has not only been met but surpassed. Few global firsts and game changers realized, like the ultra endurance drone Arun, aerogel based fabrics firefighting suits which can take temperatures from -200 degrees Celsius to +1800 degrees Celsius. Portable metal cutter which can cut through thick sheets of metal instantaneously. And blue-green lasers for underwater applications such as detection and communication. Technologies multiplying the might of the Indian Navy in the maritime domain. Technologies such as AI-based underwater vision system, massive multiple in multiple out-based radars and antennae, portable device to measure radar cross-section of ships, and autonomous boat swarms with weaponized capabilities. And many technologies solving the felt need of the users, like the autonomous hull crawler for maintenance and inspection of ship's hull, AI-based barrel crawling bot for inspection of gun, rocket launcher barrels and torpedo tubes, underwater ROV, and the firefighting bot. Multiple patents filed for indigenous designs. And now, niche products are also being evaluated for export potential.
कि 75 इंडिजीनियस टेक्नोलॉजीज का निर्माण एक प्रकार से पहला कदम है.
Last year, the Indian Navy set a formidable challenge to induct at least 75 groundbreaking technologies as part of a sprint initiative celebrating the spirit of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We have not only met that challenge, we have surpassed it. I would like to place on record my sincere gratitude to the unwavering dedication of our scholars, innovators, and the overwhelming response from the Indian industry, which has enabled this remarkable success. Our journey towards self-reliance, guided by the Government of India's Atmanirbharta initiative, is firmly on course. More than 110 startups and MSMEs have joined hands with the Indian Navy, forging a partnership that has delivered many firsts in naval technology. We have broken barriers, shattered limits, and redefined what's possible. Our Sprint initiative isn't just about technology, it's about our commitment to the nation, our vision for the future, and our dedication to safeguarding our waters. And now it's time to share our achievements, inspire our innovators, and take our self-reliance journey to greater heights. So join us as we showcase the power of innovation, collaboration, and the indomitable spirit of Atmanirbharta. Together, we are shaping the future of the Indian Navy and paving the way for a self-reliant Navy by 2047. नौसेना जो भारत में, भारत द्वारा और भारत के लिए बनी है. So let's make history together.
अब हमें फ्यूचर चैलेंजेस को एंटीसिपेट करते हुए ही आगे कदम बढ़ाना.
This is but the beginning of this journey. There are more seas to conquer, more horizons to explore. Come, join hands with the Indian Navy towards nation building through innovation and indigenization. We can promise you that this is going to be a voyage to remember. The sprint is ongoing and the marathon lies ahead. Indian Navy on a mission to be fully self-reliant by 2047. हम तैयार हैं.
Well, that was just a glimpse of the efforts undergone during past 1 year in just over 10 minutes of time. Without further ado, may I now request Admiral R. Hari Kumar, the Chief of the Naval Staff, to deliver the keynote address.
Admiral K.B. Singh, Chairman NMF, Vice Chief of Army Staff, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Chief of Air Staff, Admiral Ashok Kumar, NMSC, Lieutenant General Khandare, Principal Advisor DOD, Vice Admiral Gormade, Air Marshal SP Dio, Shri SP Shukla, Shri Alok Kumar, MD SBI, DG Coast Guard, Rakesh Pal, Principal Staff Officers, Flag Officers, Heads of Think Tanks, Officers and personnel from all the three services and the Coast Guard, officers from the MOD, esteemed veterans, industry partners, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a matter of privilege to be here with all of you at the second edition of Swavlamban seminar. In a short span of time, I think we have come a long way. And last year, the Honorable Prime Minister had flagged off this journey, but by unveiling 75 challenges to the industry. And it gives me immense pleasure to be here with you now that the challenges have turned into opportunities yielding astounding results. In a sense, संकल्प से सिद्धि तक हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. Our resolve is to be self-reliant in defense, and the audience is well aware that the emerging global scenario has made it amply clear that as a navy and as a nation and as the armed forces, Atmanirbharta is no longer merely an economic imperative, but rather a strategic necessity. The supply chain shocks which resulted from the COVID pandemic and the ongoing conflict in Europe have forced industries worldwide, including the Indian industry, to reimagine their strategies, realign their supply chains, and explore ways to reduce their vulnerabilities to strategic shocks. So, self-reliance, therefore, is becoming equally important for Indian industry across sectors and more so in the defense sector. So, dependence on others for one's defense needs is a strategic vulnerability that must be overcome. So, towards this end, Bharat Sarkar has a clear vision. The Ministry of Defense has clear policies and plans. The armed forces have a clear roadmap, and the defense industries have a clear incentive to make India self-reliant in defense. In keeping with this spirit, Bharatiya Nausena has made an unequivocal commitment to be a fully Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047. So, Navy at 100 must be a force that represents in letter and in spirit a strong and developed Bharat at 100. A force that uses unique concepts and capabilities that are made in Bharat, made by Bharat, and made for Bharat. Our Honorable Prime Minister in his address last year had spoken of this very aspect. Bharatiya solutions for emerging security challenges. So for that, we can no longer tail chase technology, nor can we be happy with leapfrogging. So we need to pole vault instead. And by pole vaulting, the aim is to be the pioneers of defense technology, of future defense technology, setting norms and standards for the world to emulate. But pole vaulting requires teams and leaders with healthy disrespect for the concept of something as impossible. We need to be revolutionary, not evolutionary. And the human mind needs to be challenged to achieve impossible feats. A grand challenges often tend to kindle and inspire humans. In this age, we cannot be satisfied by just merely moving from, say, email to instant messaging when wearable devices to read very thought are being developed. So, Bharat must be a trendsetter and not a follower. And that is what we need to aim for. So I want to highlight here that an extraordinary proportion of the technical knowledge and innovation during the 19th and the 20th century came from hobbyists, priests, rectors, domain experts, and not so much from scientists. Examples are Reverend Thomas Bayes, who made the Bayesian theorem, Reverend Greg Garrett, invented the submarine, Reverend Gilbert White, the naturalist, M.J. Berkeley, who discovered fungi, Reverend William Greenwald, the archaeologist, and so on and so on, Thomas Malthus, etc. So put it squarely, I would say that innovation is not just the arena of scientists, but anyone who's keen, who's got an inquisitive mind, who's passionate, and above all, who's got domain expertise. So let me bring this out by an example, a live example. On the 1st of July 2015, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji launched an ambitious and forward-thinking program called Digital India, kickstarting the cashless and digital economy in India. So we fast forward it about 8 years. India is leading the world with over 100 billion digital financial transactions being recorded annually, and the number is steadily growing. So taking inspiration from this, the Indian Navy initiated its first step as an idea by one of our officers, Captain Vasu Dheeraj, towards a cashless and digital Indian Navy in 2020 by developing a business model and proof of concept with a startup called Atomosphere for offline transactions at the high seas based upon a dual chip card system. So this project was brought to life by the State Bank of India, which took the initiative forward by embedding the offline solution into their existing online solution and paving the way for the maiden trials on board INS Vikramaditya in 2021. Since then, the system has been successfully tested and tried on board a ship each at the Western Naval Command, Eastern Naval Command and the Southern Naval Command, in addition to INS Vikramaditya. So today we will be taking a giant step with the SBI when the Honorable RM launches the SBI NAV e-cash card for implementation pan-Navy. I would like to bring to the notice of the audience here that this system is ready for implementation in every domain where there are restrictions on real-time internet connectivity or internet usage, or where there is non-availability of internet due to being in a remote location. So Bharat, I would say, should aim to be a trendsetter and not a follower, and that is what we intend to do in our own small way through Sprint and Swavlamban. It is rooted in the first pran that our nation took on the 15th of August 2022, that is of Viksit Bharat, or big resolve. As Gautam Buddha said, what you think, you become. So our nation, with its sights on becoming a fully developed country in the next 25 years, is marching confidently into Kartavya Kal to gain our rightful place in the global order. So there is no limit to human imagination and no limit to human achievement except the limit that we put on ourselves. And the beauty of innovation actually lies in actively embracing failure, as brought out in the morning session today. So this journey must be underpinned by the entrenched spirit of doing one's duty and doing it well that the Navy has imbibed, coupled with a deep sense of Kartavya that our defense ecosystem now exudes, and the results are truly assuring. So last year we sought solutions to 75 challenges, received more than 1,000 responses as brought out in the film, declared 118 winners under DIS 7 Sprint and the Sprint Prime, and concluded over 100 technological development agreements between IDEX and industry. So these include a number of global firsts, game changers and force multipliers. So the Navy's aim is to go beyond linear growth and adopt compounding, or rather exponential growth. One technology leading to multiple solutions, multiple offshoots, and each in turn producing numerous products and so on. And I can proudly say that we have had a dream start with this year. And my compliments to our DIO, NIIO, defense industry, MSMEs, startups, and academia for breaking the glass ceiling and showing the world what we are capable of. Particularly here I want to mention the contributions of Commodore Gulaya and Surgeon Commander Arnav Ghosh for their ability to think and innovate for the Navy and the nation. In many ways, this success draws from and feeds into the marked spur in innovation across the fields that we are witnessing in our country. In Global Innovation Index rankings, Bharat has jumped from 81st spot in 2015 to the 40th this year, indicative of the lightning speed with which we are transforming and modernizing. So as we celebrate our achievements over the year, we must remember that a long road still lies ahead. This long road, as I would like to say, involves transiting from a contested present into an uncertain future. The contested present is an outcome of jostling for power, resources and influence, and the uncertain future is a result of the constant flux in the geostrategic, geoeconomic and the geopolitical equilibrium, as well as the scorching pace of technological advancements. And as a consequence, the evolving means and methods of warfighting or the changing character of war itself. As our Honorable Prime Minister said, the ambit of defense is no longer limited merely to the physical domains such as land, seas and skies, but now includes space, cyber, economic and social space. So for Bharatiya Nausena, the challenge is particularly severe with the need to operate on the sea, below the sea, in the skies above the sea, on the islands and the coastal areas, space, cyberspace, social space, etc., while handling at the same time very, very complex technology, including nuclear propulsion. So to remain a credible deterrent across all domains, Bharatiya Nausena has a clear vision, enabling policies, supporting structures and a proud track record towards achieving self-reliance in defense. However, we cannot achieve this just by ourselves, and that is where enduring partnerships with industry and innovators come in. So our collaborative synergies will translate into abundant opportunities, infinite capacities and energies, leading to endless possibilities. Here, George Bernard Shaw's words come to mind. He had said, "The reasonable man adapts himself to the world, while the unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends upon the unreasonable man." Therefore, we need to find such unreasonable men and women, or I would say mavericks, and nurture them in our service, in our industry, in our academia, to take our organizations forward. So while we continue to sprint for Swavlamban, the Navy is also aware that our country is running a marathon and the government is focused on building foundations of a nation that will withstand the vagaries of the next 1,000 years. So in this endeavor of taking Bharat to greater heights, I can assure everyone that Bharatiya Nausena is fully ready, combat ready, credible, cohesive and future-proof. So before I conclude, I must say that I found the seminar in the morning to be very educative and progressive. I assure you from the Nausena that we will spare no efforts to take forward the suggestions, be it positioning of mavericks in the NIIO for longer durations, adopting the spiral development model, or setting up pragmatic QRs, hand-holding the innovation process or translation into product procurement, or finding solutions to funding innovations. I'll also be visiting all the stalls tomorrow to see and discuss the way ahead in many of these steps. So my sincere thanks and compliments to all the Sprint and IDEX participants and the organizers for making such a splendid event. So thank you all for your time and patience. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Since its inception in August 2020, the NIIO has engaged the industry and academia to conceptualize, design, develop, and induct disruptive technologies in the Indian Navy. Let us hear about this short but impactful journey of NIIO through the eminent speakers who have been associated closely with NIIO. Firstly, we have Vice Admiral G. Ashok Kumar, who was the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff when the NIIO was set up. Sir, may I request you to come over to the stage for your insights. Any?
The first line of my script has been robbed by the Chief of Naval Staff and the PSOs who walked away for the photograph. Dear friends, all the senior officers of the Navy, Director General Coast Guard, Admiral Gormade, who is there, my friend, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen present here. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here to talk to you on the journey of the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or the NIIO in short. Having followed the journey rather closely, if I were to sum up this journey of NIIO, it can just be one word: amazing. And thank you very much. But I suppose now that 10 minutes have been given to me, I'll need to talk a little more about it. Now, this topic of the journey of NIIO is both easy and difficult for me. Easy because I was the Vice Chief of Naval Staff when the journey began and the NIIO came into being. I was also part of the last Swavlamban seminar where I moderated one of the sessions. And so I've kind of kept in touch with NIIO. But it's also difficult because, having been a part of the inaugural or inauguration of the NIIO, it's like your own child having grown up. So it's very difficult for me to be unbiased or pass any critical comments, even if there were to be any. But having said that, I'm sure each one of you will agree that this fledgling organization has actually delivered a lot in the short period of time. Okay, as the CNS mentioned, and I'm sure as all of you are aware, there are these two very relevant and critical factors of these days. One is the strategic vulnerability of external dependence, and the other is the galloping technology. And to address these two, there were two measures which were taken by the nation in general and the Navy in particular. One is Atmanirbhar Bharat, for us to do away or overcome the strategic vulnerability of external dependence. And the second one is for technology, for galloping technology, we needed to set up a formal mechanism to exploit the talent which is resident within the country. So the NIIO is that mechanism to ensure a Navy industry academia triumvirate for us to enhance technology dominance through Atmanirbhar route. Now the journey started when we realized that indigenization was getting its due, but innovation was somehow not. In fact, there were a number of specific thoughts which triggered this whole idea. Firstly, if you look at the organization, starting from the ACOM mod to the principal director of indigenization to the indigenization cells at the field level, there was a formal structure which has been created within the Navy to address indigenization. This was lacking when it came to innovation. Secondly, there was also a formal structure to address strategic and operational evolution of the Navy. INSOC, as you all know, chaired by the Chief of Naval Staff himself. While that is just for strategy and operations, there was no equivalent for innovation, which was such a critical thing. And therefore, one thought that there needed to be a formal structure for this. The next one is that number of our technical officers were doing MTechs in leading IITs. And yet the projects which were given to them were mainly technical in nature, driven by the material branch of the Navy. So one thought, if you were to invest into or use this expertise of doing, officers doing MTech in leading IITs for war fighting abilities, then there needed to be a formal arrangement to feed into this thing. And the last one is that there was an annual seminar which used to be held called the NAVARMS. I'm not sure whether it is still held, but I recall in 2019 December, the NAVARMS seminar was held, and this is basically to address the requirements of arms and ammunition for the Navy, with the industry. And this one used to be coordinated by the DGNAI, Director General Naval Armament Inspectorate. However, during the interaction, we realized that the industry was not talking merely about arms and ammunition. It was kind of all kinds of topics. That is when this idea struck us, why not open it up for a naval innovation and indigenization seminar, rather than just restrict it to NAVARMS alone. So, thus originated the concept of NIO. Now, the aim was to exploit, as I said, the Navy Industry Academia triumvirate and the strength of our emerging startups. And I recall when we inaugurated the NIO by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, and it was on the 13th of August 2020. And at that time, the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh was present online for the inauguration. We also signed up a number of MOUs. One was with RRU, Gujarat. The other one was with Uttar Pradesh Expressway Defense Industrial Authority, UPEIDA it's called. And the SIDM was another MOU signed with, and the Makers Village at Cochin. We were also supposed to have signed one with IIT Kanpur, but I think their internal approvals took some time, so it had to be postponed for a later date. At that time, we also set up an organization called the NTAC, which is the Naval Technology Acceleration Council. Now, this was supposed to meet once in a quarter, co-chaired by the ACNS SR and the ACOM MOD, and once in 6 months, reviewed by the Vice Chief of Naval Staff. There are a lot of other deliverables of this. One was that the TDAC got established, which is Technology Development Acceleration Cell, which is under the ACNS SR. There was MOUs with leading academia and industry through the SIDM. And we also introduced the concept of INSTEP, Indian Naval Students Technical Engagement Program. This is nothing but an internship for students from leading universities with whom we had signed a MOU. And they were provided with problem statements, and they were to find solutions as a part of the curriculum. So this was something which was introduced. The other one was an annual NIO seminar. Here we are for that. And there was also a publication of Swavlamban. The first Swavlamban was released by the RM on the 13th of August 2020, which actually was a compilation of all of naval needs from the industry and the specific timelines for this. Now, I still remember the very first presentation that the OSC TDAC had made to the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral KB. I don't think he's here, but it was to Admiral KB Singh. Now, I must also tell you, I think in all these, the master stroke was getting actually Commodore Golaya as the OSC TDAC. That maverick that CNS was talking about was Golaya. And this was against considerable odds, let me tell you. There were a lot of problems that we kind of faced, including routine administrative problems with the Navy, like station criteria and delayed promotion to Commodore and so on and so forth. I still remember he walking into my office and saying, "So here are my papers, my Commodore promotion is delayed, I want to leave the Navy." So I, in front of him, just tore it, put it into the dustbin and said, "Go get on to work as OSC TDAC, we'll see about your promotion later." Now the NIO, so I was talking about the first presentation that the OSC TDAC made to the CNS. In that, the very first slide had a mission statement. And the mission statement said, an innovation every fortnight, a patent every month. We almost laughed, and Admiral KB, of course, the very diplomatic man that he was, he turned around and told them that don't keep such high expectations, do your best. Don't resort to bean counting and numbers, crunching and things like that. Let's see where it goes, but do your best. That's what he said. But, as now, the small history of the NIO already shows as to they not only achieved that, but also, went way beyond it. The NIO then continued to expand through a number of MOUs over the last 3 years and establishment of a close coordination with DIO through the IDEX Sprint. Now, once again, when Sprint initiative was launched last year, everyone thought it was a bit overambitious. Because if you actually looked at that point in time, the total number of IDEX projects could be counted on your fingertips. You did not even need 2 hands for it. And this was an effort of all 3 services, all 3 DPUs over a number of years. So 75 in 1 year, one thought was a bit too much to expect. So at that point in time, I knew the discussions were revolving around, even if say 20% were to be achieved, that is 15 out of the 75, we will still be happy. We would have achieved something. But hats off. Not only has TDAC gone ahead and achieved it, so they seem to actually be making a habit out of setting very, very unrealistic goals and then going ahead and achieving them. Okay, I should not go into the details of what could have contributed to the success. Very quickly, I just want to say 3 points. One is this thinking big and thinking differently. And I think TDAC has done a fabulous job of thinking big and thinking differently. This is one secret to their success. Second, I think the CN has also mentioned, is willingness to fail. If you are unwilling to fail, we will never try anything. So this thing, that acceptance of a willingness to fail actually was the cause for success in the case of NIO. If you look at the US DARPA, for example, the chief recently admitted that the failure rate there was 85 to 90%. So acceptance of failure is one big step towards success. Now, the one big factor, I think, that was key to the success of NIO, again was mentioned by the introductory speaker there, is this relationship that the Navy had with the SMSCs and the startups. Because it was more of a partnership rather than a buyer-seller relationship. So there was this constant hand-holding. Units were opened up for any visits, any time, to understand the space and weight constraints of the equipment that needed to go into, say, naval ships or naval aircraft, and even tweaking of QRs, which I think in one of the sessions, Admiral Gormade mentioned about it. It was a must that we were willing to amend QRs along the way. So these are, I think, huge reasons for the success story. Now, before I end, let me recount an anecdote here, which I had also mentioned in the last Swavlamban seminar last year, which is that, quite often the then ACNS SR, who is now the Western Fleet Commander, and I as Vice Chief used to often discuss, are we going too fast? Isn't it disturbing? In fact, my worry was that I hope youngsters in their exuberance don't end up overlooking some rule, which could kind of get them all into trouble at some future date, especially in uncharted waters of patenting and things like that. So we literally had to go through each line of what the rules say. And finally we kind of took a call that let them go at the speed of their choice. Let's see what happens. And thank God for it. I think they've really achieved what they set out to achieve. Now, finally, I wish the NIO the very best in the long journey that lies ahead. A lot of things were said, the sprint and marathon and things like that. Now, the sprint, now that it's come to an end, it's only the beginning. May the spirit of innovation that started the journey of NIO grow from strength to strength. There are miles to go. The journey has, however, started and will forever, I have no doubt, change the landscape of defense innovation in the country. It's time for TDAC to say, up 2 turns. All the very best. My best wishes to NIO for an innovative future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It is always a pleasure to hear your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to bear with us slightly. Due to a slight change in program, we need to do a slight modification in the stage plan. Notwithstanding, I would like to invite Vice Admiral Sri Kumar Nair, who has been the mentor innovation prior to retiring just this year. Sir, we would like to hear about your thoughts as the first mentor innovation of NIIO.
Respected dignitaries from the Army, Navy, Air Force, the Ministry, and the industry, present here, members of the media, good friends from the three services and the industry, a warm namaste to each one of you. The NTAC was formed almost at the same time I was shifting from the Naval Dockyard, Visakhapatnam, as the Director General of Naval Projects, Vizag. So when NTAC was formed, Technology Acceleration Council, I expressed my desire to then Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral K.B. Singh, and to the then Vice Chief Admiral Admiral Ashok Kumar sir, that I would like to join this, and that's how I became the first mentor for this NIO stroke NTAC. And incidentally, the first tasking was also given to me, and that was to improve the performance of the hull-mounted sonars, especially for detection of dive targets. That's the first tasking that was given as the lead mentor, and I was given 2 MTech officers for this. So far, the movie we saw, the CNS spoke to us, Admiral Ashok Kumar sir spoke to us. They have all covered the broad spectrum of things. So I was thinking, what should I speak on? So I would specifically talk about a case study of how we progressed and where we reached in this. Okay, so our task was that improve the performance of hull-mounted sonars to improve underwater detection capabilities. That's a dive target you should be able to detect at quite long ranges, that's especially in the passive mode. This was our task. So we went about, got together the design agency, the DRDO lab involved, the production agency. We had dedicated trials. We did a lot of literature study. And the problem in the Indian Ocean region is, quite typical in the sense, the Indian Ocean region, the layers are only about 30 to 50 meters. And if you're very, very, lucky, you get about 60, 70 meters. Otherwise, the ray bends away. And detecting a dive target, even the best sonars the world over, is a very big challenge in the Indian Ocean region. So our hull-mounted sonars, Hamsa, are they not performing well? Yes, we did a detailed experimentation with dive targets. They perform really well to detect targets on the surface up to the expected sonar range. But when the moment you dive down, you're not able to pick up. Now, what could be the reason for this, and how do we go about was our task, to a well-cut-out task. First thing to study is what does the submarine radiate out? It radiates out certain amount of energy. So how do we pick up this energy? Isn't this energy reaching your transducer? We all know energy can neither be created nor be destroyed, so the energy has to reach your transducer. But how to pick this up was the challenge. If you look at the sonars the world over, typically they are made as, the hull-mounted sonars are made as active sonars. So you will always focus on 2 odd frequencies where you want to transmit. So your array response will be very good at these frequencies, but lower frequencies it tend to taper off. In fact, our arrays taper off at almost 18 dB per octave. That means it's a steep roll-off below about the frequencies of interest, say below 2 kilohertz, it steeply rolls off. What does a dive target emanate? Now, dive targets, the highest level of tonals they emanate typically lie below 1 kilohertz. So that's a challenge. Now, you have an array which is optimized for so-and-so, and most of your energy that comes in passive lie below this frequency band. So how do you process this? That's the challenge that you have. Yes, you can develop a huge array. There are navies which deploy it, because if your frequency is 700 hertz you're wanting to pick up, your lambda by 2 translates to 1 meter. So the array spacing, each element spacing has to be 1 meter. You need a huge array to detect this with any reasonable estimate of its bearing. That's not possible because you'll have to change the dimension of your ship itself. You have to design a totally different ship. So we thought out, okay, you have a given array, you have a given electronics. Can we improve the front end? Front end, when I mean what improve is, can you improve the signal to noise ratio in such a way that we are able to detect this lower frequency stuff? Yes, it's easier said than done, but we said, okay, let's try it out. So we developed a hardware which could easily plug into the front end of the array without disturbing the entire, electronics that's already developed, so that both should operate parallelly. And we decided to focus only on the lower band. It's a challenge, I told you, because the response of the transducer where the energy is coming in drops off drastically. So we decided to do a whitening process. That means boost up the lower frequency signals and develop an amplifier and a filter focusing only up to 2 kilohertz, 2 hertz to 2 kilohertz. Whiten the entire thing so that your low frequency gets boosted up. Use all components that are totally low noise. Thermal noise is so low that we got a signal to noise ratio improvement of 20 to 25 dB. We combined certain elements spatially in the bearing sector so that we improve the signal to noise ratio. We got a signal to noise ratio improvement of 20 to 25 dB. This gave us a lot of confidence. And we went out. We could get the dived targets at long ranges, but bearing was an issue. As I said, to get a bearing correct, your lambda by 2 spacing of elements, it's a physics equation which gives you that lambda by 2 has to be the spacing. It'll have to be large, the array has to be large. But you cannot change the design of the ship, so we decided algorithmically can we do something, okay? Typically a radar or a sonar will process, the beam forming is done at the pre-processing stage. That means the beam is formed and then the processing is done, signal processing is done. We decided, okay, let's do different. Let's get a panoramic tonals wherever the tonal exists as it is. Then do a beam forming that is post-processing. That means on the tonal you do the beam formation. We developed this algorithm. It took us quite some time. It involved the best brains who had come out of NPOL and the industry. We developed this algorithm. And today when I stand in front of you, I can confidently say that we have completed one set of trials with the ship and we have been able to get the bearing correct. Very, very long ranges. I would not like to divulge the ranges. That's part of the UET. Submarine, we could not go with the trials because of the inclement weather, and I stand in front of you with a lot of confidence to say that when you go out with the submarine for trials, you will get absolute long ranges, whether he is in the layer or whether he is below layer. And that's a confidence I have on this algorithm that's been developed. Now, does that stop there? No. This hardware and software, which is nothing but a signal processing hardware plus software, we focus majorly on the analog domain because today everybody wants to digitize the signal as it comes in. We said, no, we need to focus on analog. We focus a lot on analog domain. That's a cleaning of the signal before we convert it to digital for processing. That's how we are able to get this kind of better signal to noise ratio. Now, what does this spin-offs? One is, of course, improvement in the sonar itself. It is also a lot of spin-offs in the sense you deploy it from a ship and you can range your ship or a submarine anywhere you want, acoustic ranging of ships or submarines. The Notepack could use it for the LOFAR analysis. It could be the front end for our submarine sonars. Okay, that's as far as the passive detection is concerned. How do we go about improving the active? If the passive frequency is 700 Hz, 600 Hz travel long, the active should also travel that much long. We developed an 800 Hz transducer, which has to go for the source levels are really good. We need to go in for actual trials with the software generated. I'm sure in the next 3 to 4 months that would definitely happen. But I can confidently say that we will be able to pick up a submarine dived in the layer or below the layer with definite accuracy in its bearings, plus minus 3 to 4 degrees, and that's a confidence I have. Now, you see, while we've developed this thing, I would like to say, there have been many challenges. It took us about a year and a half to do this kind of work. There have been many, many challenges. Why I want to focus on these challenges is, it's only these challenges that makes you strong and makes you do things which you believe is good for the system. All of you who are actually involved in development of products or projects could take a few lessons of this if I give you some examples of the challenges we faced. The 6 months into the development of this hardware and software, the director of the lab involved superannuated. So when he superannuated, the whole thinking in the lab changed. They would not like to go with our approach of development. So we agreed to disagree because it's leading to a thing that was not of great value to anybody. So we agreed to disagree, and we took our path of development by hiring somebody ex-NPOL. Second, the production agency itself would not like to go with us, and they were slow. So we changed the production agency. At the time when we were, halfway through our production, we changed the production agency. That is how we were able to develop this. So 2 challenges. Third challenge was, there are your own peers and or juniors who would always say that after all, this is only about signal processing. Continue, sir. So many who would say that, this is only about signal processing. Yes, I say it's only signal processing. If it wasn't signal processing, you would not have, many versions of systems. You won't operate a frigate and an MF star. The difference is how you process the signal, what signal you want to process, and how do you improve the signal to noise ratio. And that's the bottom line of any development. Is my answer. I did not answer at that time because I wanted some success for this project. Having been involved, and I recently superannuated on the 31st of July. Actually, I had gone back to my village and I was, planting coconut trees when Admiral A.D. Nair, the present ACNSSR, gave me a call and said, "Sir, why don't you come and talk?" So I left the coconut plantation and rushed in this morning to talk to you. But it was all very good involvement with NIO. NIO, you all heard, is doing a fantastic and fabulous job. I was happy to be part of it for a year and a half or so, where I could contribute a bit. I wish the Indian Navy and NIO all the very success. And I say with pride that there are very, very bright youngsters, not only in the Navy, all over the country. And I'm sure all of you will do wonders. Thank you so much, and namaste. And lastly, with what I spoke, if it was a very unprepared speech, I just rushed in this morning, and if I hurt any egos, please pardon me. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Your absence as the mentor will certainly be felt. Lastly, we have Lieutenant General V.G. Khandare, Principal Advisor MOD, without whose guidance and unwavering support, Sprint would merely be an idea and not what it has proven to be in the last 1 year. May I request you, sir, to take the podium.
Esteemed dignitaries in the first few rows, and all of you who are stakeholders in this entire mission. Jai Hind to all of you. I feel like as if I am the last batsman in the T20 match. The thunder has been stolen by the first 2 speakers, but anyway, it is the last speaker who has to hit a couple of sixes and get out. What I want to talk to all of you is about this particular event, Swavlamban 2. You all must be wondering, what is an army officer doing here? But then you've got to realize that this is my third avatar. From army to NSCS to the principal advisor in the MOD. And I want to acknowledge the personalities who are sitting in the front row. When this entire thing started about how to go about creating a culture of innovation, so it all started way back, and at the NSCS we were talking about how to do it. Commodore Gulaya was there. We involved Mr. Anshuman Tripathi, who is now a member of the National Security Advisory Board. A lot of discussion took place, and that is when we realized Navy understood how it can be developed, and full credit to Admiral K.B. Singh and Admiral Ashok for having grabbed this opportunity with both hands. And that is when TDAC, NIIO, all of them were born. You've heard the CNS talk about how people who think differently have to be involved in creating innovation. You know, people talk of indigenization, but most important is innovation. And innovation comes from the person who's handling the equipment. It is the stakeholder who's himself a practitioner who can tell you how to do it best. And that is what the Navy grabbed. Simultaneously, there was another mission which was going on in MOD, which is the creation of DIO IDEX. I think that's a separate story altogether, and that will require a session separately. When this kind of framework had to be developed, and we've all acknowledged that Commodore Gulaya was the person who pushed it and really pushed it very hard, and to the credit of his seniors who acknowledged what his capacity and capability was and gave him a lot of hand-holding, encouragement. At the same time, the DPP was undergoing a change, and you had to bring in some policy support systems. And there I want to acknowledge the role played by Rear Admiral Kapil Mohan Dheer. He brought in something where there were spaces and places which could be utilized to support this mission. The creation of innovation entities in service headquarters, he inserted a line, and that is what helped to a large extent. I look at Air Marshal Dev as one of the person who has been inspirational to a lot of innovators. I think his entire career has been spent, in addition to doing his duty, he's been spending a lot of time on that. And when you look at people of this caliber, you realize that there is a lot that needs to be done. I want to narrate a small anecdote. That is how Swavlamban, the first edition, came about. I think I became the principal advisor on 12th March of 22. And even I did not know that I was going to sit in South Block. And suddenly on that same day, I find Admiral Satish Ghormade, a friend of mine, who was sitting right in front of me. And I said, what brings you here? He said, we want to throw open challenges to the private and the public sector for indigenization, innovation, and we want your help. Gulaya was there, and the three of us discussed. They had come initially, Satish, I would say 25 challenges, and then we worked on why not 50. By the time we reached the Defense Secretary's office, it had become 75. And more to that is that 75 has not stopped. It has been going on, and it is continuing. That is the kind of zeal, enthusiasm, and the initiative that Navy has displayed. It was decided that Swavlamban would be launched in a manner that the nation takes note of it and the world also takes note of it. And that's where the present CNS walked up to the Prime Minister and requested him to be the person to launch it. And it's been 1 year plus, and I think NIIO is doing a very good job, DIO is doing a very good job. it would be incomplete if we do not acknowledge the role played by Vivek Virmani, Vish, Mayank, and many more. And more importantly is the role played by the industry. SIDM has been doing a very remarkable job in supporting such innovations. There are numerous startups, and one can realize the kind of risk that they have been taking, the kind of hard work that they have been doing. I'm sure there is a lot of pressure on them. But one thing for sure, we have a long way to go. The kind of fund crunch that they face. So one is always looking at the venture capitalists to help them out. And when IDEX challenges one, that is good news, and then the funding possibly eases out. We have been seeing such initiatives from India, and I'm sure we want to reach a particular level where whatever we are doing, we should be able to resolve our own problems, our own challenges, and also get to a level of being export-oriented armed forces, export-oriented defense sector in manufacturing, and come to a stage where our own method of innovating and finding solutions will take us to the lead position. I do not want to stand between you and the film that has to be shown. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your untiring efforts in making Sprint a reality. I now hand over the stage to Shri Sharat Saxena, who will be your host for the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Shant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can see that many of you are having an absolutely pleasant time because many of you are looking very comfortable. This plenary session is going on very nicely, and it's great to see so many of you smiling. So we've been hearing these scholar soldiers share their thoughts with us. It's been a privilege. But there are three words that we've been hearing a lot, and we're going to hear more of those three words as this afternoon progresses. Invention, innovation, indigenization. I also went around the audience and I discovered that many members of the audience are here for the first time and weren't here during last year's inaugural edition of the Swavlamban. So for the benefit of our first timers in the audience here, let's spend 1 minute discovering the difference and connection between these three very important words: invention, innovation, indigenization. जो हमारे साथी भाई बहन पीछे बैठे हैं, आपकी जानकारी के लिए बीच बीच में मैं हिंदी में भी इन बातों का विश्लेषण आपके लिए करूंगा. So ladies and gentlemen, invention, and I'd like to keep all the explanations very simple because I am influenced by the greatest scientist of all time, Mr. Albert Einstein, who said that if you can't explain something simply, it means you've not understood it at all. Invention means creating something, be it a process, a formula, a product, a device, creating something which does not exist on the planet. And okay, this was choreographed. Right. Invention means creating something which does not exist on the planet. So then what is innovation? Innovation means creating something which already exists, but you are creating it within limited resources or with different resources. So something exists, you don't have it, you can't import it for whatever reason, you can't buy it or acquire it, hence you innovate. And you innovate to either create the original product or something even better. And then comes the indigenization, which is the easiest to understand, which is to create and make something within our country. तो जो लोग पीछे बैठे हैं और हमारे साथी, आप लोगों को बता दूं, इन्वेंशन, इनोवेशन, इंडिजिनाइजेशन, ये तीनों एक साथ चलते हैं, ये तीनों रिश्तेदार हैं, साथ साथ ही बैठते बैठते हैं, लेकिन बहुत ज़रूरी हैं ये. These words are very important, and for members of the industry who are here with us, please understand that everything that you create or innovate is going to be used by our combat forces. If something fails, we have to pay with that failure. We have to pay with our lives for that failure. The plus side is that when something succeeds, over a period of time, eventually your creation will percolate down to make massive social impact when your innovation, your creation comes down to civil society and becomes a part of life of the general population. So, what do we expect? What do the men and women in uniform expect from our partners in the industry? We expect a long-term commitment to excellence. Soldiers, and I use this word in a generic sense, soldiers train their life for that one moment when destiny asks them to commit their life. Please keep that in mind. Whatever you create is going to make the difference between life and death for that soldier. Okay? The other thing, people become impatient thanks to WhatsApp, social media, mobile phones and all that. We become impatient. That's one of the occupational hazards of being alive these days. So another community to draw inspiration and to draw lessons from are the elite athletes. You know that the 19th Asian Games are going on in Hangzhou, China. When you see the life, the daily routine of an elite athlete, it requires a long-term commitment to excellence. What do we learn from sports? We learn to fail and start again. Do it all over again, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, till we achieve success. Swavlamban today is a celebration not only of success but also of efforts, and we are going to develop more on that thought. So now, motivation and discipline. I was discussing this with somebody who put up a message defining motivation and discipline. Members of the industry, if you need motivation, you know, once in a while all of us go through the dark patches in life. All you need to do, and this is a very sincere suggestion, please make a visit to any of the service academies, be it the National Defense Academy, Indian Military Academy, Air Force Academy, Indian Naval Academy, Officers Training Academy, INS Chilka, go wherever, visit a place where our men and women in uniform are trained. When you see the kind of commitment and when you see the shine in the eyes of our youth, you will then be inspired and fired towards long-term excellence. So we have situations and we have crises. Situations create compulsions. Compulsions create opportunities. And opportunities create the situation for bringing in transformational change. Something happened in 1960s. The early 60s, our country went through famines. It was a crisis. People were dying all over. Nobody stepped up. Eventually, that crisis led to the Green Revolution. Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, the man who led the Green Revolution in India and made our country self-reliant in food grain. Few years later, in 1970, our country embarked upon the White Revolution. Dairy development all across our country. The father of Indian dairy, Dr. Varghese Kurian, late man, also the face of Amul. And India became self-reliant in the dairy industry. Today is an exporter, right? I would like to believe that our country is now certainly in the midst of yet another revolution of self-reliance. So Atmanirbhar Bharat is not just a caption. We are all in the middle of a revolution of self-reliance. Now let's move over to the exciting part of what people have been up to between the last edition of Swavlamban and this one. A year has passed. Smart folks have been up to really, really smart things. Commander Sakar Mishra, yep, nice to see that. It's time for you to get going. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play you short films on the developments which have been happening in our country. Some of them have already reached the stage of procurement. Others are in final phases of trial. We have carbon nanotube and aerogel cloaks. We want to show you 3 films. You will see the innovator actually pouring liquid nitrogen while wearing a jacket. You will see a fire being, molten metal being poured down on the cloak that he's wearing. So that is such an amazing product. It will also remind you of a Hollywood movie called The Invisible Man. And that invisibility cloak is going to protect anybody who's wearing it against infrared sensor detection. We have a firefighting bot, and this was the first case for development contract trials, acceptance of necessity, and has already got the procurement order. We'll show you a film about a portable metal cutter, which is based on ionic pulse jet technology, and I also believe this is a global first. Then we have drones. Okay. Now this is also becoming such a common word in everyday parlance. Drones with swarming capability of various kinds. We've got surface drones, drone boats, autonomous, weaponized boat swarms, underwater drones which have great potential for mine hunting, and then we have airborne drones, of course. Underwater navigation and communication systems were separately developed by different firms. But it was the Navy Innovation and Indigenization Organization which got these separate firms together and brought their pioneering efforts together. Let's begin now with a short film on the autonomous weaponized boats. Okay, that was a quick look at an autonomous weaponized boat. I think we can play Guns N' Roses soundtrack on this one next time. Next one, just imagine in a combat situation, you have a swarm of such autonomous boats coming in an operational area and doing what you want them to do. Underwater remote operating vessels by IROV. We'll now move on to a product which is going to have a huge impact in every walk of life. Let's have a look at the firefighting bot. Next up is the portable metal cutter. This metal cutter is using ionic pulse jet technology. You can see he's carrying a backpack. Again, widespread potential for use in so many walks of life, especially in salvage operations. We'd now like to show you a short film on swarm drones. Okay, that reminds me of 1972 movie by Steven Spielberg called Jaws. Again, there are things that we want to tell you and there are things that we cannot disclose. We all understand that, ladies and gentlemen, but you can imagine the potential. Camouflage by Vera Technologies. Now this is going to be an eye-opener. नमस्कार माननीय अतिथिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, स्वावलंबन 2023 में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि भारत के रक्षा मंत्री माननीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह अब हमारे मध्य हैं। श्रीमान, आपकी भव्य उपस्थिति से इस सभा की गरिमा उज्जवल हो गई है। हम सब के हौसले बुलंद हो गए हैं। हम सब आपके आभारी हैं। प्यारे भारतवासियों, आप सभी से अनुरोध है, हमारे मुख्य अतिथि भारत के रक्षा मंत्री माननीय श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी का स्वागत जोरदार तालियों के साथ करें। इस कार्यक्रम में सबसे पहले हम आपको एक छोटी सी फिल्म दिखाना चाहेंगे स्वावलंबन के बारे में। ये एक सेलिब्रेशन है, इनोवेशन का सेलिब्रेशन। जितनी मेहनत की गई है और जितनी मेहनत की जा रही है उसकी सेलिब्रेशन है। लेट अस शो यू द जर्नी ऑफ स्प्रिंट, द नेवीज जर्नी बाय इनोवेशन एंड इंडिजिनाइजेशन, द नेवीज ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हैपनिंग फ्रॉम अ बायर्स नेवी to a builder's navy.
The Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or the NIIO, was set up in 2020 to foster the culture of innovation. NIIO has actively engaged industry and academia by signing various Memorandum of Understanding with the industry and knowledge partners. During the maiden NIIO seminar, Swavlamban 22, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi launched 75 challenge statements for the Indian industry under the Sprint Initiative.
स्वावलंबन जैसे सेमिनार्स हमारे सामने आने वाली वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए आवश्यक कैपेसिटीज और कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप करने के लिए यह अत्यंत आवश्यक है। इस सेमिनार ने हमें एक अवसर दिया है कि हम न केवल डिफेंस सेक्टर बल्कि सभी डोमेन्स में आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रति अपने संकल्प को दोहराएं और राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका भी निभाएं।
Sprint, supporting pole vaulting in research and development, R&D through IDEX, NIIO and TDAC was a statement of intent by Indian Navy to develop at least 75 technologies within a year to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And the results. Few global firsts and game changers realized. Technologies multiplying the might of the Indian Navy in the maritime domain. And many technologies solving the felt need of the users.
कि 75 इंडिजीनियस टेक्नोलॉजीज का निर्माण एक प्रकार से पहला कदम है।
Last year, the Indian Navy set a formidable challenge to induct at least 75 groundbreaking technologies as part of a sprint initiative celebrating the spirit of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We have not only met that challenge, we have surpassed it. I would like to place on record my sincere gratitude to the unwavering dedication of our scholars, innovators, and the overwhelming response from the Indian industry, which has enabled this remarkable success. Our journey towards self-reliance, guided by the Government of India's Atmanirbharta initiative, is firmly on course. So join us as we showcase the power of innovation, collaboration, and the indomitable spirit of Atmanirbharta. Together, we are shaping the future of the Indian Navy and paving the way for a self-reliant Navy by 2047. नौसेना जो भारत में, भारत द्वारा और भारत के लिए बनी है.
Come, join hands with the Indian Navy towards nation building through innovation and indigenization. We can promise you that this is going to be a voyage to remember. The sprint is ongoing and the marathon lies ahead. Indian Navy on a mission to be fully self-reliant by 2047. हम तैयार हैं.
I now request the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff to kindly present his welcome address before this esteemed audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice Admiral Sanjay Jasjit Singh, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff.
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ, चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ, वाइस चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ, वाइस चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ, अध्यक्ष SIDM, एम्बेसडर ऑफ द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका, फ्लैग ऑफिसर्स, senior officers of the defense forces and government of India, our partners from academia and industry, देवियों एवं सज्जनों, स्वावलंबन 2023 में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है। नेवल इनोवेशन एंड इंडिजनाइजेशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का उद्घाटन 3 वर्ष पहले माननीय रक्षा मंत्री द्वारा किया गया था। इस संगठन के माध्यम से हमने कई नई टेक्नोलॉजीज और उत्पादों के डिज़ाइन एवं विकास कार्य का बढ़ावा दिया है। पिछले वर्ष स्वावलंबन सेमिनार के दौरान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की उपस्थिति में हमने 75 नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को विकसित करने का लक्ष्य स्वीकार किया था। इस अवधि के दौरान हमें दिए गए लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए हमने अपने शिक्षा जगत और उद्योग भागीदारी, विशेष रूप से MSMEs के साथ मिलकर काम किया है। इसका परिणाम आज के एग्जीबिशन और नई टेक्नोलॉजीज़ के आगमन में दिखाई दे रहा है। 1 वर्ष पहले जो लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए थे उन्हें हमने पूरा किया और कुछ क्षेत्रों में हम अपेक्षाओं से भी आगे निकल चुके हैं। हमें विश्वास है कि इंडिजिनाइजेशन प्रयासों के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे और हमें एकेडमिया, उद्योग जगत, स्टार्टअप्स, एमएसएमईज और सभी इनोवेटर्स से निरंतर समर्थन मिलता चलेगा। इस सेमिनार के माध्यम से इंडिजिनाइजेशन के पथ पर प्रगति जारी रखने के लिए अपने टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनर्स के साथ हम एक साझा समझ और प्रभावी मैकेनिज्म विकसित करना चाहते हैं। हमें विश्वास है कि यह सेमिनार और नए उपकरण जो आज शुरू किए जाएंगे, इनसे हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रयास और गति दोनों को उचित प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा। इसके साथ मैं एक बार फिर माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी और आप सब का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। शम नो वर्णो।
I have a dream. I have a dream. Golden words spoken by one of the greatest human beings, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Exactly 60 years back in 1963, I invoke these inspiring words because every innovation, every invention, every path-breaking effort begins with a dream. And then any innovation, be it a device, a machine, a process, a technology, it must travel the distance from dream to reality and meet the requirements of our combat forces. To summarize, any innovation must finally be combat ready, credible, cohesive and future proof. देवियों और सज्जनों, अब आपके सामने माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी की भव्य उपस्थिति में नई उपलब्धियों का प्रक्षेपण होगा। कुछ विशेष संस्थानों, कुछ इनोवेटर्स को सम्मानित किया जाएगा। जैसा कि आपने एग्जीबिशन में देखा, हमारे देश के ये जो बुलंद साइंटिस्ट, इंजीनियर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और इनोवेटर्स हैं, इनकी मेहनत से कुछ ऐसी नई इनोवेशंस हुई हैं जिनसे आर्म फोर्सेस को तो बहुत लाभ होगा और भविष्य में पूरे समाज, देश के कोने कोने में प्रगति की क्रांति अग्रसर रहेगी। तो सबसे पहले हम देखेंगे स्वावलंबन 2.0 इंडियन नेवी इंडिजिनाइजेशन प्लान का लॉन्च। The Navy has always been at the forefront of indigenization efforts. It is important that the industry be kept informed about the specific requirements of the Indian Navy, which includes present, emerging and future requirements of the Navy. We are today unveiling the updated latest version of Indian Navy's indigenization plan named Swavlamban 2.0. May I request the dignitaries to please unveil the latest version of Navy's indigenization plan, Swavlamban 2.0. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another first. The next launch is a very special launch, but more than being special, it's a revolutionary launch. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the revolutionary vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, to build a digital economy as a core strength of Digital India, the Indian Navy, in collaboration with the State Bank of India, has developed a unique dual-chip prepaid card for conducting electronic payment transactions of non-public funds and regimental funds on board Indian naval ships, including when they are at sea and without access to internet. This is called the SBI NAV eCash card. This project was initiated 2 years back in 2021 on board our aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya, and thereafter successfully tested as a pilot project on board naval ships in each naval command, INS Vikrant at the Southern Naval Command, INS Vishakhapatnam at the Western Naval Command, and INS Ranvijay at the Eastern Naval Command. This unique dual chip prepaid card enables individuals or their families or friends to load their NAV eCash card online through an exclusive SBI website. These cards are prepaid and can be topped up electronically via various online payment gateways. The system will be very useful for all our armed forces establishments, including forward defense units. दोस्तों, innovation, indigenization, हार्डवेयर, सॉफ्टवेयर और टेक्नोलॉजीज का ये एक क्रांतिकारी समागम, एक क्रांतिकारी उपलब्धि है. जरा सोचिए, ये ऐसी इनोवेशन है जिसका लाभ भविष्य में पूरे विश्व में सभी मेरीनर्स को होगा. नेवी और स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया की इनोवेशन नेवी के लिए, भारत के लिए और भविष्य में पूरे विश्व के लिए. ऐसी क्रांतिकारी प्रयास की प्रेरणा कहां से मिली? वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, वन वर्ल्ड, वन फैमिली, one future. I request the following dignitaries to please join us on stage for the launch of the SBI NAV eCash card. Vice Admiral Deepak Kapoor, Chief of Logistics. Shri Alok Kumar Chaudhary, Managing Director, State Bank of India, Retail Banking. मैं निवेदन करता हूं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी से कृपया एसबीआई नैव ई कैश कार्ड का लॉन्च करें ताकि भारतीय नौसेना के हर शिप्स, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, स्कूल और रेजिडेंशियल एरिया में डिजिटल इंडिया की दिशा में हम अग्रसर हों, क्योंकि हमारा लक्ष्य है वन नेवी वन कार्ड. We now move on to the signing of Memorandum of Understanding. The Defense Innovation Organization DIO and the Navy Innovation and Indigenization Organization NIIO are closely working with a number of stakeholders for furthering the shared vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. A number of MOUs were signed during and also just prior to Swavlamban. I would first like to invite the MOU partners, the signatories, to please join us on stage for a group photograph with our chief guest. The innovation industry partners, Big Bang Boom Solutions, TSC Technologies, Academia partner IIT Guwahati, banking partners Yes Bank and the Union Bank of India, IDEX investors Let's Venture, Botlab Dynamics, and partner incubators. I'll keep reading out your name. Ladies and gentlemen, you can come onto the stage, present yourself before the dignitaries, and line up behind for a group photograph. So meet and greet and then get behind. Partner Incubators, Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, AIC RNTU Foundation, PSG CT Science and Technology Entrepreneurial Park, Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council, Amity Technology Incubator, Krishna Path Incubation Society TBI, Indian Institute of Information Technology Bangalore Innovation Center, Technology Business Incubator NIT Calicut, Incubation Center IIT Patna. I would now like to invite the following dignitaries to please join us on stage. Shri T. Natarajan, Additional Secretary, Defense Production. Rear Admiral Arjun Dev Nair, Assistant Chief of Naval Staff, Staff Requirements. Shri Anurag Bajpai, Joint Secretary, Defense Industries Production. And Rear Admiral Brijesh Vashisht, Director General, Naval Armament Inspectorate. The next release is for Invent. And this ecosystem comes out with some great sounding acronyms. Invent stands for IDEX Navy Venture for Technology. Venture capital has a huge role to play in innovation. IDEX already has IDEX Innovators Hub for harnessing the potential of private funding, be it venture capitalists, angel investors, banks or others. The NIIO is joining hands with the DIO to work together towards a shared goal of creating an ecosystem of defense innovation, including through venture capital funds. I request the following dignitaries to please join us on stage for the exchange of MOUs. Rear Admiral Arjun Dev Nair, Assistant Chief of Naval Staff, Staff Requirements, and Shri Anurag Bajpai, Joint Secretary, Defense Industries Production. The next chapter is the positive indigenization list. इसका नाम भी पॉजिटिव है और काम भी पॉजिटिव है. In pursuance of Government of India's Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and in order to transform Indian defense and aerospace sector with active participation of public and private sector for fulfilling the twin objectives of self-reliance and exports, 4 positive indigenization lists of 411 items have already been promulgated by the Department of Military Affairs, Ministry of Defense, with approval of the Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh. In continuation with this process, the 5th positive indigenization list, comprising of 98 items, is being released today by our Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh. I request the following dignitaries to please join us on stage for the unveiling of the 5th positive indigenization list. May I request Vice Admiral Atul Anand, Additional Secretary, Department of Military Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and Rear Admiral K.M. Dheer, retired, to please join us on stage. That's a new list of 98 items, and I can see big smiles on the faces of members from the Indian industry. Good show. We now move on to the launch of DISC 10. DISC stands for, yet another fancy acronym, stands for Defense India Startup Challenge. And now we have the launch that the entire industry has been waiting for. We shall be launching 76 challenges for the industry this year under DISC 10 and DISC 10 Prime. The number 76 resonates with our 76th year of independence. These challenges include problem statements from all 3 services, the Indian Coast Guard, Defense PSUs, Border Roads Organization, and Mission Defense Space. In addition, 5 problems under the IDEX for 4G scheme are also being launched. May I request the following dignitaries to please join us on stage. The Director General, Indian Coast Guard, Shri Rakesh Pal. Director General, Defense Space Agency, Air Vice Marshal Pavan Kumar. Director General, Border Roads Organization, Shri R.K. Dhiman. Assistant Chief of Material Modernization, Rear Admiral Iqbal Singh Grewal.
As we begin our journey towards Amrit Kal, the nation sets its sights on the inspiring vision of Viksit Bharat. Propelled by the pursuit of self-reliance within its defense ecosystem, IDEX, an effort led by Ministry of Defense towards Atmanirbharta in defense, has leveraged the expertise and creativity of our nation's young entrepreneurs and startups. IDEX is engaged with over 400 startups and MSMEs, enabling development of more than 50 cutting-edge technologies. Till date, procurement of 28 items worth over 2,000 crore rupees has been cleared, further boosting our defense network. 9 new partner incubators have been onboarded, continuing to foster innovation. IDEX is launching Disc 10 with 76 challenges and IDEX for 4G with 5 challenges. Disc 10 marks the highest number of challenges launched till date. These challenges have been received from services, defense space agencies, Indian Coast Guard, DPSUs and Border Roads Organization, spread across a wide array of critical and advanced technology domains. Marching ahead in unison towards a self-reliant India, IDEX extends an open invitation to innovators, startups and MSMEs to apply. For more information, visit www.idex.gov.in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next launch is a very, very special launch. Recently, IDEX, in partnership with the United States Department of Defense, conducted the India-US Defense Acceleration Ecosystem, which is now known as Indus X event at Washington, D.C. Indus X was intended to expand the strategic technology partnership and defense industrial cooperation between the startup system, businesses, the entire ecosystem and academic institutes of India and the United States. In a short span of 3 months, IDEX and the US Department of Defense have finalized 2 joint Indus X challenges under the mutual promotion of advanced collaborative technologies called IMPACT, which would also be launched today. Before I invite a very special guest onto the stage, I would like to invoke the words of the 26th President of the United States, President Theodore Roosevelt, who had said that a good navy is not a provocation to war, it is the surest guarantee of peace. And President Theodore Roosevelt also said, and all innovators hear this carefully, President Roosevelt also said, do what you can with what you have where you are. And isn't that the driving force behind all innovations? Ladies and gentlemen, I now request the Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India, His Excellency, Mr. Eric Garcetti, to please join us on stage for the launch of Indus X. I also request Sri T. Natarajan, Additional Secretary, Defense Production, and the Chief Executive Officer of Defense Innovation Organization. Sir, if you could please join us on stage.
Furthering the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Make in India, Make for World, India's Ministry of Defense and US Department of Defense have launched Indus X initiative to support innovations and foster collaborations in the defense ecosystems of both nations. For the first time, IDEX, in collaboration with DIU, is launching 2 joint impact challenges. These challenges are undersea communication and oil spill detection, inviting innovators, startups and MSMEs to apply. For more information, visit www.idex.gov.in or www.diu.mil.
We now move on to the felicitation of IDEX winners. I now request the IDEX winners who've already signed contracts to please join us on stage for the felicitation. Your names will be displayed on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. These are the winners. This way. And since you are the winners, you need to have a big smile on your face, right? We now have a felicitation for a very special person, a very special team. For all of us who've been associated with the NIO, with the DIO, with Swavlamban, we keep hearing one name all through the day, in all forums. Wherever you hear NIO, TDAC, DIO, Swavlamban, there's one name that keeps coming up over and over again. This person is a unique and formidable combination of intelligence, passion, patriotic fervor, and a deep devotion to duty. The officer in charge of TDAC, Technology Development Acceleration Cell of the Indian Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commodore Dr. Arun Pratap Golaya. May I also request all members of TDAC to please join us on stage. You can't go like this. जो गूगल को मालूम नहीं वो अरुण गोलाया को मालूम है. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं इनके लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, when the sun rises, the whole world shines bright with positivity and energy. In the presence of our most respected and most admired Honorable Defence Minister, Shri Rajnath Singh, all of us in the Indian Armed Forces feel that incredible energy and positivity. देवियों और सज्जनों, जब सूरज उगता है तो पूरा जहान रोशन हो जाता है. सच्चाई ये है कि जब हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी किसी भी सभा, किसी भी समारोह में आते हैं तो सभी जनों के चेहरे रोशन और हौसले बुलंद हो जाते हैं. अब उनकी आवाज़ सुनने को हम बेचैन हैं. मैं निवेदन करता हूं हमारे मुख्य अतिथि से, भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह, श्रीमान कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें.
General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, Admiral R. Hari Kumar, Chief of Naval Staff, Air Marshal A.P. Singh, Vice Chief of Air Staff, Lieutenant General M.V. Shashendra Kumar, Vice Chief of Army Staff, Excellency Eric Garcetti, US Ambassador to India, and Sri Yashpi Shukla, President SIDM, हमारे सारे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स, फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडमिया, मीडिया के मेरे मित्रों, देवियों व सज्जनों, मैं समझता हूं कि भारत मंडपम में पहली बार यह डिफेंस का कार्यक्रम हो रहा है और हम सभी भारतवासियों के लिए भारत मंडपम में यह कार्यक्रम करना इतने भव्य स्थान पर, इतने भव्य स्वरूप में, यह हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। इसके लिए भी मैं आप सबको अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। और साथियों, स्वावलंबन के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित होना मैं समझता हूं कि हमारे लिए भी एक बहुत ही यह प्रसन्नता का विषय है। मैं नेवी, डीडीपी और डीआरडीओ को स्प्रिंट चैलेंज के माध्यम से कई इनोवेटिव आइडियाज पर काम करने के लिए भी अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, स्प्रिंट इनोवेटिव चैलेंज की शुरुआत इसी उद्देश्य से की गई थी कि नेवी में इंडिजिनस टेक्नोलॉजी एवं प्रोडक्ट्स के यूजेस को बढ़ावा मिल सके। और इस चैलेंज की शुरुआत के बाद से ही अब तक यदि इसके आउटकम पर हम नज़र डालें तो यह स्पष्ट दिखता है कि हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस एवं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन ने इस दिशा में बहुत ही सार्थक प्रदर्शन किया है। आप सभी की मेहनत, आप सभी का लगन, आप सभी का समर्पण भारत को बहुत ही तेजी से डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की ओर ले जा रहा है। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, जैसा कि आपको बताया भी गया है कि अब तक 411 आइटम्स की 4 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट जारी हो चुकी है। आज इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर 5th पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट को रिलीज हम लोगों ने किया है और इससे सचमुच मुझे बेहद प्रसन्नता हुई है। और इस लिस्ट में 98 आइटम्स हैं। अब कुल 509 आइटम्स की 5 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट ये जारी हो चुकी है। हमारे डिफेंस सेक्टर की आत्मनिर्भरता में मैं इसे एक बड़े कदम के रूप में देखता हूं और इस लिस्ट के जारी होने पर मैं फिर से आप सभी को अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, जब से हमारी यह गवर्नमेंट बनी है तब से आत्मनिर्भरता का भाव, सेल्फ रिलायंस का भाव हमारे हर प्रयास में यह दिखता है। चाहे वह कोई योजना हो या फिर कोई भी इनिशिएटिव, वह कोई भी मंत्रालय हो या फिर कोई भी सेक्टर, हम अपने कार्यों में यह सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि भारत सभी सेक्टर्स में पूरी तरह से आत्मनिर्भर बने। जब मैं आत्मनिर्भरता शब्द का यहाँ पर जिक्र करता हूँ तो मुझे एक अमेरिकन फिलॉसफर राल्फ वाल्डो एमर्सन की याद आती है। उन्होंने 19th सेंचुरी में सेल्फ रिलायंस के नाम से एक एसे लिखा था और उस एसे में उन्होंने आत्मनिर्भरता तथा अपने द्वारा किए गए प्रयासों के महत्व के बारे में यह लिखा था कि नथिंग कैन ब्रिंग यू पीस बट योर सेल्फ, दैट इज वाई इंसिस्ट ऑन योर सेल्फ, नेवर इमिटेट। साथियों, उनके कहने का अर्थ यह था कि आपके और आपके प्रयासों के अलावा कोई भी चीज़ आपको शांति किसी भी सूरत में नहीं दिला सकती। इसलिए हमें अपने आप पर जोर देना चाहिए, दूसरों की कॉपी करने पर नहीं। और इस बात में सच्चाई भी है। और जब आप दूसरों से चीज़ों को इंपोर्ट करेंगे या दूसरों की नकल करके अपनी चीज़ डेवलप करेंगे तो आपको टेक्नोलॉजी तो मिल जाएगी, लेकिन वह खुशी, वह संतोष और वह काबिलियत और आत्मनिर्भरता का भाव आपके अंदर किसी भी सूरत में विकसित नहीं होगा। इसलिए हमने सरकार में आने के साथ ही हर जगह आत्मनिर्भरता के भाव को पुनः जगाने का भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मित्रों, आपने मेरे शब्दों पर ध्यान दिया होगा। मैं आत्मनिर्भरता के भाव को जगाने की नहीं, बल्कि आत्मनिर्भरता के भाव को पुनः जगाने की बात यहां कर रहा हूं। साथियों, भारत हमेशा से ही ज्ञान और नवाचार यानी इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में यह आत्मनिर्भर रहा है। हमने अपने ज्ञान और नवाचार के माध्यम से न सिर्फ अपनी जनता का विकास किया है, बल्कि हमारे ज्ञान और नवाचार को सीखने देश विदेश से छात्र, यात्री और व्यापारी भी अलग अलग समय पर आए हैं। एक व्यक्ति के रूप में यदि आप स्वयं का आकलन करें तो आप देखेंगे कि आपका मन हमेशा आपको सुंदर बगीचे की ओर ले जाएगा, वह कभी आपको कूड़े के ढेर की ओर नहीं ले जाएगा। तो भारत में यदि इतने सारे छात्र, व्यापारी, यात्री आए तो इसका अर्थ यह था कि हम एक समय पर ज्ञान और नवाचार यानी इनोवेशन के सुंदर बगीचे के रूप में पूरी दुनिया में हम विख्यात थे। बाद में समय का एक कुचक्र आया जब इस बगीचे की सुंदरता को आक्रांताओं ने बहुत ही नुकसान पहुंचाया और हम अपने इनोवेटिव अप्रोच को धीरे धीरे भूलते चले गए। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे यहाँ ज्ञान और नवाचार की किसी भी प्रकार की कोई कमी थी, लेकिन आक्रांताओं के कारण भारतीय जनमानस में जो गुलामी की मानसिकता आई, उस मेंटलिटी के कारण हम अपने ही ज्ञान पर संदेह करने लगे थे, अपने ही ज्ञान पर हम संशय करने लगे थे। हमें हर जगह संदेह यानी डाउट होने लगा कि हमारी बनाई चीज़ सफल होगी भी या नहीं होगी, हम कभी आगे बढ़ भी पाएंगे या नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। हमने आज़ादी के बाद पहले 40-50 सालों में अपने राष्ट्र के प्रति ऐसी हीन भावना देखी कि इम्पोर्टेड शब्द यह हाई क्वालिटी का पर्याय बन गया। इम्पोर्टेड कार हो, इम्पोर्टेड घड़ी हो, इम्पोर्टेड जूते हों, इम्पोर्टेड कपड़े हों, यहाँ तक कि हमारे देवी देवताओं की मूर्तियाँ, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी कल्चर से संबंधित सामान भी हम इम्पोर्ट करने लगे थे। साथियों, इसी के साथ साथ जो और बुरा हुआ वह यह कि लोकल शब्द लो क्वालिटी का यह पर्यायवाची बन गया और यह किसी सामान को अपमानित करने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाने लगा। कहा जाने लगा कि यह टीवी, यह घड़ी लोकल है तो ज़्यादा दिन नहीं चलेगी। यह धारणा बनी हुई थी। एक समाज के रूप में हम शंकालु और संशयी प्रवृत्ति के हो गए थे। भागवत गीता में श्री कृष्ण कहते भी हैं, नायम लोकोस्ति न परो न सुखम संशयात्मन, अर्थात जो संशयी प्रवृत्ति के लोग होते हैं वह न तो इस लोक में और न ही परलोक में यह कभी सुख नहीं पाते हैं। साथियों, एक समय पर भारतीय समाज इसी संशयात्मक वातावरण में फंस चुका था। वैसे ज्ञान विज्ञान या दर्शन में संशय का अपना एक सकारात्मक महत्व होता है, परंतु जब संशय किसी व्यक्ति की अपनी क्षमताओं पर, अपने आप पर, अपने रिश्तों पर होने लगे तो उसका अर्थ अक्सर नेगेटिव ही होता है और वह उस व्यक्ति, समाज और राष्ट्र को पंगु बना देता है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे अब हमें इस गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति मिल रही है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वोकल फॉर लोकल की एक मुहिम चलाई और लोकल वस्तुओं को उसका सम्मान वापस दिलाने का कार्य उन्होंने किया है। साथियों, आज हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इकोनॉमी, हेल्थ और एजुकेशन आदि के क्षेत्र में जो काम किए हैं वह तो महत्वपूर्ण हैं ही, लेकिन जो एक काम मेरी दृष्टि में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण श्रेणी में आता है वह यह है कि हमने भारत की जनता में एक सेंस ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस, एक विश्वास पैदा किया है। विश्वास इस बात का कि हम भी आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और हमने भारत की जनता के मन मस्तिष्क में बैठ चुके संशय को दूर करने में भी काफ़ी हद तक कामयाबी हासिल की है। ठीक उसी तरह जिस तरीके से कभी रीछपति जामवंत जी ने हनुमान जी का संशय दूर किया था। आप सबको तो पता होगा ही कि जब हनुमान जी के साथ बानरों का एक दल माता सीता की खोज में निकला था तो सामने अथाह समुद्र को देखकर उन सब के हौसले पस्त हो गए थे। हनुमान जी के अंदर खुद के प्रति भी एक संशय का भाव था। तब उस समय संशय को दूर करने के लिए रीछपति जामवंत ने जो कहा उसे गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने लिखा है, कहीं रीछपति सुन हनुमाना, का चुप साध रहा बलवाना। यह कहा था, पवन तनय बल पवन समाना, बुद्धि विवेक विज्ञान निधाना। जामवंत जी ने हनुमान जी को उनकी शक्ति का आभास कराया कि आपके अंदर तो बुद्धि विवेक और ज्ञान का भंडार है। दुनिया में ऐसा कौन सा काम है जो भला आपके लिए कठिन हो सकता है। साथियों, यह जामवंत जी ही थे जिन्होंने हनुमान जी के अंदर के संशय को दूर किया था और हनुमान जी उठ खड़े हुए थे। इसलिए आज हमारा युवा अगर उठ खड़ा हुआ है तो इसका एक बड़ा कारण यह भी है कि सरकार ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने युवाओं के अंदर जो संशय पैदा हुआ था उस संशय को काफ़ी हद तक दूर करने में कामयाबी हासिल की है। और साथियों, जिस प्रकार अपने अंदर की शक्ति को पहचानने के बाद हनुमान जी ने इतना बड़ा रूप धारण कर लिया और इतना बड़ा कार्य किया, वैसे ही मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आज हमारा युवा अपने अंदर की शक्ति को पहचान रहा है, अपने अंदर के संशय को वह खत्म कर रहा है, तो निश्चित ही आने वाले समय में वह अपने इनोवेटिव अप्रोच और ज्ञान से भारत के विकास में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वाह करेगा। आप देखें तो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन भी यही काम कर रहा है। डीडीपी अपने प्रयासों से न सिर्फ भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा दे रहा है, बल्कि हमारे युवाओं के बीच यह भाव भी जगा रहा है कि हमारे बनाए हुए इक्विपमेंट सफल हो सकते हैं। हमारे युवा यानी भारत के भविष्य, अब भविष्य के भारत का निर्माण और अधिक तत्परता के साथ करने की ओर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसलिए साथियों, हमें युवाओं को भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर, स्पेशली डिफेंस रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट एवं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जोड़ना ही होगा। हालांकि हम आईडेक्स, NIIO और TDAC जैसे इनिशिएटिव्स के माध्यम से ऐसा कर भी रहे हैं, लेकिन हमें अपने इन प्रयासों में और तेजी लाने की आवश्यकता है। इस दिशा में DDP ने जो कार्य किया है वह सराहनीय है। सचमुच DDP भारत के उभरते इनोवेटर्स को आईडेक्स का एक मंच प्रदान करके मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी विकसित करने में उनकी सहायता करके स्वावलंबी भारत के निर्माण में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका का निर्वाह कर रहा है। साथियों, हर चीज़ का एक निश्चित समय होता है और उस समय में वह चीज़ खिलकर सामने आती है। और इसका उदाहरण आप इस प्रकार से भी समझ सकते हैं कि आप यदि गेहूं के मौसम में धान उगाएंगे तो शायद वह उतना अच्छा न हो, लेकिन यदि आप धान के मौसम में धान पैदा करेंगे अथवा उगाने की कोशिश करेंगे तो वह अधिक खिल कर आएगा। मतलब कोई भी चीज़ हो, वह एक निश्चित समय, निश्चित एनवायरनमेंट और निश्चित मौसम में ही अपनी पूर्णता के साथ खिलकर वह सामने आती है। भारत में भी अभी इनोवेशन का वही समय चल रहा है। यदि मैं भारत की आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की बात करूं तो उनके पास भी इनोवेशन का एक समय आया है, एक लहर सी चल पड़ी है। और मुझे याद है, मैं बीते कुछ समय में कई बार नेवी, आर्मी, एयरफोर्स तथा और भी अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर्स के द्वारा आयोजित किए गए कई चैलेंजेस का उद्घाटन करने भी पहले जा चुका हूं। इसलिए मुझे देखकर बेहद प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि वर्तमान में भारत का डिफेंस सेक्टर नवाचार के नाव पर सवार हो चुका है। साथियों, प्रश्न उठता है कि आखिर यह समय आया कैसे, देश की विकास की यह लहर आई कैसे। युवा तो देश में पहले भी थे, इनोवेशन की जरूरत तो पहले भी थी, पर फर्क जो पड़ा है मैं समझता हूं वह है राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो नया भारत निर्मित हुआ है वह किसी भी संशय से मुक्त है, संशय से मुक्त और पूरे आत्मविश्वास से युक्त। यह हमारा देश मिशन मोड में तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसके अलावा एक बात है पॉलिसी डायरेक्शन की, चाहे रक्षा विभाग हो या भारत सरकार का कोई अन्य विभाग हो, हमने प्रयासपूर्वक ऐसी नई पॉलिसी बनाई है, चाहे वह नई पॉलिसी हमारी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रीज या इनोवेशन से संबंधित पॉलिसीज हों, जो व्यक्तिगत प्रगति एवं राष्ट्रीय विकास के इंसेंटिव्स को अलाइन कर सकें। यही इंसेंटिव अलाइनमेंट आईडेक्स के प्रोग्राम डिजाइन में स्पष्ट रूप से यह देखा जा सकता है। जब हमारा यूथ इनोवेशन करता है, नया प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करता है, तो उसका और उसके स्टार्टअप का कैरियर डेवलपमेंट तो होता ही है, उसके साथ साथ देश के डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का अपग्रेडेशन भी होता है। साथियों, आप लोग लगभग हर महीने नए नए चैलेंजेस शुरू करते हैं और उन पर काम करते हैं। मैं कई बार आप लोगों के बीच आता भी हूँ और मुझे अच्छा लगता है यह देखकर कि आप जिस काम को शुरू कर रहे हैं, हमारे युवा अपने इंटेलेक्ट और इनोवेशन के माध्यम से उस काम को पूरा भी कर रहे हैं। मुझे आपके कार्यों को देखकर प्रसन्नता होती ही है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ एक मुखिया होने के नाते मेरी यह जिम्मेदारी भी है कि यदि आपके काम से संबंधित कुछ सुझाव मैं आपको दे सकूं, जिससे आप अपने काम से संबंधित और भी कुछ सुधार ला सकें, तो उस पर भी मैं आपका ध्यान यहाँ पर आकर्षित करना चाहूँगा। इसलिए मैं अपनी तरफ से 1-2 सुझाव आपको देना चाहता हूँ। साथियों, जैसा कि मैंने अभी जिक्र किया है, आप रेगुलरली कई इनोवेटिव चैलेंज शुरू करते रहते हैं, लेकिन उसे शुरू करने से पहले आप इस बात का अच्छे से आकलन कर लीजिए, अच्छी तरह मूल्यांकन करिए कि आप जो टेक्नोलॉजी चैलेंज लाने जा रहे हैं, क्या वह टेक्नोलॉजी आज के समय के हिसाब से स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट है या नहीं है, या फिर अगर आज स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट है भी तो क्या नियर फ्यूचर में कोई बेटर टेक्नोलॉजी तो एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है। फिर वह टेक्नोलॉजी मार्केट में पहले से ही कहीं उपलब्ध तो नहीं है। एक फ्रेज है, री इन्वेंशन ऑफ व्हील। कहीं आप व्हील को री इन्वेंट तो नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही वह टेक्नोलॉजी इकोनॉमी के दृष्टिकोण से कितनी वायबल है, इन सब चीज़ों का भी आप अच्छे से एनालिसिस करें। यह मेरा सुझाव है। यह एनालिसिस आपको आपके रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर की बेटर वैल्यू पर मनी देगा। हालांकि मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सब यह करते होंगे, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि इस एनालिसिस के लिए एक कॉम्पिटेंट एंड एम्पावर्ड मैकेनिज्म भी डेवलप किया जाए और हर टेक्नोलॉजी या चैलेंज की शुरुआत से पहले इस प्रकार के एनालिसिस भी किए जाएं। इसके लिए डीडीपी, डीआरडीओ और हमारी तीनों आर्म्ड फोर्सेस मिलकर एक्सपर्ट्स की एक इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडी वो बना सकते हैं। और आपके पास ऑलरेडी ऐसा कुछ ना कुछ मैकेनिज्म मैं मानता हूं कि ज़रूर होगा। ज़रूरत है तो इस बात की कि आप उसकी कैपेबिलिटी और एक्सपर्टीज़ की को रीअसेस करें ताकि एनालिसिस मैकेनिज्म को और बेहतर बनाया जा सके। साथियों, इसके साथ ही मैं यह भी चाहता हूं कि पिछले कुछ सालों में आप लोगों ने जितने भी चैलेंजेस तैयार किए हैं तथा उन चैलेंजेस के जितने भी विजेता उभर कर सामने आए हैं, आप उनका भी आकलन करें कि जो प्रोडक्ट्स या टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई है वह मार्केट में कहीं स्टैंड कर भी रही है या नहीं कर रही है। जाहिर सी बात है कि अगर टेक्नोलॉजी और प्रोडक्ट में दम होगा तो वह मार्केट में आगे बढ़ रहे होंगे, नए आयाम पर निश्चित रूप से वह पहुंच रहे होंगे। इसलिए यदि वह मार्केट में स्टैंड कर रहे हैं तब तो ठीक है, लेकिन यदि वह मार्केट में स्टैंड नहीं कर रहे हैं तो उनकी कमियों का आकलन करके हम उस दिशा में सुधार भी कर सकते हैं। हमें देखना होगा कि आईडेक्स में जो चैलेंजेस दिए जा रहे हैं वह सही मायने में चैलेंज हैं भी या नहीं हैं। मेरा अर्थ यहाँ पर यह है कि यदि आप 50 चैलेंजेस दे रहे हैं और पूरे 50 चैलेंजेस अचीव हो जा रहे हैं तो इसका तो यही मतलब हुआ कि हमें चैलेंज के लेवल को और आगे बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है, जिससे इनोवेशन को और अधिक पुश मिल सके। साथियों, अपने काम का लगातार इवैल्यूएशन, अपने काम का लगातार मूल्यांकन करते रहना हमें लगातार आगे बढ़ाता है। और आपने अच्छे अच्छे शिक्षकों को भी देखा होगा कि वो अपने छात्रों को हर रोज़ नए चैप्टर पढ़ने के साथ साथ इस बात पर भी वह जोर देते हैं कि छात्र पुराने पढ़ाए गए चैप्टर्स का रिवीजन भी वह करते रहें। इसलिए आपको भी एक अच्छे छात्र की भांति नए नए इनोवेटिव चैलेंजेस को शुरू करने के साथ साथ इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि जो चैलेंजेज आपने पूरे कर लिए हैं उनका मूल्यांकन भी, उनका इवैल्यूएशन भी आप अच्छी तरीके से करें। इस चैलेंज का नाम भले ही स्प्रिंट हो, लेकिन हमें इसमें केवल तेजी से ही नहीं दौड़ना, बल्कि हमें इसमें मैराथन दौड़ की तरह लंबा भी दौड़ना है। हमें सिर्फ कुछ मीटर की दूरी तय नहीं करनी है, हमें मीलों लंबा सफ़र तय करना है। यानी यह स्प्रिंट भी है और यह मैराथन भी है। साथियों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सभी इस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे, नए नए इनोवेशंस और नए नए चैलेंजेस के माध्यम से डिफेंस सेक्टर में नई टेक्नोलॉजीज का समावेश करते रहेंगे, साथ ही साथ अपने कार्यों का मूल्यांकन करते हुए स्वयं के अंदर भी लगातार रिफॉर्म्स लाएंगे। और इस अवसर पर इससे अधिक कुछ न कहते हुए मैं नेवी, आर्मी, एयरफोर्स, DRDO, DDP को भविष्य के अपने आपके सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए यहीं पर अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Esteemed members of the audience are requested to kindly remain seated till departure of our dignitaries. Just a few more seconds. Time and tide wait for none, and so it is that our day of celebration has come to its conclusion. Thank you for being with us for this plenary session of Swavlamban 2023. The time has come for me, Sharad Saxena, to sign off. It has been an honor to serve you. Till we meet again, goodbye, good luck, Jai Hind.